चलो वी आर लाइव। तो हेलो एवरीवन, वेलकम बैक टू द लाइव स्ट्रीम। कैसे हो आप लोग? आज है ग्रुप येलो का आखिरी दिन। आज डू और डाई डे है। आज जो भी टीम्स बॉटम 5 पे रहेंगे वो जाएंगे सीधा घर, एंड जो टीम्स टॉप 3 पे रहेंगे वो जाएंगे सीधा ग्रैंड फाइनल्स, एंड जो भी टीम्स #4 से #11 तक रहेंगे वो जाएंगे सर्वाइवल स्टेज में। तो आज के 6 मैचेस डू और डाई मैचेस होने वाला है, and we're going to do the watch party of the 6 matches, for which I hope you guys are ready. First of all, batao, how is your evening going so far? Are you guys waiting for my stream or no? भाई मैं तो बहुत वेट कर रहा था मैचेस स्टार्ट होने का, and the match one is about to begin. All the dreams, it all comes down to this one day. It would be a great feeling to qualify directly to the grand finals. सो भाई टॉप 5 के बीच बहुत तगड़ा कंपटीशन होने वाला है आज। व्हाट आर योर प्रेडिक्शंस फॉर टुडे? क्या लगता है कौन सी 3 टीम्स जाने वाला है ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में डायरेक्टली? अपनी प्रेडिक्शंस जरूर बताना कमेंट सेक्शन में। एक ग्लास पानी पी लिया भाई, गुड जॉब एम्बिशन, मैंने भी अभी पिया। स्टे हाइड्रेटेड। हाय अन्ना, अल्फा 7 पक्का कमबैक చేస్తుంది చూడు। I hope so, let's see. Start working. Match one is about to begin.
You know, I'm glad to see.
It's about to begin.
Look at this Bigatron roster right here. Then bring back the good old Zuxy.
The most dangerous day, bro, today.
I mean, they performed
Expect
really
the
well.
unexpected.
Comparison, because I was really looking at their gameplay, right?
It will happen.
They were playing so.
It will happen.
Careful with this other roster that they had, that 2 roster swap. So I want to see them just kind of play a little bit extra aggressive here, especially in the macro, and prepare for that survival stage the best they can.
I mean, I have to kind of worry our other teams to start getting aggressive. You know, Bigatron, they are the bubble right now. They have to keep in mind, could we potentially
हो रहा से
for other teams trying to make
क्यों नहीं हो रहा?
You know, you want Bigatron to be more aggressive. I'm a little bit scared to get
देखते
more
आज।
aggressive, then they potentially just die.
अगर आज नहीं होता तब बात करते हैं। अभी के लिए तो अभी भी चांस है उनके पास। #12 पे चल रहा है वो। They are like 12 points behind, 1 chicken dinner and they'll be back in the game.
7 points ahead of them. We got Inko right above that at another 2 points ahead.
BTR भाई, BTR को क्या हो गया? Zuxy को लेके आके वापस नहीं।
This man, he's made this.
BTR was doing better with
at the
Zuxy.
top of the table for such a long time.
Honestly.
When it comes to PUBG Mobile, I can't doubt them.
There's going to be so much pressure on their shoulders here, Jason, for BTR. But you know what? We can believe they're in 11th place. There's going to be a lot of
MSJ,
pressure here, and the bottom
Major
teams are
Pride,
gonna be desperate,
Vampire,
so
my
they are
top
gonna be
3.
the teams
Okay.
trying to go for those big games.
Team spirit is very consistent, so you know you can't.
Blanky B.
The prediction is very hard
I don't know whether
for this group.
Blanky B.
कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई।
A different name for us every single time, Blank. I'm beginning to think I'm going to get, you know, a little bit too confused. I'm not going to know who I am.
चलो, the match 1
It seems like
of day 4 has
identities
begun.
for our teams here into the top
Sandhawk,
3 as we kick off our
ऑलमोस्ट
final day
3
of
दिन से सैनहॉक का मैप है ना, रूइंस से खींच के कैंप अल्फा जा रहा है, नहीं तो रूइंस और रूइंस के नीचे जा रहा है और रूइंस पे बन रहा है। देखते आज कहाँ बनेगा सर्कल। स्पाइक भाई उर्दू पे कर दो लैंग्वेज, नहीं यार इंग्लिश इज बेटर। हिंदी तो कैसे मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, दो हिंदी
to perform in those grand finals.
थोड़ा डिस्ट्रैक्शन हो जाएगा। It's kind of unfair that PMGC, the highest level of tournament in terms of tier or prize pool, there is direct invite to grand finals.
Everybody
Direct invite to grand finals? Direct invite grand finals के लिए कहाँ है? Direct invite grand finals के लिए नहीं है ब्रो। सारे टीम्स को लीग स्केल के ही जाना पड़ेगा grand finals में।
Zeus as well up on that northwest mountain. Vampire
And the
up
map
towards Tartin.
कहाँ बन रहा है? कहाँ बन रहा है?
Again, south of Team Spirit. The circle will dictate how the center of the map falls, because when the circle goes northwest, when it goes west, RSG they get out of there fast. But if not, then Team Spirit.
Okay, finally,
and this might be
a change in the map.
If they can get out of boot camp, they might have a better.
This should be better for Alpha 7.
Xavier like to make that hard.
We had 4 very
King of
different
Sandhawk,
circles
Kings of
here
Sandhawk,
overall on
Major
Sandhawk,
Pride
and
का
it has
कल
been very
स्ट्रीक
much
ब्रेक
the
हुआ
case
था।
that we've had
Let's
some
see आज
crazy
क्या होगा उनके
circles,
साथ।
if you remember, even just recently over towards that western side of the map, heading over towards the north, where vampires were the only one.
डायरेक्ट इनवाइट नहीं है ये बार। अरे नहीं है, डायरेक्ट ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए किसी को नहीं है।
But here we're heading over towards that eastern side. Tumuerte starting
तुम
off with a
लीग्स
good
में
position, currently in 14th
लीग्स
place.
खेल के ही
They
जाना
desperately
पड़ेगा।
need themselves a good game here to get in towards 11th position and upwards, just so they can get it.
Host country team has direct invite in finals.
Is at risk.
Like
of
example,
falling
कौन सी
out.
टीम को है
Now,
डायरेक्ट
Twisted
फाइनल्स?
Minds technically have placed themselves in a spot.
डायरेक्ट ग्रैंड
with a
फाइनल्स
couple
इनवाइट
of their games,
2021
there's a
में
chance
हुआ
for
था
them But it's a
लास्ट
long
गॉड
run
लाइक
to
आई
catch
रिमेंबर
up to
S2G
BTR
को एक बार
82
हुआ था ऐसा
points.
ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए डायरेक्ट इनवाइट
Although if BTR do stagnate and
जब
have a
टर्की
similar
में हुआ था,
performance yesterday, obviously the roster
बट
changes coming
इस बार
back
तो
in,
नहीं है ब्रो, इस बार तो नहीं है.
going with their first
गेम साउंड
original
इंक्रीज, एक सेकंड
starting
इंक्रीज कर रहा
roster,
हूं.
then maybe if they can break that stagnancy, they can accelerate away. But if they
अभी
stay
इतनी
still,
सारी अच्छी टीम्स
then
हो
that
गई,
is
डायरेक्ट
a much easier
डायरेक्ट
target
इनवाइट
for
कैसे
Somalia.
होगा?
You're
नहीं है
right,
ब्रो,
it's
नहीं
still
है.
very, very
मैंने
long
देखा
shot
है.
for them.
कोई
Harame
टीम को
Bro,
नहीं है डायरेक्ट इनवाइट ग्रैंड
they
फाइनल्स
are
के लिए.
also in a similarly not great scenario towards the bottom of the table.
Direct
But it
है,
seems like
Guild
we're
Esports
always
को from
seeing
London.
them in these late games.
सच्ची?
They're just not getting big points out of it. They're always just that annoying
What the
pest
hell?
on the
देखने दो
sidelines
मुझे.
who's making it tough for the team.
यूजुअली होता नहीं है ऐसा.
Yeah, I mean, the way they play is very survival based, and
क्या
it's
scene?
not how you win a tournament. I've said multiple times now during these group stages that you have to be on top in terms of placements and elims, and if you're not getting those placements, you need at least 5 elims in a match.
देख रहा हूँ मैं, एक
And
सेकंड में क्रॉस चेक करके बताता हूँ तुम्हें.
this is no offense to Harame Bro, but the way that they've played is not to get in towards the survival stage. It's not to get in towards the top 3. It has literally been just to exist here.
Yeah,
in
one
this
host
tournament,
region
which is
team directly
unfortunate
invited.
because I think
अरे
that's
हाँ
why
बे,
so
एक
many
team
teams
है
get
directly
caught off
invited.
guard by them, because a lot of them assume, why would
कौन
there be
है
a
ये?
team here? It's why they do find those pickoffs onto some of our most prominent teams inside this lobby, like Mirren Sejong, Team Spirit,
Wow.
Beyond Rex get
अरे
caught
हाँ
out
बे,
by
एक
them
team है.
a fair few times. Because
Directly
why would they
invited to
assume
grand
that one
finals.
guy would be out in the grass or two guys would be playing that position for so
ये तो
long?
BD है.
They are so out of the loop in these
इस team
games
का नाम है
and don't have that much influence.
GLD.
The teams forget they
Guild
exist.
Esports.
Harame Bro moving
UK
in
का
from
है.
Hainan now. Teams looking to shunt in towards Quarry.
Players,
RSG,
Azir,
they left
Exo.
that south side of boot camp. They pushed
तो
in, and
players भी
Demoite
बहुत
with their
नया
backs
नया
to the
players
quarry
लग
are
रहे हैं,
now
पता नहीं
penned
मुझे क्या
in.
सीन है.
Decisive didn't
भाई
take
ये
a
team को
southward
तो भाई
rotate
बहुत
towards
बहुत
Team
मारेंगे इस
Spirit,
team
and in
को.
fact, Nomi was positioned
पता
out
नहीं.
towards them. They were waiting for it. A little change that they
So it
brought
is going
into
to
the
be
mix, but
3 teams
Suning
from
are
yellow,
potentially
3
in
teams
danger
from
here. A
group
big
red,
scout, but he
3
hasn't got
teams
the
from
backup
group
just
green.
yet. He's there alone.
That is
The
9
Decisive,
plus
they're
1,
not
10.
crashing just yet.
और
However, that
5
could change.
और 6
Taking
team
shots,
आएंगे
I mean,
survival
could
and
potentially
last
be a
chance से.
misslip there, but also
Wow.
could just be a statement to try and back
Yeah.
Xavier off.
It
My
absolutely
best
is a
chance to
statement,
qualify
but
is
it
from
a case
league
of
only.
trying to make DXAV think that
Survival
there is a team
और
inside
last
this
chance में
location.
बसड़ होगा बहुत ज़्यादा.
And Kitsune has to do this now, especially with a team rocking up like that. He
We want to
knows the
see
team
Indian
scouting
players
this
in PMGC
position.
too. When will this
Xavier,
happen?
They might have
$1 million
cottoned on a
question है
little
bro
bit.
ये.
Their team is going to be rotating across, but this is a smart
And
move.
किसी
from
के पास
Kitsune.
answer
It was
नहीं है
a
इसका.
risky move, but I think for Team Spirit, I don't mind it
English
all that
राधु,
much. They can
నేను
certainly
ఉన్నా కదా
make
bro, నీ
points
చెప్పనీకి.
up later in the day.
I am here.
But this is still a risk. But it's a case of if they can get a big game here on
Not
Sandbox,
everyone
with the rest
understands
of the team
Hindi,
coming across
so
to
for
what
them,
is a fairly
English
strong
commentary.
compound,
And जिनको भी
centralized
English नहीं
inside
आता है,
this
जिनको
circle.
भी
It really sees them with this
दूसरा
buffer
language
at the
आता
start
है,
of the day that they desperately
जिनको भी
would
सिर्फ
like
हिंदी
to
आता है,
have,
मैं हिंदी में explain
to
कर
keep
दूंगा,
them
कोई
in the
दिक्कत
runnings
नहीं.
for it. Because if you think
ये
instead of
डेविड
buffer in
बेकहम का
game
टीम
one,
है.
oh,
अच्छा.
the rest of the day is going to be so much
डेविड
easier.
बेकहम कहाँ से आ गया? Are you still
That
no
would be
brand ambassador? Yes, bro, I'm
ideal
still.
situation moving on through. But
They were
if
hashtag
there's
20
one
in
thing that
PMSL
we've seen
EMEA.
time and time again,
Guild
it's
Esports.
that day for choke.
भाई
in
कहाँ
group
से आ गया
stages
गिल्ड?
for
गिल्ड
Team
वाले तो
Spirit.
बहुत ब्लेस्ड है भाई.
And here's
But
a very
मार बहुत
dangerous
खाएंगे,
scenario
बता रहा
to
हूँ
have
मैं.
it in. Like when
Grand
Alpha
finals में
7
Guild.
current champions of the world from PMWC are biting
गाइस मेरे को
into
बताओ
your
बॉटम
heels,
5
cannot
बॉटम
afford
5 में से कोई निकालने वाला है क्या? होरा आरएसजी
real
डीएमआर
tough time.
ब्रो
Major
ट्विस्टेड.
Pride, the biggest, well, actually, you know what? They're definitely not the biggest surprise coming into this one. MSJ and DRX.
RSG मेरे को लग रहा है RSG आज समझ रहे हो?
Definitely would
आज
not have
अलग
been in the conversation.
अलग
for top
खेलेगा मेरे को
three
लग रहा है. I have a
predictions
feeling that
coming
RSG
into Group Yellow,
will
you've
play
got
a bit
teams like
different today and
Vampire
they'll
in there,
qualify.
Definitely would have taken up that mantle. But it is really great to see these sort of change-ups
भाई
coming.
भाई
And
आपकी
I mean,
टॉप 3
Podju
टीम्स
said
कौन
it
सी
right at
है?
the start. He said,
मैंने
well,
जो
I think
बताया
we're
है
gonna see
टॉप
Alpha
3
7
टीम्स
completely dumps
उनमें
to
से
this lobby,
एक भी
or
टीम
it's
टॉप
gonna
3
be
में
someone
नहीं है.
completely unexpected.
मैंने
And
डे 1
I
पे
mean,
बोला
he was
था
right on that one
Alpha
count
7
right there.
BTR and
As
RSG.
long as plenty of other things. But
हालत
on
बहुत
that
खराब है
specific
भाई.
note was,
brutal.
हालत
was
बहुत
bang
खराब
on
है.
the money.
जिन टीम्स
Alpha
का नाम
7
मैंने
are
लिया.
also in the contention for it, but they're definitely not
मैं
dumpsters
थोड़ा
right now.
थोड़ा ओवर रेट कर दिया था बीटीआर को टू बी ऑनेस्ट.
136 points is
But
not bad.
RSG से तो
And
भाई
I think if you
बिल्कुल
look at the way
disappointed हूँ
Alpha
मैं.
7's been playing, I think anyone who's a fan of that team would be really
चाइना
happy,
PMGC क्वालिफायर्स
honestly,
में क्या खेले
because
वो?
their play
इधर
style
आके
is
क्या
very
खेल रहे
consistent.
वो?
I don't
I
think that
have
they've been trying to
no
make too
words.
many gambles. They've not taken too many risks like some of our other teams have.
जो
Marin
teams
State
का नाम
Young
मैंने लिया
has
उनमें से
consistently
Alpha 7
taken
अकेला
some
टीम है जो
gambles
top 5 में
with this
बैठी है.
2-2 split. They've just been very smartly set up, so it doesn't look as bad in the eyes of us viewers. But yeah, they certainly take a risk to get
मामा నీకు
towards the
తెలుగు
top
వచ్చా
side of
నాకు
this
తెలుగు
lobby
రాదు.
with some aggressive 2-2
రాదు,
splits.
8%
For Alpha
నేర్చుకుంటా.
7,
Any
they've been
future
able to put
plans
up
for Nova
136
in India
points,
scenario?
fairly effortlessly.
They don't see
I mean,
any
that first day
any,
wasn't all that hot
कैसे
for
बोलते हैं?
Alpha 7.
They don't see
And I think
any.
if that maybe that had changed. You know, we'd see Alpha 7 even further
नहीं,
up
मैं
because
बोल
they
नहीं
did
सकता हूँ.
switch out their playstyle very
But अभी
quickly.
के लिए वो नहीं आएंगे.
I think that they would be
Future में पता नहीं,
disappointed
कुछ
if they don't
partnership
get towards
program
that top
ऐसा
three
कुछ आ गया
and get
इंडिया
the
में.
direct invite to
जिधर
grand finals. But we were discussing just before this
शायद
game that
नोवा आ
Alpha 7
सकता
do
है
go to
Valorant
survival
मोबाइल
stage.
आने के बाद.
I do not see them not
अभी
making it out of
BGMI
it.
का तो समझ रहे हो, they did not like it.
It would
Structure उनको पसंद
definitely
नहीं
be
आया.
a head and shoulders favorite, right, into the survival
RSG
stage.
lightning knock, RSG
Kind
versus
of at this
MSJ.
stage, no matter which of
DD
these top
finish.
5 don't make it, but Marin Sejong, oh dear, our top spot
MSJ
contenders
में तो बंदे
crash
गए.
into RSG, and they are
Foxy knock.
losing by the second.
Last man
the
standing
last to
final.
stand for them.
अबे
Didn't
क्या
get any
हगा भाई?
retribution.
Final हगा
How
बे?
on earth do you not connect on either of those two players? They go top
Oh, nice
scurvy,
one, final, nice
one in,
one, nice
one
one, nice
out.
one. Back up.
There's a quota on the inside, but
Double
Final
RSG.
wins that trade. That was mad.
1v1.
But in comes a third
RSG versus
No, that's the
MSJ.
rest of RSG across the way down to the southwest. Or is that another team? It's Harame, bro.
No.
Encroaching onto this territory.
Finals panicking.
अबे kill
You
किसको
can
मिला
see it in
MSJ
that
के?
nade
Kill
as
चोरी
well.
किया किसी
Goes
ने?
just on the doorway, bounces
RSG
back.
को एक ही
Got one
एक ही
nade
kill
left
मिला.
in the back pocket. Needs to make it count here as well. 2 limbs is not bad, but man, he needs more than that to salvage this game, especially as the first place with Team Spirit chasing, who have found themselves
MSJ को भी 2 ही kill
eliminations,
मिला
actually. I'm
इधर.
not exactly sure
RSG
onto
का.
which team.
Another
Heroes
bad
picked
start
those
for
up on, maybe
RSG.
stealing some of these RSG,
Why am I not surprised?
as well as Marissa John.
DRX versus BTR. Oh, this is gonna be interesting.
Influence on that.
It may have been
DRX
towards-
definitely one of the
No,
top
that's
performing
not-
teams
It's
here.
Yeah.
literally the only teams that could have done it. Yeah. Excellent stuff for them to be able to pull those points down. I feel like there's been a lot of arguments over taking
Spike
the
By is
steal
another version of
points
MBH
away,
chai वाला.
right? That
कौन है
has
ये
been
MBH
a
chai
big
वाला? मुझे नहीं
factor,
पता.
especially against Major Pride yesterday.
Infinix
That was a
GD20
big
Pros
thing for them.
sponsor.
They lost
How is it
close
running
to
60
11
FPS?
points, I think. Somewhere.
I don't know.
I say
ये
11 to
60
sound
पे खेल
more
रहे हैं, 90 पे
specific.
खेल रहे हैं. इतना
Somewhere
मुझे
around
पता है कि
10.
फोन से कुछ
Could be
दिक्कत नहीं
3
है
more or
players
less
को.
either way, but
Solid
they
खेल
had a
रहे हैं.
lot of points taken away from their tallies.
Sprays
And that
भी
is a
ठीक
massive
कर रहे हैं.
influence. They would be
Everything
in
looks
first
fine
place
so
right
far
now if they'd have been
in
able
this
to
tournament.
confirm on all of those points.
Yeah, it's over a course of multiple days that Major Pride has lost points. And I'd even argue
Can
that
Alpha
it's
7
higher
get
than,
podium?
13 points
High
that they've
probability
missed out
है.
on because of steals.
ओए,
You're right,
DRX
if
का
they'd
एक
been
बंदा
able to
knock
pick
है.
up all of those
Hyunbin.
points that they were getting the knocks for, they would be 100% topside the lobby. Major Pride certainly showing their gusto. Gutso? Damn.
I like that.
They got
120
guts. They got
FPS.
guts in
Ooh,
these games, but
120
yeah,
कहते
they're
हैं.
showing
You
their
got guts, kid.
Of course
You got
यार.
guts, kid. But yeah,
PMGC
they're
tournament
certainly showing
में
their gusto in
60
these
FPS
matches,
फोन थोड़ी देंगे.
in terms of just
Makes no
performance.
sense.
Even in that last match yesterday, that was
हो जाएगा यार.
such a fantastic ending.
BTR निकल
for
गया इधर
Becca,
से.
somewhat overshadowing Team Spirit's victory in that moment, they were very happy with. Again, Team Spirit super happy with picking up a win there on the final game of the day. That gives them a lot of confidence coming into today as well, where things maybe hadn't gone so much how they would have liked yesterday. But yeah,
ये damage
second place,
proportion क्या है?
2 elims so far, just behind Mir and Sejong, trying to break that gap between them and Major Pride.
PUBG में लैग नहीं होता थोड़ा भी. अरे PUBG में भी लैग होता है, मैंने खेला है, बट बहुत रेयरली होता है, बहुत रेयरली. Like जब तुम्हारा फोन पूरा गर्म हो जाता है ना तब होता है.
South of boot camp, right? The Zeus compound right now is in dead center. The hilltop that Harame Bro have as well is incredibly powerful here. 2 teams from the south are going to look to push that in. Major Pride, DRX, or
RSG,
BTR,
MSG
depending on
survive
who wins
कर लेगा.
Painan. Inco
काफी
could
time
also
तक.
have a say there. But I'm looking at that hilltop as a prime location. Whoever's able to keep that under control going into the next circle, I think has a great chance of winning this one. From the north side, you've also got
PUBG stream
potential to
graphics
rotate
and
into that
BGMI
wall
graphics no
compound on the
comparison.
west.
No competition, bro. कोई
It's slightly
competition
downhill. I think a lot of
नहीं.
teams aren't really going for it. Also, because this circle was so central, I think a lot of teams actually chose not to rotate in Via because I know Team Spirit definitely didn't have any. So their rotation is going to be a bit weird going forward. I think they have to play on this edge
Where
side
is
now,
Major
over
Pride?
towards that
मैंने
northeast. They've
देखा
got
नहीं मैप
vampires,
में.
Decisive,
सेंटर के आसपास आ गया. Major Pride
as
कहाँ है?
well, are knocking around in that
Center
position.
में मेरे को
Vampires
2-3
could
टीम दिखे.
certainly push down towards the
Major
south
Pride
side.
was not one among
Though
them.
their fights have
Or
been
was it?
up and
Did I
down.
not notice?
Right? Either Vampire looks like the king of the world, decimate their opponents, or they fall fairly flat in the process.
Luxy Zaxi not playing from BTR? Question mark.
It's not
Spike.
sort of
Raj bro,
performance
Zaxi is
needed,
playing from
and you
BTR
can see
only.
that kind of reflected right in the point scoring. Sure, they're top of that middle
Luxy
pack and very,
is
very
not currently
likely
in the
to
roster.
be able to get into that survival stage. But they haven't had the consistency
Maybe he is,
that
but
we've
he's
seen
not
from
playing.
our top 5 teams, right? I mean, you even said earlier, right? Alpha 7's day 1 wasn't so hot. They still managed to
Guys,
get a chicken
2000
dinner
लोग
that
देख रहे
day
थे और
with
like
13
वाइक
and
करो
a
यार
chicken
stream
dinner.
को.
They were able to prop up
1000
their
like कर दो,
performances
make it
there.
happen.
But that's what we talk about with
Let's go.
consistency. That's exactly what we need to see. In terms of the 3rd place bubble, what we've seen in previous years, the average to be able to beat the bubble has been about 177 points on the tally. That would be where you want to be. So if you can get up over 180, that's where
Vampire
you
को
want
at
to
least
find yourself.
2 chicken निकालना
looking
पड़ेगा
quite
आज.
safe. And for Vampire, they are
At least 2
currently
chicken and
66
बाकी matches में भी
points
consistent
behind.
top 5
And to
आना
get
पड़ेगा
66 points
तब
on a day
जाके
is
qualify हो
very,
सकता है.
very tough.
It's hard to
Or
use
else
metrics
no,
from previous
they
years
cannot.
in this group
Gap
as
is
well,
very high.
guys, just to give you
36 point का difference है, बहुत मुश्किल है भाई Vampire qualify होना.
lobby. Like John was saying, there is quite a big drop off between 4th down to 6th place, even 6th up to 5th.
Bro, rooted device है. अरे क्या बात कर रहे हो यार?
To catch up to Alpha 7.
Rooted कहाँ से आ गया?
12 elims, which is not a small game. Certainly possible.
This is not rooted. एकदम normal device है यार. Sponsored यार, पीछे admin खड़े रहते हैं यार.
Top of the lobby. And I'm wondering just how high
Come
we'll
on.
push that 3rd place tally.
Which team has
because
most fan
in
base
my
in
mind,
PUBG?
I
Spike
would
bro.
see Major Pride
अरे
getting
बहुत
more
सारे
than
teams
30
हैं fan
points
base के
today.
तो.
I would see Team Spirit
Nice
getting
knock,
more than 30
Tony.
points today.
Vampire
Tony K with
हो
the
रहा
first
है.
knock goes low,
Alpha
but doesn't
7
go
है.
down, crucially. There's a nade being cooked in the backlines for Aura, but Nuzi and Schweppes
गया
moving
मालिक.
around on the off angles there, and Nuzi catches the
भाई
player
गया
getting
हो
too
रहा है
big for his
esports
boots.
बाहर at
Tony
hashtag
K's healed up,
16.
and he's ready for the fight once more. Vampire
Bad
looks
start.
like maybe they are on form
Not
now.
the start ho-
shift
not
goes
the start Aura
northwest,
wanted.
keeps that walled compound in. Zeus in a prio compound still, and that hilltop to the south of boot camp can be moved in on.
दिक्कत बढ़ गया bro.
BTR get themselves a
Inco
lovely
versus
spot
MP.
over towards
Spirit
this western
versus
side.
Twisted.
In the meantime, we have Twisted Minds coming up against Team Spirit. Nades are in hand, and Team Spirit haven't quite pulled the trigger on this fight yet. And Twisted Minds just trying to get a little bit more information. And Nade is popped forward to clear that tree, so they know one.
Spike bro, आपका real name. My real name is
I think
Nitish
at this
Kumar
point in
Reddy.
time, they can start to pull back on the grenades a bit, but Effect is just going full send on this one.
They're feeling the waters right now. Don't want to overaggress. What's that crash going on in the background there? Demuerte over on towards Zeus. They're crashing straight to
उनको
the
दे रहा है
middle of the circle.
बेका भी knock.
Zeus will fall with one, but 2 of Demuerte
इधर Zeus दे रहा है
have already
DMR को.
gone
DMR
down
का
as
आखिरी
well.
बंदा
A
है
third
pusher.
as well. And now it's just Pusher left standing
Dabba.
for Demuerte to try and crash into the central compound. A third
अकेला क्या ही
party
कर लेगा?
aggression from
खत्म.
Decisive.
DMR
Rocket up
बाहर
all in one
by
vehicle.
Zeus
Zeus take
with
down
one
one
casualty.
team,
Rita
but
का
there's
baby
another right
Xavier भी आ
around the
गया
corner.
पास में.
Darkin did fantastic.
MSJ बाहर in the meanwhile.
Inside this building. Yes, he had a bit of support there from Maniac, but Zeus to lose one player on that crash really good when it didn't look so great at the beginning. Major Pride losing back at Evo Station out in the blue. This is versus Inco. First knock goes over towards Twisted Minds, but Coops retaliates for knock onto Effect.
Ooh, Vitali runs dry on ammo and runs dry on his luck as well as Major Pride have his number. 3 players alive for Major Pride from the southeast side. They'll strike towards the center now. They have to get a move on because the circle's pushing. Same story for Inco, but they're a little bit worse for wear. Nenobete sent away in the vehicle, trying to get ahead of this.
Spike bro,
trying to
Widers.
tail their rotation on in
थोड़ा
and play
game
that
पे focus
inside of the
करते हैं, बहुत कुछ हो
circle.
रहा है.
Team Spirit in the meantime finally striking over towards Twisted Mind. Matic strafing, moving, shooting, everything on the line for him to try and make his way through because Effect's already down. Playing on with 3, it's a little bit easier than playing with 2. And he's hopping into the vehicle. Unfortunately, they lose no meat because he stays out too long.
Team Spirit.
They will finish them off, get 16
6
into
finishes,
their
3 man
troubles.
strong.
I don't think they're too unhappy with this. It's just a question of being able to get
भाई
back
top 3
into
में
the
सिर्फ
zone
एक
now.
ही team
Plays
survive
actually
कर रहा
takes
है.
down
It's
no
Team
moves, so
Spirit.
It's not the worst thing in the world. But
It's time for
16 wins
DRX
Team
to
Spirit on
climb
this
up the
northeast
ladder.
Side. Not ideal. Now Kitsune going up against
उनको
Schweppes.
चाहिए
Outside in the blue
6
stage
points.
4. This thing is
नहीं.
ticking hard and Team Spirit will go
Ooh.
down.
8
But they do
points.
take themselves the top spot
To be
here.
to
I
be at
think
hashtag
Major
2.
Pride as well as Mirren Sejong have left the lobby, so that's all top 3
BTR का
out.
decent circle है. Same goes
Alpha
for
7
Loops.
have a chance
Vampire
to break
too.
in. So do DRX.
भाई बहुत
but
मुश्किल है
they're
predict
both in
करना
the
इस
same
मैच में
spot
कौन
now.
निकालेगा.
They have to crunch Harame, bro, and
But
I feel
Kings
like this
of
is pretty thematic
Sandhawk
to
को
what we've
कुछ
seen
तो
before.
हो
Get
गया
rid
भाई.
of those harrying harpies on Harame, bro. Take them
Nice
out.
nade करे लो.
Get rid of that threat, and you won't be bothered by them too much later on. DRX, Alpha 7, both extracting their pound of flesh retribution for the trouble that's been caused over the last few days.
McGrellan sending nades over the top here. There was a shot over towards Mafioso on the side. He did fall.
The zone is about to begin in 5 seconds. इन सारे teams को zone के अंदर जाना पड़ेगा.
Shield.
कोई गलती से knock हो गया तो zone से मर जाएंगे.
Yappy.
What will Alpha 7 do? DRX, Harame bro.
Sightlines on towards this as they come down the hill. As will
और भी एक
Zeus.
team है कौन?
So I think for
Harame bro
DRX
बाहर.
and Alpha 7, this is a tough push to make here.
Don't go.
Gatekeep कौन कर रहा है?
Kaxei is out.
Zeus?
Alpha 7 have 4. So there's a numbers advantage here. Vehicles, though, for DRX.
DRX need to be
on
very
side.
careful.
Looks like Alpha 7 may have 1 or 2 as well. Nade's going back and forth, a trade. Vying for the opportunity to push into the top 3
Carilo
here
knock
because it is
from
stagnant
Swaps.
now at the top.
ये zone के अंदर से मार रहे हैं Vampire वाले.
They
घंटा नहीं
spot
छोड़ेंगे
Schweppes.
Vampire.
They are looking for ascendancy.
Carilo
in
knock
this
from
match.
Loops.
Like, they found 7 limbs already, and they're safe on the north side.
Sorry,
The
Carilo knock
fact
हुआ था ना
that
पहले
they're able to
Vampire से
find a
finish हो
knockout
गया.
towards Alpha 7
My bad.
is a long shot.
I guess
to say
we'll
the
get
least.
the
You see how
DRX.
far they are from this fight. DRX sends downwards, and it really was a case of who's going to pull the trigger first on this rotate. They see a knock come through, so
Revo
DRX
knock.
is like, this is our prime time. Alpha 7 had done a good
Hyunbin
job
knock.
to maintain a lot of
Finish.
that high ground, but not to be much longer. Now Alpha 7 need to move out into open
Oh, no.
ground.
Last man
One
standing
found
ये
from
भाई Alpha
BTR.
7 का.
Gemforce looking to finish off the final play.
How
and
do you
that's
say
them out
L
for
लग गई
DRX.
in Brazil?
Last one's alive here. Alpha 7 get 3 E-limbs and
Yeah,
DRX
Alpha
are
7
now
बाहर
out
at hashtag
2.
6.
So all top 5 spots gone, and Team Spirit actually profit the most.
Vampire का क्या
Yes,
match?
6 elims on the game.
Art
They're on
finishes 4 man strong है
157
Vampire.
now, but this is a chance for Vampire to go for that catch-up game, to close that gap. And I mean, we said maybe it was out of the question. Maybe they didn't have the consistency. This is their time to
Vampire is
strike
onto
back.
something.
8 elims found on the north side of the circle. They're a little bit on the outside here, but with Loops out to their west, this is a fight they can handle.
It's crazy to see this. Vampires at the moment.
Bro,
they need to make
qualification
a
points
run
कितने
for
हैं?
the
अरे
top
top
of the
3 में होना
table.
चाहिए. मेरे
They
हिसाब से
said it
कट
was
ऑफ
about
आएगा
22 point
190 के
differential for
आसपास,
them.
190,
They need a
195.
chicken dinner and basically 13 elims to
Schwab
pop
finish.
the cap over the top of Alpha 7. They do take a knock, and Stone looks for more towards Loops. I mean, this is the game for Vampires.
अरे गंदा ही push
A
कर
roll
दी
down
Loops
for
वाले
Loops.
तो.
They want the fight. They're straight up into it.
This
and
is
they're
not the
good for
first time
one.
we saw Loops push
Immediately
like
finding
this.
that knock, and there's no response. Vampire have lost 2 players now.
You guys
Vampire
remember
have
right?
their
Day 1,
dream
day
to
2 पे
shatter
इरांगल में
the
भी same ऐसी push किए थे Loops ने
of
BDR पे.
Loops' roll up
इरांगल
there,
में.
but they've still got 2 to play with, and they're still on a decent
तो
northern
ज़्यादा
side
तारीफ कर दिया
position.
मैंने Vampire
Luke's
का.
descent here
They
is
got-
really, really tough, and Decisive have angles on it too.
It's a
बंदे
terrific
मर
push
गए
there
Vampire
coming
का.
through from Loops. They see the nade being
फालतू
pinned,
का.
been pulled. They know players are further down the hill. Likely it's just a front vanguard player, so they just rock up on them. But DXavia's had a lot of control over this lobby so far. They've been getting knocks. Not too many elims,
Loops को
but
भी डी हो रहा
again,
है.
this is where they can
एक ही
start
बंदा
to
बचा है
pick up
Loops
more
का.
of their points. BTR got very lucky on the circle shift where they were still on the western side. Were able to play down towards the southwest side of the lobby. This really doesn't favor
BTR
anyone.
कहाँ
this
बैठी है?
circle.
एकदम चुपचाप. लेफ्ट साइड बैठी है नीचे.
Very tough time to try and lead
Loops
from any of
बाहर.
these positions. I
At
mean,
hashtag
BTR
5.
right now, I
Wow.
feel like they have a very, very strong chance of taking this one home.
कल भी Vampire
Keeping
2 में
this
निकाला था,
compound,
आज भी
either of
निकाल
these two
सकता है.
teams going to have to make that move first, and
Zone-
neither
अरे
of them
नहीं,
going to be
zone नहीं
happy
है.
to do it.
Zone के बाहर है वो.
BTR can start to spread out, extend influence from that southwest side. Vampire have to push in from their position as well. It's very tricky. If I had to throw a prediction, it's almost always BTR in this spot.
And with this circle, though, it does keep both Zeus as well as DXavier in, which means that BTR's
एक घर
approach
के अंदर
is
3 बंदे.
pretty tough, to
Xavier
say the
Esports
least.
के.
They could play over towards that north side, and Zeus and DXavier are forced to fight. It really depends
Yeah.
whether this is a
Beautiful
clean fight
nade.
from one of these
Dub
two
by
teams. An
instantly.
initial knock like that is wonderful.
Oh.
Getting the instant cleanup onto it as well does put Zeus in a much stronger scenario.
Vampire का आखिरी बंदा है टोनी के.
Lamborghini on the inside, a hop
Hello.
forwards. Darkin able to evade the nade, get some damage in,
Oi,
the burn
nice
to
molly,
pen them
man,
in.
nice molly.
Another Molotov to keep BTR Zeus at bay, rather. Vampire did get taken down in the meantime on that western side. and that
Lamborghini,
gives
last
BTR
man standing
so
for
much
Xavier
room to
Esports.
move here. All 4 of their players alive. The burn in the shack
BTR
there.
ने बाहर कर
Leaves
दिया Vampire को.
Lamborghini last standing. 4DX Xavier,
great
a
nade.
bounce
It's a
on the
4v3v1.
nade. Should be good to make its way in, not quite. Lamborghini evades. They're just keeping BTR at bay with these Molotovs. How many more have they got? Because now Zeus at bay rather. They aren't allowed to step foot
Should be an easy chicken
inside
enough
this
for
building,
BTR.
and Zeus still have a thorn
Without
in their
any
side.
BT.
Yeah, next circle now makes life very difficult for both these teams. Zeus just
Yeah.
looking to conclude their fight here with
Zeus एकदम cornered है भाई.
There is a
बहुत
route they can
गलत
move
cornered
up
है.
to, but
How
BTR
can Zeus
position
survive
is
this?
Fairly cemented right
Absolutely
now. and this
zero
could
chance.
Absolutely be a BTR win.
Zero. Heal battle कोशिश कर
They're
रहा है
looking for the
भाई.
first aid. Yeah, they're not going to be able to
He'll
take
battle
this one
कोशिश कर
down.
रहा है, kill
Forwards
नहीं
they
देंगे.
go, and BTR.
And with that,
looking
BTR
to
is back.
defend
BTR
their
is 100%
position
qualified
in
with
the
this.
survival stage.
Zaxi is
The
back
roster
and BTR
swap
is back. मैंने बोला था
is
यार,
going
मैंने
to
कल ही
work
बोला
out
था.
wonders for
Zaxi
them.
को वापस लाओ तभी कुछ होगा.
Yeah, straight back to basics. As
हो
well
गया,
for
BTR
Again,
qualified.
They had so much space on that western
मतलब,
side to play.
not for
I
grand
think
finals,
that
I'm
circle
talking
comes
about
back
survival
down towards
stage.
that south side. It's maybe a different
Danger से
story.
बाहर हो गया,
And the fact
BTR.
that Zeus wasn't able to clean up their fight quick enough meant they
Good
couldn't move
start.
back to the hard cover in the front lines. But
Good
for
start.
BTR, very, very well done to them.
बोला था BTR
a
chicken
pleasing game. I mean, they did
लिख
fight
के
up
ले लो.
against some tough
Good prediction,
teams.
bro,
They
good prediction.
helped take down vampires, and this is just a great match for BTR.
कल जो experiment किया था BTR without Zaxi, it clearly did not work out. So that's why आज
Well,
side decision लिए वो. Zaxi को
roster
वापस
changes.
लाना.
Kind of good. BTR with a desperately needed game as well here, considering they were
Speaking
11th
of why
place
does
at the start of the
Crafton
match
doesn't
today. They
optimize
were
the
the
game.
bubble. But with the victory here, I
Same
don't
as
think
Game
they're
for
the bubble
Peace, they
any
are
longer.
using
But also a big game across
us
the board
for
as well,
money
right? Because we
only,
did have our
morally.
top teams go down.
I don't know internally
Vampires,
क्या
this is
चल
a
रहा है
big
क्या
opportunity for
नहीं.
them to put up some good points on
Let's
the
wait
leaderboard.
and let's hope for the best,
catch
bro.
up to that third place position. A lot happening here in our leaderboards, Max.
Yeah, I mean, BTR, Loops, Zeus, Xavier, all teams that were in the middle of the pack, especially BTR,
Good
were
start,
the
good start.
bubble, right, going into top 11. Getting a good game to kick off the day here, Hot Troops, in day 4 goes to show that they have that pressure on their shoulders and they know they need to perform. They have no other option here this time around. But man, BTR,
4MV कहाँ है?
going
4MV
back to the
group green
roster
में,
of day
bro. This is
1 was
group
the
yellow.
best decision ever.
Group yellow
for
का
the squad.
आखिरी दिन है आज.
Exactly what Jason
Group
said.
yellow
roster swap's
के
good.
बाद
I was
group
like,
red
is
आएगा.
it?
Yeah.
I was like,
Group
is
red
it?
4 दिन
Because, I
खेलेगा.
mean, they just
उसके
went back
बाद
to their
group green
game
आएगा.
one team and
तब
dude,
तुम्हें
they
देखने को
clutched it
मिलेगा
up
4MV.
so great here. And this was, I mean, so BTR, they land
Judo
on the
Alliance win.
Northwestern
Judo
Island, right?
Alliance
They
next.
hope for that circle.
I think green
If
में
it goes
शायद
their
Judo.
way, they usually are going to be able to put up some big points. It doesn't. It goes to mainland and it goes to that quarry
Judo
area.
is in
They're
group
able to
green.
push their way on in and get that chicken dinner, man. Beautifully done for this team. And right
Final
at the
के
right time, right?
क्या
You were just
prediction
saying
है
that, right? Like,
आपकी?
we need to see some good games
Finals
from
के लिए
this
अभी नहीं
squad
कर रहा हूँ मैं.
right
I'm
off
going
the
to
rip, and
watch
BTR
the
did it.
complete
And looking at BTR
tournament
overall, compared to
until
day
the
1, I remember how
last
they were playing
chance.
their Sanok. They were
Then
delaying their rotation
I'll
so
get an
much.
idea
Teams like
कि
Vampire,
teams कैसे
Esports
खेल रहा है,
would
कौन
leapfrog
form में है,
their
कौन
spot
नहीं.
and hold them off, keep their
उसके
positions
बाद मैं
against
करूंगा
the blue
prediction
zone.
finals का.
Now, they were
अभी
so
के लिए
quick to
समझ रहे हो?
rotate. They were so damn fast.
Dicey है थोड़ा
across
सा.
the Northwestern Island, as you mentioned.
Prediction
Drew,
अभी नहीं
that's
कर
where they
पाऊंगा.
drop. And then
Did you
crossing
saw the
over
grand
finals
finals
area,
for
they were
League of
also
Legends
so
yesterday?
quick to respond to
मैं
that
थोड़ा
censorship
family
on
के साथ
phase
बाहर
three,
था.
so BTR, I
तो
don't
मैंने
think it's just
live
the
तो नहीं
roster
देखा,
sheet
but
worked
I have
out. It
seen
feels
the-
like they know they need to go for
the
these
hype.
quick rotations. It's been working
Faker,
great for the top
the
teams, especially
undisputed
like, you know,
champion,
Sage.
not
It's like,
undisputed,
do a bit of
back-to-back
that,
champion.
and it worked great.
Interesting.
So they're just going to keep doing this, I think, for the rest of the
That
day.
team is built different,
That's
yeah.
interesting, yeah. Because in my view,
The team
I
is
thought
built
that they
different.
came in a little bit late. You know, I thought BTR
Back-to-back
was kinda,
champion
like,
बनना
up in
is
that blue
not
zone, just
everyone's
coming in
cup of
ever
tea.
so slowly, right there towards the end. They got a good hard shift and they capitalized.
भाई कोरिया का
on it.
crazy चल
But
रहा
when
है
we
इस
talk
साल.
about Marie Sejong, that's why they went down.
I'll
but
not
that's
be
also
surprised
why
अगर
they
इस बार
won
PMGC
so
का
many
champion
games,
कोरिया
right?
का
'Cause I
team
was
बनेगा
looking
तो.
back at their play
They are doing
yesterday,
really good.
after the games we saw.
देख
And
D+
it's
किया का
so
performance हमने
crazy to
देखा
see
भी
their
नहीं.
speed. Most
MSJ,
majority of top
DRX,
teams,
they are
when they
killing
try
it
to
so
get a
far.
good central position,
So, you know,
they'll leapfrog their
it
way
might
in.
happen.
They'll still take a little hesitation to scout
By Chinese
things out.
teams mean
MSJ,
aggression,
they
but
don't
what
scout.
happened
They
to
just
RSG?
full send it to the center, to the best compound.
इनका natural
to
game
try
तो ये
and
नहीं है
win the
bro.
game.
इतना मैं बता
And it
सकता हूँ
has
मैंने
worked for them
जितना
in the
मैंने
past,
देखा.
right? And let's be real.
They are not
If
playing
they
in their
won that fight with
natural
RSG,
element for
they
some
could
reason.
have won the game, right? But
They are getting picked off
It's a super
very
it's a
easily. Hopefully.
coin flip risk. What do you think about them taking that right now, Max?
What is scouting? That's really the question.
Yeah, what is
even
it?
is a scouting?
Hopefully,
The thing
hopefully
is,
they
it's do
qualify
or die right now
and
for
by
MSJ in terms of
final से पहले वो
or you
थोड़ा
go with a big game, you get the win, or
catch up
you
कर ले.
don't get much. And in this case, They
अपनी
didn't quite
mistakes.
get much, but here's
Bro,
17
format समझा
points
दो ये
on the board,
tournament का.
exactly what BTR needed.
भाई
But
tournament
Zeus
total
here,
48
man, we
invited
keep talking about this squad being
45
an underdog team in
teams
this
है
group,
total
and they are
PMGC में
currently
from
solidifying
across the
their
world.
spot to go into the
ये
survival
48
stage.
teams
So,
को
man,
3
Zeus,
ग्रुप में डिवाइड
I'm
किया गया है.
actually really impressed.
Yellow,
Them and Mir and Sage
red
have been the
and
two
green.
biggest surprises for me this
Each
tournament.
group में 16 teams है.
Maniac, he was like
तो
basically
each group
1v3 in
4
the
दिन
stages
खेलेगा.
there, right? We saw him
Yellow
cross
4
the
दिन,
road by
red
himself,
4
the
दिन,
nade
green
in
4
hand, he
दिन.
gets a knock onto Lambo,
And ये
gets
4
a
दिन
follow-up
खेलने
knock
के
on
बाद जो
someone
भी
else,
टीम्स टॉप
closes
3
the
पे रहेंगे
elimination
वो
on
जाएंगे
that,
डायरेक्टली ग्रैंड
and
फाइनल्स
allows
में.
Zeus to potentially
And
clear
जो
off
भी
the
bottom
Xavier,
5 पे
but
रहेंगे
it is,
वो जाएंगे सीधा
unfortunately, some
घर.
other teams out there. I
And
mean,
जो भी
one thing that's unfortunate,
4th
Mir
से
and
लेके
Sage are
11th
only
तक
2
रहेगा.
points.
वो
Team
सारे
Spirit
टीम्स
up
जाएंगे
6,
सर्वाइवल
even
स्टेज
in a
में.
not so good game for them,
सर्वाइवल
getting those
स्टेज
6
के बाद
points
लास्ट
on the bad
चांस
game
लास्ट
allows
चांस के
Team
बाद
Spirit to
ग्रैंड
take
फाइनल्स.
first place away from
तो
them.
ऊपर से
A
ये
little
है
bit of a
फॉर्मेट.
shame,
इन
though, as the
डिटेल
more
चाहिए तो
we did see that crash
आप गूगल
onto
करके
the
लिक
comp
विकिपीडिया पे
that
पढ़
Zeus
सकते हो.
had. But they lost the fight.
बहुत
and then
लंबा
Decisive,
फॉर्मेट है.
if I'm not mistaken, was like, okay, you know, we'll kind of crash into here, but we'll just
BTR.
crash into the west side of the buildings, and we're just gonna chill here
Nice.
for a while and play replacements.
It's so crazy. I mean, different strategies.
Gen
just
Force
pulling out the
MVP
victory right there. I
of
love
match
to see
one.
that,
भाई
especially
आरएसजी
from-
से अच्छा तो
I
नोवा
don't
आ
mind it.
जाती.
I don't
अरे
mind when we see a team
रिजल्ट
like,
ओरिएंटेड
full send
थिंकिंग
it to
कभी
center
रख के
and go
कोई
out.
फायदा
Because
नहीं
it
होता है
means to
ब्रो.
me like they're going
रिजल्ट
for
देख
the
के
chicken
किसको
dinner.
पता
They're
ऐसा
not
खेलेगा
trying
आरएसजी
to
बोल के.
fight off and put some placement points on the board. No, they're going for
किसी
that
को
win,
नहीं.
and teams like Zeus,
किसी
those
को
kind of
नहीं.
squads, they need those wins. So
भाई
I'm
पाकिस्तान
not-
का बेस्ट
I'm not at
5
all
प्लेयर
mad to see
लाइनअप
that kind of play. I
ब्रो.
mean, it's unfortunate
और
it didn't
चैट
work
में अगर
out,
कोई
but they
देख रहा
tried,
है
right?
भी तो बताए.
Yeah, we're in the
Pakistan को
reality
उतना follow
right
नहीं
now
किया
where
bro
that
मैंने.
bridge did not work out. But what if it did work out for Tumwete? Maybe
That's
they would
right.
be the one, you know, taking the chicken
मुझे
dinner
नहीं
home this
पता.
time around. So that breach was going to be
So
quintessential.
currently hashtag
We
1
got
पे चल
a
रहा है
new
Team
first
Spirit
place team
157.
on the leaderboard, so it is going to be Team Spirit.
MSJ
1 point
hashtag
ahead
2
of Mir and
156.
Sejong.
Hashtag
And,
3.
the boys
Also
on here,
Korea
Jason,
DRX
on top.
152.
What did I say earlier, gentlemen?
Major Pride भी
when we
152.
were discussing
और
Group
चिकन
Yellow
डिनर ज्यादा है
and
DRX
seeing
का
the
इसलिए वो
team
hashtag
being
3
cursed
इमेजिन
with yellow.
इमेजिन एंड में
Third
hashtag
and
3 and 4 का
fourth
सेम
place
पॉइंट है.
difference is one chicken
बस
dinner.
चिकन
They're
डिनर्स
tied
की
at
वजह से वो
152
क्वालिफाई हो
points.
गए ग्रैंड
Oh,
फाइनल्स के
man,
लिए.
if this continues to happen today,
That
this
would
is
be
gonna be
brutal.
absolutely insane. And I think any team next year going into PMGC does
Alpha
not want
7,
to be put into Group
12
Yellow.
points का difference
But
है
yeah, we do
hashtag
have a
3 के
new,
लिए.
leading team here, Vampire. They're still 14 points behind Alpha 7, but they did start to close that lead quite a bit.
Vampire
here,
is
so they're
closing
definitely
in.
Need to if they want to try to breach that top 3.
I mean, they closed it in a big way. Let's be real. There's only 6 matches left today. Now there's
भाई
only
हो रहा
5 left,
and
right?
इनको
So
के बीच
they're
में
that one
25
team
points का
that,
difference है.
Max was talking about
25.
to crush it.
That's not looking
my
good.
Gosh. Inco.
hashtag 12 and 11 के बीच में गैप बन गया.
Make it to the survival stage.
सिर्फ 5
So
मैचेस
I can
बचे.
Cheer you on then. Again.
Wow.
No. Stop.
I know.
Only
I
a
know.
chicken can save the
Listen,
teams.
You know what? I gotta have hope.
Chicken
I gotta
equal
have
to
hope for my
qualify.
Inco squad,
Chicken
you know,
equal
but
to
at the
qualify.
same time, man, it's just not looking good here. The survival stage is gonna
Let's
be
see.
slam packed with how the top of the leaderboards look.
Yeah, I feel a little bit bad here.
भाई
just
आरएसजी
for
क्वालिफाई
Rame Bro.
चैंपियंस
They had
बन
a
के
good
क्वालिफाई
entry
हुए
into the
हैं.
circle,
यस
and
पीएमजीसी
unfortunately,
क्वालिफायर्स
they had 2 teams
में hashtag 1 आए थे वो
around them, and that was Alpha
China
7
में.
and DRX, 2 top
Of
teams
course,
And
currently
they got
in the
qualified
leaderboard
like that
contending
only.
for top 3 spot. I feel bad.
Alpha
for them.
7
they
may
couldn't
make
do
it.
much about it, but
Yeah,
it
they
was
might.
a good entry point from Harame Bro. But
But
really,
Korea-
when it comes down to this team,
Korea
they
is
struggle with
एंट्री
it.
अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा
भाई स्पाइक भाई
कैजुअल
2
Scenario,
चिकन
taking the
चाहिए
fight,
अल्फा 7 को
was
एटलीस्ट
the
आज.
least good option. It
Same
was
goes for
the worst option for them.
Vampire
So
also.
they were
दो
close to
chicken.
doing it, but,
दो
let's
चिकन
see if
चाहिए
they
ही
can try
चाहिए.
and get another good game under
जिस
their belt later
जिस
on today.
कंसिस्टेंसी से टीम
Man,
स्पिरिट
it's gonna come down to like
कोरिया
one
खेल रहा
little,
है.
like micro play. That's gonna be the
Bottom
difference
teams को
from
catch up
winning and
करने के
losing
लिए
this
ना
game. So like looking
दो
back at
चिकन तो
that
निकालना
game,
ही
yeah, we
पड़ेगा.
saw Alpha 7 and DRX go at it on the south side, but BTR was there to gatekeep both of them and was able to take them out. Another thing
Major
that I wanna
pride
point
भी.
out though was with Vampire.
ऊपर नीचे,
right?
ऊपर
They
नीचे
were
हो रहा है.
rocking a 2-2 split. And I gotta give it to Loops, right? Because Loops had a little
How many
bit of an
teams
idea
will qualify
that maybe the
from this
squad was
group?
a little
Top
bit
3 or
split
4?
up.
Top
They
3
full
top
sent
3
they
for
full
grand
sent
finals.
that 2 players that were on top of the hill.
Bro, say
They
about
rushed them
Tianba.
out, and
Tianba
that
is
kind
a
of
force
forced
to
Vampire
reckon
be in a
with.
bad spot. If Vampire
group
would have
red
been
में
a little
आएगा,
bit more grouped
तब
up,
देखते
I
हैं.
think we could have possibly seen them win win this game. What do you think about
बहुत
that?
गंदा
I
चुप
think
किए वो
Schweppes was
PL
going
में.
on these wide angles a little bit
Hopefully
too
they
often,
do
and
better
he was lucky enough
here.
against Team Spirit to not go out. I think that if he got knocked, then they're down to 3 instantly, and their chances of winning the game are pretty much done at that point. But then they sent out
TJB और
Loops, and
Tianwa
actually good
मलेशिया
on Loops. Instead
पहुंच
of setting
चुके
the
हैं.
vampire
देखा
with
मैंने.
a misstep here, I really
Updates
want to
देखा
highlight
मैंने.
that Loops saw that mistake coming out
वो
of
चाइना का
Vampire,
फ्लैग पकड़ के
and
फोटो खींचे थे ना,
instantly
मैंने
sent it
देखा
down
वो.
to claim control of those rocks, which were going to be so important as a transition point.
Winning
For
prize.
the circle
Total $3
afterwards
million
is
का
not
prize
quite
pool है.
favorable for them, Jukes,
पता
but
नहीं.
I gotta say, Loops
Winners को
maybe
कितना
also
मिलेगा?
good
बहुत ज़्यादा
change
ही
of
मिलेगा.
mindset. They want to go for these big games, and that was definitely at that point in time the right move in my eyes.
Well, also similar for Zeus because we were watching, right? We were seeing
Alpha 7 हो जाएगा लगता है.
north and we were looking at
मैं honestly बताऊं तो भाई
without any sort of
मेरे को नहीं लग रहा है Alpha 7 हुआ qualify.
A lot of teams
honestly
really
बता
showing they have an understanding of what's happening in the game and an understanding of kind of where teams are.
कोरिया के दोनों teams qualify हो जाएंगे लग रहा है मुझे.
But the thing is, you only
and
get
team
1 cent off
spirit.
a day. Now you go into
अगर गलती से
and potatoes.
कोई बाहर हुआ तो I think major pride हुआ
qualify.
qualify. Alpha 7 का
and honestly
कुछ एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी करना पड़ेगा अल्फा 7 को तभी
एंट्री
होगा.
अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
नेक्स्ट 5 मैचेस में 2 चिकन और बाकी 3 मैचेस में थोड़ा समझ लो consistent performance.
South Korea in general is good on our angle, not just Mir and Sejong. Of course, they are going to be.
What about next official in India? Next official तो काफी टाइम है bro, काफी टाइम है.
Chicken dinner on that map, and it was so good because it was.
By the way, कल
sevens is not just a small
कल
win.
हॉक्सी
They are
भाई
big wins typically, so they're currently in second and third place.
कल हॉक्सी भाई मेरे को फॉलो किया इंस्टाग्राम
I
में.
don't know how long you can hold on to that first place, man. Going into a wrangle, that is going to be a challenge and a half. I'm going to tell you that.
किसी ने कुछ टैग वैग कर दिया होगा इसको.
When it comes to MSJ, I'm starting to get a little bit concerned for them here.
What danger भाई. Current rising star of Korea. Hoxie.
Of sending it to full center. The thing is that if other teams did their homework,
Hoxie is like,
if they recognize that, hey, we're one of the.
I should not compare, but Hoxie is like Doc, you know.
Could be coming for us, right? Let's prepare.
मारने वाला IG.
And that's
टोचन देने वाला IG.
It's more difficult for them because they've lost the element of surprise. So I'm interested to see if they're going to mix it up here.
Well, and if you out there that are an avid esports fan, you know that South Korea is here to play after a big victory yesterday, and we'll see if Mir and Sejong can claim that title yet again here.
Who is Hoxie?
That first place.
MSJ का IGL है.
Aaron go the day. So back on over to John Allen and Blank to take us away.
चलो, the match 2 has begun.
He used our real names.
Goodness
me, what a polite man Jason has become over the last Sandhawk. Because it seems
what do you think about I8 in Group Red? Palak, PMSL, they're the best representative for Pakistan, right? As far as I know, हर बार बहुत consistent है Palak तो. So let's see यार, expectations तो नहीं है मेरे को ज़्यादा.
What's going over on this map, and I mean for the South Korean teams,
we'll see.
Right, you know, our angle has always been a very, very strong map.
I hope they do good.
Back in the days of D plus Kia.
RSG निकालेगी ये मैच. Toxin भाई.
We saw it from Mirror John. This is where they take some of the most aggressive 2-2 splits and where they're able to find a lot of space from the map. We do have somewhat horizontal playing path here that leans down.
But RSG needs 1 chicken dinner and they'll be back in the game.
Ability to get
1 chicken dinner
without too much worry.
But it is too much to ask.
See if Muerte heads over towards.
Bro, अगर अतीना होता.
And we get another Sosnov.
अतीना कहाँ से आ गया?
That would be good. I do love a military circle.
Hura needs to also make a comeback.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
It's one of the main set play scenarios.
Karthik Malara, thank you for the 40 and Birdie bhai, thank you for the donation. मैंने बस आपका चैट पढ़ा, मैंने मेंशन नहीं किया. Thank you. समीर पठान, thank you for the 40. आपकी फेवरेट टीम करेंटली मेरे को इस लीग में तो मेरे को सबसे ज्यादा इंप्रेस किया एमएसजे ब्रो. बट माय फेवरेट टीम एवरीवन ऑलरेडी नोस इट्स अल्फा 7. बट इस लीग में सबसे ज्यादा आई एम मोस्ट इंप्रेस्ड विद एमएसजे.
I think you need 2 circle shifts. You need one that's a hard shift down towards the south, and then.
Spike by आपके अकॉर्डिंग सबसे टफ ग्रुप कौन सा है?
I do think that it is going to be.
मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो ग्रुप रेड लगा मेरे को.
Teams got to keep it in the back of their minds, which
because
is
उसमें
frustrating.
सारे टपाटप देने वाली टीम्स है.
Likely where we'll see.
But majority are saying it's this group yellow.
With this kind of circle, it is really difficult.
It's fine, it's close. कोई मेजरमेंट वाली मीटर नहीं है ऐसा लगा के मेजर करने के लिए कौन सा ग्रुप हार्ड है. सबका अपना अपना ओपिनियन होता है. मेरे हिसाब से तो रेड ब्रो, रेड मेरे को डेडली लग रहा है.
Try and settle a little bit further up and take some of these compounds in this area because technically the center of the circle is farm.
उसमें पीएल का विनर टीम है, पीएल का रनर अप टीम है, फैल्कन्स है.
Always the greatest of loot down there, but there is plenty of positions.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
और ये बताया ना ब्रो.
A ton of loot.
I just answered your question.
Towards Pachinki. And they'll be pleased with themselves.
Favorite team is Alpha 7 only.
Very nice rotates over towards.
But MSJ is
particularly with this
very impressed with MSJ.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
Alpha 7 निकालेगी इस मैच में.
That previous match.
I hope so brother. I'll be the happiest. अगर वो लोग निकाल के फिर सिक्योर करेंगे अपना स्पॉट टॉप 3 में तो.
Yesterday you were actually on the roster. Today you're not. Why did you guys decide to make that change?
Okay. This is group red according to power ranking.
Dan hari ini kalian mengganti lagi sekali lagi roster dan
team reject qualify हुई क्या? No bro. Reject will be missed in this PMGC.
Mungkin karena dari segi
They couldn't make it.
apa namanya?
कोरिया में इतना कंपटीशन है, तुम लोग को अभी दिख रहा होगा. That's why Reject couldn't qualify through Rivals Cup.
The reason why we changed
They
for the
couldn't.
is because of I mean from
मुझे लगा
last
कर
day,
लेगा, but
we tried to
नहीं.
reset the mentality for the players. And
Korean
then
teams have
today,
stepped up
the coach
their
staff
game.
maybe think that they are ready, and that's why we changed the roster.
Well, so far,
IHC है red में. अरे red अच्छा है bro. I like.
Let's see what BTR can
I'm
do
going
for
to
the rest
enjoy
of the
red matches. Not like I'm not enjoying these matches,
what's most
but
interesting to me there is that they spent 6 matches.
जो style में खेलने वाले teams मेरे को पसंद है, वो style,
yellow,
वो
going
teams
for a mental
majority
reset
red
strat.
में है.
That feels like a very big investment here. It's a bit of a gamble, but as
Waiting
Seven
for
said,
Leon
that
DZ.
gamble has paid off so far today, but they've still got 5 more.
आएगा. कल से.
Somewhat calculated because where they are in the
I think
tables,
you do. किसमें है, green या red में?
some of our teams
मैंने
in
उतना
that
notice नहीं किया.
risky position of being in the bottom 5 that are going to be going out. They work still a little bit far behind BTR. So you have a chance to take
Alter Ego red में है ना guys? Alter Ego कौन सी group में है?
Return the players that you subbed out back into
Alter
the
Ego
fold if they
is
have
also a
little
very good
rest.
team.
Seen as, you know, it can be quite tough coming towards a PMGC because you basically get into the venue, you have one night to yourself, and then that's it. You're straight into the games. So maybe giving some of your best players a little bit of chance to that rest. Like you say, it is a risky maneuver, particularly where they were on the tables.
Paraboy वाली है क्या? Paraboy नहीं है bro. Paraboy वाली team qualify नहीं कर पाए.
That can sometimes be the important decision to make, and might
अभी
be one of
struggling
the
phase में
most
चल रहा है
important
Paraboy का.
decisions BTR has made during this group stage.
In general,
On
the
paper
bubble
तो बहुत
last
तगड़ा
year,
team है वो.
talk about
बहुत
how it's
तगड़ा
difficult
team है.
to talk about averages, but the
But
best
on paper
indicator
तो
we
on
have
paper है
where
ना.
the bubble will sit is what it was on average last
Practically
year.
it did not work out.
On average last year, you needed 120 points to get on up.
Bro, yesterday you said a player from Korea is two finger thumb. Who is it? No, I did not say two finger thumb.
Well,
I said thumb player.
in general, it's looking like maybe
MSJ का
we're
Hoxie.
starting to solidify our bottom 5. The
Thumb
gap between
player
12
है
and
वो, but
11
he's not two
is
finger.
25 points.
I
right
think
now,
he's
Glenn.
4.
That is a big gap to close. And Hot Juke's definitely
I think he's
wanting
4
Go to
fingers.
defend that spot in 11.
Two finger
So
कोई
we
नहीं है
can
bro.
Talk about them more.
Anyone who is
yap on
competing
about them even more.
in
How-
this
how
level,
great
there is
they
no
are,
two
how
finger player.
incredibly good they
Not
are.
that I
They're
know of.
Just about not losing by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, because if we look at it that way, with 120 points,
Chengxi and Paraboy both in same team. No. Chengxi is in Rogue Warriors.
Profit 50 points.
Paraboy
over the
is in
next 5 games, right? Not
JD.
to mention if Inco gets a little bit further into these matches as well, where they're able to pick up some nice points for themselves and push that bubble maybe. A little
RSG
bit
is
higher
literally under
than
pressure
120.
this
You have a
time.
situation
Don't know
where
why they are
Horror,
not utilizing their gun
they
power.
are so far out of the picture right now. It would.
भाई बस एक
require
मैच निकाल दे
what
आज.
we
एक
would
मैच.
call,
RSG.
a PMGC
And बाकी matches में बस top
winning
5.
type of day.
They'll
And
qualify.
50 points over 5 games. That's
This is not their
10 point average.
potential,
It's
yaar.
hard. It's real tough.
This is not the true potential. The
We
way
would
they are
call
playing
that
in
a
this
PMGC
league.
winning type of day. You're right. We would absolutely.
We'll
call
see.
it
We'll
that.
see.
And
अभी
it would
5
be
matches
a
बचे. Let's not
miracle,
talk.
to turn things around in that sort of.
Let's
in
not
that sort
talk
of
about
fashion for them. And at this point, I'm counting Twisted Minds out. They're playing for
them
fun at this
disqualifying
stage.
or getting
I do
eliminated.
not expect them to be able to make it.
At
Entry
work
अच्छी है,
and
लेकिन
enjoying your
बैठने का
stream.
तरीका अभी
जैसी
बड़ा
भाई.
casual।
Players play again. I'm
कोई
wondering
कुछ नहीं
if,
बोलेगा तुम्हारे वर्क
Twisted Minds
करते करते enjoy
swap
करो
one of
stream
these
को.
players out, right? Bring like a seasoned IGL
Tony
on
K is 3
board,
finger, yes.
depending on who's
We are talking
available
about
to
2
pick
finger,
up
but 2 finger
into
कोई
the
नहीं है.
next
3
season.
finger है.
Because in EMEA,
3 finger
they did very well.
2-3
right?
players है.
It was a case of they sometimes lacked that little bit of leadership here in PMGC.
3
so
finger तो
perhaps
2-3 players
to
है.
try and fold that into the mix, keep the air that you've been able to gain, and try and
Vampire Tony के 2
mature
finger.
it
No
just
bro.
a little bit more. It's very interesting as a roster.
Makes a
Godel
bit of a wild card as well.
5RYNS. No bro,
which
he's
some
not.
teams
He's
will
not 2 finger. He's 3
certainly
finger.
Worried about them and Muerte, just because they don't really have much left to lose at this point. Playing out their games, they can go for risky maneuvers. They know that, you know, there might be
Liquid
a
किस
world
group
in
में
which
है?
they can
I
get
think
20
green.
points on a match, but I think for Twisted Minds, typically this would have to be 20
Spike
points.
Bhai, what do you love in Chinese teams? Mine is aggression. Please reply.
That's where you do set yourself up for a
Calculative
chance towards the
gameplay.
end of the day, but it has to come now. I think if you come into match
Their
3, you're still
calculative
looking for
gameplay.
that 20 pointer, then
Their
it's game
approach and
over. I think at
understanding
that point,
towards the
Twisted
game.
Minds,
जिस
they
तरीके से
might
वो
start
angles
doing
बनाते
some weird stuff in this group stage,
Overall,
making some
complete players है
strange
भाई China
rotations that
वाले.
catches teams off guard.
They
And
have
that is
the
always
most
the scary thing.
understanding towards the game.
We are seeing a few teams start to break over that one.
Why are you not
barrier, and I mean,
talking about Alpha 7? They have won previous championship.
They are the team lowest down on the
I
table.
talk about Alpha 7 the most, bro. What do you mean I don't talk
right
about?
now.
Why am I not talking about Alpha 7?
As well, very close to that mark.
सबसे ज़्यादा मैं उसी टीम के बारे में बात करता हूँ.
Fairly good for it. Next
Maybe आप
shift
stream
comes
पूरा
through.
नहीं देखते हो.
It's not going to be a massive dramatic shift to Sosnovka. Instead, we're going
पूरा
to
farm
head
circle है.
around that southeast side of Pachinki.
So fielded area on this position. You've got the chopsticks as well involved. Storm drains over towards Pachinki. This isn't always the most comfortable position, but there is going to be a quick rotate from a lot of teams who are already fairly central.
एक भी बंदा मरा नहीं भाई अभी तक.
Technically quite a kind shift on the circle. It's not.
What the hell is
horribly over
going
towards
on?
that western side, and most teams were set up and ready for it. I think Kitsune from Team Spirit, who is the most central team right now, they already have an outpost set up for them they could return to. MSJ made a very fast rotate over towards a position. I think that's just on the south side of Pachinki.
Yeah, you're going to be trying to take up residency there. And again, a
Guys,
central position.
एक अलग क्वेश्चन
Maneuvers
पूछूंगा मैं अभी तुम लोग को
being
बताना.
created,
सबसे पहला कौन सा टीम बाहर होने वाला है?
simulated and enacted
सबसे
here
पहला
for
कौन सा
the
टीम बाहर होने वाला है?
hill position. On the northeast side, going to be moving on a little bit closer.
Which team is going to get
potentially
eliminated
a little bit?
at hashtag
Alpha 7,
16?
they're playing a little bit far out on the west and a little bit far away compared to where
I
the rest
hope
of the
I'm
teams
wrong.
are going.
That last match on Saturday
But I'm going to guess.
by the way, just in terms of the leaderboards.
I'm going to guess.
With Team Spirit taking first place with 6 elims on that game, by the way. Everyone went down fairly early, only a few points gained. So for Team Spirit, that was possibly the best scenario that could happen.
Alpha जो भी Alpha 7 लिख रहे भाई तुम्हारी
I can't
मत लिख Alpha 7. छी
with how that went, that game
भाई गलत
actually
क्वेश्चन
played
पूछ लिया
out.
मैंने
So no one really gets
मैंने
too
पढ़ा
far
शायद.
ahead of one another, and it's somewhat.
जो भी Alpha 7 लिख रहे हैं ना भाई
again,
देख लूंगा तुम लोग को
on our
मैं.
angle.
I mean, they talked about it on the desk, right? How
Very bad question, right?
historically,
But
Group Yellow
समझ
has
रहे हो
just
कोई ना
always
कोई
been this
होना
group of
चाहिए
tiebreakers
बाहर
for the third
at
place
some point.
position.
देख
What I
लेते
would
देख लेते.
love so much.
पढ़ लिया मैंने.
It's
काफी लोग
probably
Alpha
my
7
greatest desire today.
RSG लिख रहे हैं.
Is for
Twisted लिख रहे
all
हैं.
three of the top three teams.
Godlike लिख रहा है भाई.
And that fourth place team to be tied with them as well.
ज्योति
That's what I want.
ज्योतिषमय
It'd be tough, but
Godlike
Going
लिख रहा
even
है.
further. I mean, the point is,
MP.
it's not out of the question. 157 to 152. 5
मेरे दिमाग में आया था
points in
DMR.
first and fourth.
But we'll see.
It's wild. It's wild at the moment. Major Pride once again ducked out from that top 3 just by a tiebreaker that came through.
हो रहा.
Alpha 7 very close by to Vampires.
ओए Vampire versus Alpha 7.
You know, I think that game
Early fight.
Angle versus DRX for Alpha 7 kind of ducked their confidence. I think they're one of the few teams that is really, really
निकल
good
गया,
at playing
भाई ये होता तो मजा था
lineup.
पता.
We have split off angles, and for them to get so brutally destroyed by DRX, it does knock the confidence. Thinking we're the best in the
And the
world
zone-
at this type of maneuver. Really, no one's been able to defeat us doing this type of thing in the past.
Danger
For it
circle, bro.
Suddenly just to go all wrong as
The
DRX
fight has
pulls the
begun.
trigger on them.
इनको का
it's
पिटाई
not
चल
great.
रहा है.
I think that
Major Pride मार रहा है.
a ton of elims from somewhere. I think it's Inco. Yeah, damn.
2 men down.
Getting two
Bro,
on
usually
side.
I
एंट्री
watch
अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा
Get
कैजुअल
that
है.
tiebreaker
Jesse भाई,
scenario,
thank you brother,
head
thank
over
you.
the top of DRX.
इनको के 2 बंदे गए.
By 2 points, though, it's still very shaky and very early days
और एक
into
गया.
the lobby. Major Pride currently very
Last
central
man
on the
standing है
shift. It
इनको
goes
का.
hard north
एक
east
भी
on the
बंदा
circle,
chat में नहीं बोला
but in
इनको बोल के
general,
बता.
our teams are okay with this.
Not
It
even
goes
one
out to the
person
east
said
side
it's
of
Inco.
Pachinki again, back over towards Potato Hill. Just a little bit closer to it. DX Xavier very split right now and just about going for that regroup. They have managed to recoalesce. They had a lot of their team over
Rev
on
हो
that
गया.
south side and they
It's 2 men
moved
now.
around RSG, who are currently south of that now regrouped position. Twisted Minds, they are out on this west side.
Alpha 7 तो starting में fight ही नहीं लेता. First wipe होने के सवाल ही नहीं है. Exactly, वो नहीं लेते वो. वो 5th के बाद enter करते fight में.
I mean, head on over. I think this will be our Major Pride replay. Yep.
भाई गलत ड्राइविंग किया भाई गलत.
Too close for comfort.
Spike by
and it
big
is a
fan, but
lovely
Alpha
spray
7
down.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा
कोई
कैजुअल.
बात नहीं. ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए नहीं हुआ तो क्या दिक्कत है.
Moved up with the rest of
देख
Twisted
लेंगे
Minds
हम.
and able to get that angle. The nades, the
Survival
barrage to
stage में
keep
देख
their
लेंगे.
teammates
Vampire
safe
एक
is
बंदा मर
already
गया ना.
gone. He's being dusted there. And now Vampire
Twisted.
send away Alpha 7. They're moving up. They're trying to catapult themselves
भाई
into this
Twisted
rotation.
qualify
Try and
होने के लिए
sideswipe
पता
on the broadside, but it's not working
भगवान ही
out.
कुछ कर सकता
Vampire
है
too quick.
भगवान एकदम ट्रिपल चिकन दे दे तब होगा क्वालिफाई Twisted
over the top. They see a nade in hand. We'll back it off just a little bit with Mafioso up on high. So this is Twisted Minds versus Alpha 7.
ये edge खेलने वाली है Alpha 7.
Currently going up against the 16th.
That means Twisted versus Alpha 7 is about to happen.
Bounce for Mafioso. One sent through, and they are downhill, and Twisted Minds control this high ground, and I think Alpha 7 were hoping for a bit more of an extended fight between Vampires and Twisted Minds. They can make it through. Instead, they take the opportunity of Alpha 7 being like, we're going to give up some of our angles here, and instead try and push on this third party. And Vampires are like, well, we will just get out of here. It was the angles that you were holding that was preventing us from moving all that much.
Vampire desperately don't want to go down, and least of all to Alpha 7, the team that they
Bro, can you give any
अच्छी
tips
है
about
लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
They had a very strong
Bhai, it's all about joystick positioning, bro.
Themselves another lifeline into the top.
Jiggle is
एंट्री
all
अच्छी है
about
लेकिन बैठने का
joystick
तरीका अभी
position.
बड़ा कैजुअल है.
फोन पकड़ो एकदम अच्छा ग्रिप में पकड़ो. नेचुरली तुम्हारा थंब कहाँ जा रहा है ना वहां रखो तुम्हारा जॉयस्टिक. जिगल अपने आप अच्छा हो जाएगा.
Slipping behind the pack, and this is a very important game for them to keep up and into this fight.
If you want fast jiggle, joystick छोटा करो.
Bang on top of Team Spirit.
Accurate jiggle चाहिए तो बड़ा करो.
So happy with this one. Again, 2 chances in a row here for Team Spirit. Sandhawk was not.
अरे क्या get in किया. बच गया भाई.
But this has to be the game.
Views on Vampire Esports reply दे दे. Alpha 7 and Vampire are
definitely doable. It's
equally performing in this league so far.
Them so safe on
They're
the
doing good.
It's a strong spot on the map to play. Twisted Minds currently getting pulled apart.
But DRX कहाँ से आ रहा है Suez?
By Alpha 7, Doran plays
X Factor बन
the
सकता है
front line.
Suez. Alpha 7 को दिक्कत देने के लिए.
At all.
You might stand
Revo
behind
knock.
the smoke, but the
Revo
bullets go
finish.
straight on through. A little clap back there, maybe a bit of danger.
DRX.
Revo going down. DRX looking for shots. Twisted Minds, yeah, they will fall entirely, but losing Revo is
3 kill मिल
really
गए
not
Alpha
the
7 को.
greatest. And it is Harame, bro, to put pressure
Twisted
on
का एक ही बंदा
DRX
बचा
from
है.
the north as
Suez
well.
निकल गया.
Everybody
भाई
looking out
Revo
that way.
finish बहुत
Team
हो रहा है.
Spirit in the meantime on tower defense. They need to keep hold of this
Revo
central
and
scenario.
Mafioso. इनको थोड़ा समझ रहे हो, थोड़ा homework करना पड़ेगा bro.
Initial knocks, which is awesome. And Tomate down
Before
to
finals
2
वो
players. BTR did get
वो
knocked
fix करे.
themselves. Effects finds another.
Nice one.
One player does go down.
DMR
for
बाहर.
Team Spirit, but really good clap
At
back
hashtag
there. And I
15.
think
भाई
that
मैंने
Effects
सही guess किया
realized
almost.
there was an angle
DMR
through that
hashtag
window. This
16
is
guess किया
very
था.
safe gameplay
Hashtag
from
15
Team
पे गया.
Spirit. It was a good initial knock onto BTR as well, because that stopped them from trying to third party onto this one. DRX
4 finishes 3 man strong Alpha
getting
7.
torn to pieces by Alpha 7 too, as Kaise tries to move through, but here they are again.
रिवर्स गाड़ी से
Bro,
कुचलने की
Rame.
कोशिश किया. That was a very ambitious thinking.
Oh, dear me.
From Sig Say.
Always one player. Yeah, every time.
Crash. All right, into the middle. BTR looking to hold off. Good for 1. 2 players playing split right now. The flush comes through. That's
Pura
stolen
eyes
away,
on.
I think it was. Zeus are chiming in.
On
Jet
fire.
still holding the wall, though. They don't really care at this point about
BTR
taking
बाहर.
these knocks.
भाई
But
हुरा.
BTR,
ओए हुरा का भी
where
एक ही
did they
बंदा
just go?
बचा
They
है.
evaporate. It's going to be Team Spirit. It's Zeus as well chiming in.
Team Spirit
gonna
will
be
push.
successful on their crash, but not so successful
Will
in
push
staying
that they
alive
have
and
to push,
healthy.
bro.
Look at the damage that's been done, Team
But they
Spirit.
might not.
4 eliminations. They are on a tear this match. What a south shift for them. It's going to play out well. This compound is treacherous sometimes, Blank, but right now
Loops versus
they have an
MP.
accord.
That's an unreal nade from Nomi, because it looks like it just goes through the door there, and that's an easy pickoff, but he does it through the door and
Alpha
then into
7
the
versus
room
Harame,
on the
bro.
side to get the full-on knock and flush. That was really well placed, and again, you don't have the full sightline on that. It's not easy to get nades in, and that really does diminish the power of Horror in that position. They could have maybe got up to 3 players, and now
Are you guys
Team Spirit
noticing
have this
कितना
team to
consistently
play
कितना
guard dog for them
प्यार
on the
से
eastern
frags
side,
निकाल रहा है Team
'cause they
Spirit
are not gonna
हर
wanna
match
fight them
में.
in the near future. Mirren Sejong down to 3.
पूरा बाहर गया.
Possibility to maybe pick up the
नहीं,
player.
नहीं.
Sky gets knocked
Last
again
man
by
standing है.
another nade from Team Spirit. They are feeling themselves this game.
MSJ का एक बंदा मर गया.
Over the top, near Mir and Sejong, losing Jae-Suk. 3 players on the northwest side. Can they get back up into the conversation, stay alive in the top 3? It would be big for them.
Why Hura is getting bullied, yaar.
on the circle. gives them a little bit of an opening to play to the west, but they've got Alpha 7 in the way.
No Fear is the last man standing for Hura.
Teams that they want the least to perform well.
वो लोग push करे खत्म कर सकते, but they just don't want to leave their position.
Deals the final blow to Ora.
That's the global top team's mindset.
The crash from Loops.
Just for 1-2 finishes, let's not compromise our position. W mindset, bro. W mindset.
And Loops stay alive in the
MSJ बाहर.
MSJ down.
MSJ से football खेल रहे हैं
DRX Alpha 7 again an opportunity.
Loops 5 finishes 4 man strong.
Where Major Pride is currently playing. 2 Ilims on the game versus Inco early on. Now Nade starting to fly.
Team Spirit killing it. 7 finishes 4 man strong.
Another one should seal the deal. Quick first aid kit keeps him in the game. Not sure what that jump was though.
Number 1
was interesting.
knock.
AZ's been spotted. I think that's coming from Team Spirit. Yeah, from the compound. They've spotted Major Pride. This would be a great pickup for them if they can get... Well, they've gotten rid of MSJ. I say, the lobby has gotten rid of MSJ. If they can get rid of Major Pride, DRX, this is massive for Team Spirit. But unfortunately, Harame Bro is still alive and they get a knock.
Look at that recovery from Loops. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, all this, by the way, whilst they're fending off versus Alpha 7.
फिर वापस knock. Zeus कहाँ से आया?
Over that way. Sounds good to me.
Map पे भी नहीं दिख रहा Zeus.
Knocked from Inco. Loop's still trying to push through here. Major Pride haven't quite been able to stymie this. Zeus darken the outside edge, and they will finish up this fight between them as well as Inco.
Inco बाहर and hashtag 11 by Zeus.
Survival stage.
बहुत ज़्यादा fast pace लग रहा है gameplay अभी.
And Harame Bro both have an opportunity to push.
आखिरी दिन है ना.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैसा.
Meanwhile, RSG is not even visible to my eyes.
On their heads.
Loops बाहर.
Fairly high right now. A lot of teams would like to see Alpha 7 not make it a big threat in the lobby.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैसा.
RSG अभी तो 4 मैन थे ना, एकदम से बाहर हो गई.
Well, in this compound.
Shit.
And 11 eliminations blank.
Spirit ने मारा गया. 11 finishes for Team Spirit.
What a way to go into this match.
आओ कभी लंदन घुमाए आपको. जरूर भाई, प्लान तो था नोवा के साथ आने के लिए, बट नोवा क्वालिफाई नहीं हुई. प्लान गया गटर में. गॉडल सुकून थैंक यू फॉर द स्पिरिट विल विन PMGC X Navi players effect Nomi Navi X Major Pride is Team Spirit.
And if this keeps going with 23 teams still alive inside
Alpha 7 7 finishes 3 man strong.
Could put themselves with a buffer in match 2. There's going to be very
RSG, like how did they disappear in a second, bro?
It's going to be very difficult for them to drop.
Unbelievable.
Team Spirit on the momentum.
Zeus गया बाहर.
Nades in towards Zeus and they go over towards Major Pride. Oh, they were going to go one way.
Spirit is killing it.
They went the other. It's one apiece as Team Spirit do get one from the knock that they got. Major Pride get that other elimination. So one
Vampire एकदम
either way.
chilling
on the
chilling
north
in the
side,
zone.
Major Pride playing with 3. They're going to have to shift through, but Team Spirit still have a slice of this. Do not ignore Vampire here either, Blank. Schweppes and Tony K, 2 incredible players. They have a building on that south side. They have a little bit of cover to play around. Teams will look to crash in, but a lot of teams are going to look to do the same maneuvers
अगर
here.
रेवो भी साथ होता ना, bro.
Tough to make it unscathed.
Alpha का chicken बनता है match.
Again, we said this team is looking to catch up. They're looking to
But
chase.
3 man is always a disadvantage in this lobby.
Going to 1 player early is a big deal. And Mirin Sejong drop into 3rd place.
इसका West देखो पूरा गया माफियों
Both
का.
our South Korean teams at risk of not
एकदम
making
zero.
that top 3.
So
जिस जगह पे Vampire hold कर रहा है ना अभी Shaq.
Finally found a little.
It is not a good position.
They are surging forwards here.
Carrillo knock.
The diesel engine starting to
गया Carrillo तो finish है. 100% finish है.
And it's a threat. It's a call out to the rest of the lobby.
MP closing कर रहा है.
Show us what you've got. Team
Finish.
Spirit are here to play today.
This is what I wanted to see from Team Spirit. Is this rotate over
2
towards the
man
western
Alpha
side.
7.
They hear the fighting. They hear the gunshots.
कौन रोकेगा भाई Spirit को? Xavier 4 man है.
Staying inside this compound for too long.
That's about it.
Find a little bit of action over towards this edge. Pick up more eliminations. Clear out the western teams. Their life.
भाई Vampire का balance तुम लोग notice करो. जब तक वो 4 man तब तक पूरा aggressive fights लेने की कोशिश करते 4v4. जैसे वो 2 man होते हैं ना, एकदम passive mode on. बैठ जाते एक कोने में बैठ जाते हैं मैप के अंदर एकदम साइलेंट विदाउट
They need
ग्रैबिंग एनीवन's attention वो सर्वाइव कर लेते हैं
23 minutes
फिर एंड
in.
में कन्वर्ट करने की कोशिश
They've got
करते हैं
12
चिकन में
eliminations, and they're looking to rack up more. Major
Mark
Pride
lane knock.
want to cut away at Alpha 7,
Finish.
whittle them down once more, and McGrellan's the next to go.
माफियोसो लास्ट मैन
Carved
स्टैंडिंग है
out on
अल्फा
the
7 के लिए
roster.
आई
Now
थिंक
it's
उसको
just
भी
the
मार
one
देंगे
player left standing.
मेजर प्राइड ही
Alpha 7 in danger.
क्योंकि दे नो अल्फा 7 इज अ पोटेंशियल थ्रेट
Alright, mate, bro. Try and make their way over towards Vampires. Like you said, this ditch is very nice to play in. It's one of the few positions down towards the south side that you'll see a lot of teams just crash a ton of vehicles into. It does become difficult because it's very much a nadeable spot. As long as you can make sure that you can prevent teams from getting too close.
Oh, beautiful nade be Schwabs.
With only one nade.
Beautiful nade.
You have to make it count.
अब काता खुला
This guy will find two off the back of it. Decisive do spot out effect. They were pumping the damage over towards Major Pride. He should be resable here, though.
No one's really a threat to them. In effect, was on the back lines with the rest of Team Spirit. They're starting to break out of the compound. They need cover to go for this res, but they will be able to find it. Managing to get into that position. Now start to look to leave out of the compound.
Is Navi qualified or something else? Navi is there.
They haven't
group
gone in and
group red में है शायद red या green में है Navi मैंने देखा है I'm not sure who is playing from Navi.
Yeah, it's very hard terrain for Decisive to cross, actually. They'd need somewhat of a smoke train to head over towards the northern side because there is a lot of sight lines looking down towards them. So they're going to wait until the lobby's thinned out a little bit and then exert some pressure.
No casualty, 4-man strong, Team Spirit.
Limbs, so I'm wondering how limited the
very
utility
nice
is. This is an actual boon for Major Pride
गया Alpha 7 बाहर
being able to stay alive in this war.
MP नहीं मारा ना final blow किसने मारा MP
I think that is Major Pride.
Yep, Major Pride नहीं मारा.
Two players remaining for them.
Matic gets spotted. Oh dear, it's been here for a while. The last
Matic
player
तो
of
गया.
DRX. He might be alone, but he's not out of it just yet. The nade to blast
Finish.
the vehicle away from him, so he doesn't have any cover. And Matic goes down.
Beautiful
nade. Now
nade.
for Team Spirit, it's disaster.
One more.
But the nade for
गया.
what? How on earth did that not work? Kitsune goes low, but they do manage to find the trade. Nomi on the high ground here.
Finishes Bay.
DX
14
gets the knock over to Lamborghini in a pivotal position to find those three players now.
Mid-range तो बाप mid-range है भाई इसका.
Away at their time. They are wasting it now on the south, going for this res. And DX Xavier have to mount
Hacker
up.
ही बोलेगा
I'm
hacker बोल
expecting
के.
a crash towards Vampire
ऐसा
Shack
mid-range है
here,
इसका.
but how are they going to make it work? The smoke train, it's initiated.
This is what
I think with this
do.
match,
Like
I think
said, they were
Spirit is
waiting for the
securing their
lobby to
spot in
thin a
top
little
3.
bit before they step this one up. Good job to Nomi though. Any vehicle that was spotted, he did take out the wheels on, gets a targeted shot over towards one of them. Doesn't quite go down just yet, but there's another from Effect. Paragin
I don't see
down.
anyone who can stop Spirit in this
closing,
match.
John. Time is running out.
Effect out on the off angle, gets caught by a couple of rounds.
अभी Xavier
Stays
मार
a little
खाने
bit
वाली है.
too long there, but does survive.
Time has come.
14 eliminations here, blank. 5 for Nomi, 5 for Effect, going blow for blow.
इधर से Vampire, उधर से
Now the nades come in for DX Xavier.
Spirit.
Tony K and Schweppes up in the shack. Looking to hold off this push, but in it comes. Levi's moves forwards. Paragin down on the back lines. They are
Paragin
being
knock.
cut at 1,000.
Levi knock. Paragin
Sent
finish.
away of
Levi
DX
knock.
Xavier and the nades from Tony K. Vampire surviving now,
Levi finish.
looking to try and push their way
गया.
in towards
Xavier
that
बाहर.
conversation. And DX Xavier are
बोला मैंने.
down. Vampire
15 frags for Team Spirit.
And so they should. I mean, from this position, it was so hard to get.
क्या खेली वे Vampire.
And they had to use so much smoke
माँ
cover
कसम.
that it was
मजा आ
hard to
गया.
place those nades into the shack. It's now just two teams, a 3v2v2. Now, for Team Spirit, the job's not done yet. The chicken did
Tony के Schwabs deadly हुआ भाई.
that will catapult them towards the top side and give them that guard post to hold out other teams.
Now it all comes down to
They're going to swing
the
wide
final 3
towards
teams.
that northern edge.
2v2v3.
Kitsune with the clenched fists and the stare down. He's powering up.
Look at the
And we're
utility
seeing
on
it
these guys.
unleashed here. They have so many teams that crashed into their compound, right? They have the pick of the litter when it comes to gear, when it comes to
क्यों
what
waste कर रहा है nades?
utility you want to bring in. And they're on 15 eliminations. Potential for 19 if they can find all 4 of the remaining points in this lobby. Elementrix spots Kitsune on the cross, but can't get too bold with it. Still has Vampire.
Imagine if
Warrior.
Vampire gets a dinner in this match. Just imagine.
Smart moves from
अगर Vampire निकालता है match,
point is that you can make these pushes.
The probability increases
around this location
for the qualification.
There will be a slight delay for Team Spirit because they need to stim. They know they need to stim.
MP और Spirit का fight हो जाए, मजा आएगा.
Has done a lot of work.
MP और Spirit का fight हो जाए, मजा आएगा.
Off angles he's been able to take, being really crucial actually in taking.
Spirit is too clever यार, ऐसा नहीं खेलेगा वो.
Yeah, it's not over Team Spirit yet. Arguably, they're not actually in the most amazing of positions.
What a match Spirit is having.
Smoke trains, the scouting, the buggy rollout over towards Major Pride, keeping covered from Vampire down the hill.
इस lobby 15 मतलब समझ
the
लो.
roll downs need to be good here.
बहुत danger.
Rock up and find a knock.
देखो, this is why drive-by they don't do drive-by, पता? This is exactly why they don't try drive-by.
Anything to answer it with. Two players.
ऐसे गिरा देते लोगों को. ऐसे गिरा देते.
They've allowed themselves a little bit.
You try drive-by, you get owned.
To try and clamber on through as Vampire start to break out of their position too.
By 2v2v2, anything can happen. Death circle begins in 2 seconds.
Major Pride has been the
nice one, Tony.
For them. Kitsune falls to Tony K, and now just Effect alive.
Spirit का एक ही बंदा बचा है. Effect
would be disastrous
Effect, right?
for Team Spirit. The 15 limbs are good, but that chicken dinner would have been the thing. Really kept them so safe towards this late game. Vampire
निकालेगा लग रहा है bro मुझे.
Against one another. Effect, the Lone Ranger in the east.
Maybe
मार दिया Kitsune को.
He gets the res, but it's so unlikely. Kitsune's flushed away, and that's
what a play,
impossible.
bro. Tony, what a play.
Has to hit the deck. Effect. What have you got? Major Pride as well. Remember, this is a team fighting for the top 3, and Vampire want to make it into that conversation too. A crucial final circle closes. As the final crunch is on. Effect is spotted in the AZ. Did you not see him there? He didn't go for the spray, so I guess
Vampire का dinner, guys.
Roll forwards now. He can't step up because Vampire
का dinner है. वो reach बहुत
with so little cover on the terrain. Effects up to the
अच्छा reach है वो.
He's closer to the middle. And it's all on his shoulders.
गया, अब तो easy dinner है Vampire के लिए.
Vampire is still on 2. Elementrix if he sweeps, if he gets that shot. But Tony K here
गया,
behind the tree.
Team Spirit गया.
Effect has to hit the deck.
Elementrix last man standing
है.
है.
Go down, 3rd place. Another elimination, sure. But in they go.
What a match, bro, Vampire. What a match.
Players survived.
Wow.
Put themselves back in.
Bro, this is what Vampire is.
The team chasing.
This is why Vampire is so good. The balance they have. Aggression से एकदम से फिर वापस जब 2 man होते एक जगह पे hold करना. Decision making. End game too good by Vampire.
I think for Team Spirit it
too
is
good.
Great news. They get the amount of eliminations that they do.
Tony K swaps. Deadly freaking duo, bro.
Rollout from those players, including
deadly freaking duo.
Maybe unnecessary there.
मजा आ गया. This is not the first time they have pulled something like this. Vampire is back in business.
But the vampiric
कितने points हो गया Vampire का?
Down the lobby, stopped the crossings.
Alpha 7 के ऊपर गया क्या? कितने kills से? Kills कम थे ना 15 points मिलेंगे उनको. Last 2 kills 16.
Think a little bit about
16.
Bigatron way back in the day when the twins were the only 2 left alive.
Bro ये Spirit का match था bro. Spirit का match था.
Won the map. A big
Nomi drive by करने का कोशिश किया उधर पूरा.
Just like BTR then, they only had 2 players for at least 15 minutes
उधर हुआ.
that they had to hold out on. And Hot Jukes and Max, I don't know how they did it. A little bit of we have to say luck, especially
1-4-3 overall. 1-4-3 is good पता.
Shouldn't have. But nonetheless, they close out the
1-4-3 मतलब और एक chicken and Vampire would be like hashtag 2.
The worst time Matic to do a Matic.
One more chicken equal to hashtag 2 for Vampire.
Man, Vampire, the fact that
अब competition और तगड़ा बन गया.
The full-on 4-man push of Xavier, Hot Jukes, they got
Alpha 7 भी दूर नहीं है. 147 के आसपास है Alpha 7.
Long, and they were making sure that they were using their resources so efficiently.
7 finishes, 17 points मिला.
So many players got Schweppes this game, okay?
Well played बे. बहुत crazy खेले ये दोनों.
Dude, Schweppes was no joke.
Xavier का push.
He got that beautiful double.
हरामे ब्रो को भी नेट से मार दिए.
Yeah, gorgeous. You know, and when it comes to Vampire,
किसी को भी आसपास नहीं आने दिए.
So perfect. Their end game is so strong, right? They just pre-fire that graph.
Flawless
they don't
execution.
Have to see where the player is, right? You just gotta know, like,
भयंकर duo है भाई. यार बहुत danger
खेले
खेले भाई.
Somewhere right here, take the
crazy,
shot, and
crazy
that's what
कर
they
दिए.
do. So Vampire clutching up a win. There's honestly so much to talk about. I can't wait to see the leaderboards.
So far इस league में तो Schwabs तो बहुत बाप form में आ गया है.
On the board, Vampire
HV VP की team कहाँ है अब? वो disband हो गया ना?
We saw Vampire walk
disband हो गया वो
past
team.
MSJ just a few seconds ago. MSJ was not looking happy. They were looking nervous.
अब ड्रॉप क्लैश होगी क्या? अरे बहुत
just
रेयरली
like
होता है
Major
ड्रॉप
Pride,
क्लैश
right?
इधर.
Imagine being top of the table for such a long time that
बहुत
potentially
rarely
falter
होता है
on the
वो.
last day. To see potentially Mir and Sejon not
भाई बता
qualify
दे
in
यार.
top 3 and get straight to the grand finals would be a travesty
Oh.
with how well they played throughout this league stage so far. But honestly, let's just kind of dive into this game here and roll it back.
ये
a little
टोनी
bit.
के इतना बड़ा
Team
कैसे हो
Spirit.
गया?
Max, they didn't have to really
छोटा
move
ही रह
too
जाएगा क्या वो?
much. And typically in situations like that, when you're in a compound held up, we typically see a lot of
मजा आ
teams
गया
like
bro.
run out of ammo, run out of utility. Except it didn't go that way for Team Spirit.
Vampire का IGL कौन है? Stoned. Stoned is IGL.
500 meters to the east of where the circle is.
जितना मुझे पता है Stoned है. अगर change हो गया तो मुझे नहीं पता.
We can see in the replays so many bloody teams crash.
क्या नेड़ता है यकीन सुनेगा.
4 teams total right now, Jukes. We had BTR, you had Horror, you had
Well played, man.
RSG. And that means, of course, that all the loot was just picked up by this squad, by Team Spirit. And at the end, they had, what, 12 nades or 16 smokes or something? Insane amount of utility.
जो होगा बोल के मुझे लगा वही हुआ exactly.
Finished it. Really could have given them the
MP
win
and
if they didn't lose
Team
to certain
Spirit
players earlier on.
लड़के
Oh
चिकन
my God,
वैम्पायर
dude,
को
Team
देने वाला
Spirit
था. वही लगा
reminds
मुझे
me
वही
of,
हुआ.
like when I used this game, right? Reminded me
भाई
like
जिस
back
भी
when I would go
org
to my
में
mama's house, you know,
गया
the
वो
food would just be
डिस्क्वालीफाई ही
coming
होती है.
and coming this way, you know, and that's what they
समझा
did.
नहीं.
They just ate, and it was so crazy because I was like, man, yeah, I was like, wow, what a great job from Team Spirit. to be able to
Alpha
hold
7
all
का
the
IGL
utility
कौन
towards the end, very
कौन था?
strong. And then you pointed out, you're like, dude, they just looted
Alpha 7 का ये ना
4
कारिलो
teams. I
है.
was like, oh yeah, you're right. It's so crazy to see just them do that, but you're right. At the same time, it kills me to see those little tiny mistakes from Team Spirit. You know, Matic getting caught out.
भाई ये छोड़ आ जाओ
Definitely
कजाकिस्तान
hurt them,
घूमने
and
मेजर
then it just
प्राइड
kinda all
में
fell apart from there.
आ जाना.
Still a
अब
massive
तुम
game from them.
Yeah, Nomi afterwards sent it up. You can see right here in the replay. The thing is,
दो भाई इनविटेशन दो
Dubai is
मेजर
a
प्राइड
good-
के
like, you
इंस्टाग्राम
mentioned it, I think,
या मेल
during that
ऑफिशियल मेल से
Maybe they
इनविटेशन तो मैं आ
thought
जाऊंगा
it was
कजाकिस्तान घूमने.
available. Maybe no one was up there.
कोई
But no,
दिक्कत नहीं.
literally 20 seconds before that push, a player of
I love
Pride
traveling,
shot
पता?
a few bullets
I freaking
towards
love
Team
traveling.
Spirit. They knew a team was up there. So he knew what was happening up there. He
One
knew
more
what was
15
going
pointer
down,
for
and,
Vampire
unfortunately
and
for
they
him,
will be
he
in
lost
top
his life
4
in the
close to
process.
top 3. Bro, one more 15 pointer and Vampire will be
Yeah,
in
they
top
don't
3,
get
bro.
the chicken dinner, but they still had 15 eliminations.
I mean, that
on
is
top of
that is
We know
me
what we're not
thinking
seeing here in
ऊपर
our
वाली
top
teams
8 in the
हगे.
last match.
तब
Mir and Sejong.
Mir and
You
Sejong.
guys didn't say it, so I feel
और
like I
Vampire
have
is
to
doing
say it.
good.
yeah.
On track है वो.
There's a
And
lot
that
of
was
teams,
the
yeah.
team at the top of the table at the start of the day. Yes, Team Spirit passed them in the last match, but that
अब Alpha
lead
7 के chances मेरे
that
को
Team
मुश्किल
Spirit's
लग रहा
now
है.
building against them is almost solidifying them in a first place position.
टीम स्पिरिट क्वालिफाइड है ब्रो ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए.
I want Mir and Sejong back up there, but unfortunately for
अभी
Mir and
4
Sejong,
matches
this
बचे
was
ना.
quite a rough circle for them, but
टीम
Sense
स्पिरिट
of
मेरे
Control was already
मेरे हिसाब से तो
overtaken by so
क्वालिफाइड
many
हो
teams
चुका
that
है
they all tried to
ग्रैंड
crash
फाइनल्स के लिए.
Team Spirit, I think that even
They
if
have
Mir and
secured their
Sejong tried
spot.
to do the
Almost
typical
secured their
center
spot.
send
I cannot
early
say
on Hot Jukes
they have already
into Team
secured.
Spirit, seen
They
how
have
they were playing, I
almost
think it would
secured
not
their
have been
spot.
successful. So maybe Edge was the best approach this match this time around.
Yeah, for
And the
sure. I mean,
MVP
that
is
compound
Tony K.
Really, really tough. I mean,
Well
sometimes
deserved.
you could do is have the whole squad just send the main compound, go to the bottom floor, smoke the stairs, and just be like, "Hey guys, we're gonna be neighbors for a bit," you know?
Yeah.
But Team Spirit, we're not having none of that. They were taking out every single team nearby them, and they did a great job of doing it. And a good game for Tony K as well. I mean, Vampire being able to
हो रहा
play
गया,
together
हो रहा का तो
as a
मुश्किल लग रहा है
duo,
मुझे.
especially in the championship rounds, is just
पूरा
so fun.
RSG
Yeah, and honestly, it's kind of in true.
गैप बन गया ब्रो.
nature
अच्छा
for me.
खासा
I
गैप
feel
बन
like we've
गया.
seen this so many times out of them, and like
अब
you're
दिखेगा ना
saying,
तुम लोग को
Tony K
गैप.
to step up when they
बहुत
needed it.
भारी
Ping
गैप
and
बन गया.
Newsy as well. trying to get them ever
177
so
Spirit.
close. The problem is, look at this. They haven't even
Major
made
Pride
the
168,
leaderboards even with the
MSJ
two fantastic games
157.
of the day, but they have closed that
देखो
lead.
Vampire one more
5
chicken and
points
they'll
behind
be
Alpha 7. Mir and Sejong have
they'll be
fallen
very close to
third
top 3.
place now. And just like
MSJ
that,
हग रहा है थोड़ा सा
they're
अब.
20 points behind first place. Like that is ridiculous.
But
I did not think
you
they were
guys
gonna be
know
able to
right
take in this
ये कोरियन
quickly.
टीम्स
And
हमेशा
the
आखिरी
lead
3
was
मैचेस में
created
बढ़िया
so
खेलते हैं
quickly by Team
आखिरी
Spirit.
3-4
That
मैच
is
में.
quite a step up from the EMEA squad. And
तो I
they
think
find that they
MSJ
just go
MSJ
down,
and
they go
DRX
back
ये
up to top 3.
next
They've done this like
upcoming
many
matches में
times
comeback
throughout
करेंगे ये
the
दोनों
tournament,
teams.
I feel like in the last day or
So it
two.
is going to be very
they
interesting to
fight
see
back in second place, but looking a little bit lower
upcoming
here.
matches में कैसे
Vampire,
collide
still,
करेंगे.
we do see them get into the late game. Usually before we had I think 3
अगर
wins
अर्ली
and
फाइट हो
4
गया ना
fighting
DRX
points.
एंड अल्फा 7 के
Even
बीच
when
में
they
या
don't
वैम्पायर
get
के
wins
बीच
here,
में
especially
पक्का
looking at
लेंगे
the
वो
Sentinel, they're
फाइट.
getting points on board, and they're
100% वो
still
फाइट
getting
लेंगे.
those chicken dinners. So Vampire, they're closing that gap here, and
क्योंकि जो
I think
जीतेगा
we are
फाइट
gonna
उनका
see
फायदा.
them make it to top 3 eventually. Vampire seem to be
देखो
playing so much
होरा
more
एंड
aggressive,
इनको
and
के
I'm
बीच में
loving
गैप
what I'm
देखो.
seeing from the squad.
Yeah, you know what? And the reason
That
why I
is,
hesitated,
तुम लोग को
Jason,
दिख रहा
too,
होगा
when you said, like, which
ये
team
उतना
do
भी
we
गैप
not
नहीं है
see?
बट यार
'Cause you know
बहुत
what?
बड़ा गैप है
MSJ,
वो
yeah, we didn't see on that first
चिकन
stage.
चिकन डिनर
We
ही निकालना
also
पड़ेगा
didn't
वो
see
गैप क्लोज इन
DRX,
करने के लिए
right? DRX I think they only had like
So,
what,
yeah.
3 points that last game.
RSG
And
तो
they're
भाई
in the
बिल्कुल
same
इंटरेस्टेड नहीं
position
लग
that
रहा है
MSJ isn't at this point. They got to start
RSG
closing
भी
it
लाइक
up.
मुझे
'Cause
घर
let's be
जाना
real,
है
when it comes to like Alpha 7 and Vampire,
मलेशिया
if
पसंद
you
नहीं आ
were
रहा
to
है
say
मलेशिया
what
में खाना
would
अच्छा
need
नहीं
to
है
happen in order for them
हम
to get
निकलते
into top
चाहिए ना
3, this is the
रेडी हो गए
absolute perfect storyline, right? You got the top teams, you know, throwing some early matches, and they're clutching it up right off the rip. It's going to get dangerous here in these last few matches.
Yeah, and I mean that's perfect, right? The fact is, Marion Sejong
कितने
and
matches
DRX,
बचे?
the two South Korean teams, are not having a good performance
अभी
today,
और
which does leave
अभी ये
that
कितने
third
matches
place,
हो गए
that
20 हो
one
गया और 4
position
matches बचे
susceptible to being sniped by any
दो
of these
एंगल
teams down below
दो
them.
मिरामार
So we have to keep our eye on Alpha 7 Vampire and DRX to see if they want to take it. Well, they need to make
RSG will come back. Wait, bro.
Do just that. We see a quick
मतलब
head-to-head here
अभी
between
कमबैक
our two
मतलब 2
teams,
चिकन
and
निकालना
Marion Sejong,
पड़ेगा
we did talk about as
चार
I think
मैच में 2
overtaking
चिकन
maybe
निकालना
at some point
पड़ेगा
when it came to eliminations.
तभी होगा
But honestly,
कमबैक
it's all been team spirit now, as they are the elimination leader here in this lobby at 120.
And I feel like on the second half of this group stage, Team Spirit are reaching the late
January
game
में कौन सा
way more than they used to. They are
S tier
rotating so
tournament है
efficiently. I feel
January
like so many
में
teams here, Hot Dukes, have
S
taken
tier
a note
tournament तो
from
नहीं है
the book of South Korea, which is
As
quick
far as I know.
rotations are actually really good. Just quick rotate in the center, hold down the fort, and you'll get to the late game. Will you get the win? Maybe not all the time, but you'll get a bunch of eliminations.
Where is
in
Crypto?
the process because
Crypto
that
is
position
not
so
in this
damn good.
PMGC
Team
as far
Spirit
as I
have
know.
really adapted so well to this lobby and currently in first place. We're already 2
Where are
games down.
old
If they
HVP
do this
players?
once or
पता नहीं,
two more
Trixie-
times, maybe they're not only going to lock
कहाँ है
down
बे
their
ट्रिक्सी
top three
किसी ने तो बोला था
position,
कल
maybe they're just going to lock down
कोई
the
तो
first
टीम से
place
खेल रहा है बोल के
Yeah, I mean, they could win this thing
मेरे को तो नहीं दिख
absolutely,
रहा है
especially with a game like we just saw. I mean, top of the leaderboards, what was it, 25 points without even winning a chicken
इतना मुझे
dinner
पता है कि वो
is
disband हो
pretty
गया team.
insane. So when you, it was just 20. Yeah.
What
it's
if
so
Hura
crazy
and
to
इनको
see
perform
these kind of
कर जाए and
performances,
BTR
man.
बाहर हो
I
जाए
mean, can you
नहीं
imagine
BTR has
that?
secured their spot
That it is
अब वो
now
बाहर
a
नहीं हो सकता
possibility that we don't even see a South Korea team go to the
Oh,
finals
no.
right off the rip. Can you believe that?
I don't want to believe that, so no, I don't believe you.
Right? It's so wild, but like the door is opened. Like the door has opened in just these 2 games. There's 4 more left to go.
ESL
You can see the
कुछ
look
announcement
on
कुछ
these
announcement
players'
हुआ क्या
faces.
ESL
The
का
nails are getting
but
bitten
ESL is not
off,
an S tier
except
tournament
for
right
Team
it's
Spirit.
not
Right
an
now,
S
they're
tier
big chilling.
tournament
I mean, I want to say
S तो सारे
honestly,
globally होते हैं bro
if Team
S
Spirit have
मतलब
one more good game, I would probably say
EWC
they're through.
PMGC
into grand finals.
Yeah.
I know John,
Yeah,
our
yes,
stat man behind the
S tier
screen,
tournament
was
यही है.
kinda, I'm trying to like understand it. It's taking me about 15
even
minutes to
PL
figure
is
it
not
out.
an S tier tournament
The TLDR though is that the points that they've been averaging or that they've been hitting does match the average bubble from top 3 last year, which was around 177.
which
So
team you are
if
rooting
everything
for
still
in
plays
this
out
PMGC Alpha
at an
7
average of what we've come
Falcons
to expect,
4
they should be
MV
qualified. And I know I just murdered the
Tianba
entire description of how that works, but basically
MSG.
TLDR, Team Spirit, if
अरे
everything
rooting
plays
तो
out like
भाई
it last year,
काफी teams के
they're
लिए
through to grand finals.
Team Spirit also
One of
Who
the
knows what can
biggest-
happen?
Yeah, one of the biggest comebacks of the PMWC. Again, we had such high expectations for PMWC. The team
जो भी team के अंदर
unfortunately
champion-
disappointed us back there. I think it's fair to say that was
champion
not the
traits
performance
दिखते मेरे को
we
I'll be rooting
expected
for that
from
team
Team Spirit back at that
इस बार मेरे को
tournament, but
Team
here
Spirit
they are
एकदम
here
solid
to
दिख रहा है
just
bro I would love to see
reclaim
them
the spot of one of the top EMEA teams.
perform this well in
Explain why,
finals
though. There is something slightly different about Team Spirit from PMWC till now.
S2G
We got Matic.
Silas
They got Matic
He's
in the
on board.
team. Not saying that Naomi
Silas
was,
अभी उसमें है ना,
detriment
RCB
to
में.
the roster, but obviously the switch up they've had has allowed Team Spirit to
RCB
not
मतलब
only
Royal
be first
Challenges
place right now in
Bangalore
PMGC,
नहीं
they won PMSL fall.
Brai
So
Sports बोल
this
के
is
एक है
definitely a
उसमें
big
है वो.
turnaround in this
Silas.
team. We're seeing Naomi play extremely better, as you said, Max. Definitely one of the strongest, if not the strongest EMEA players. Team Spirit are starting to look like the complete package. I'm just a little bit scared that I'm getting my hopes built up, hot shoot.
PL और Japan League are S tier
I mean, I think we
tournaments
all are at this
पता नहीं
point
मेरे को check
because
करना
we're
पड़ेगा
seeing
एक बार
these leaderboards just go back
Are you
and
talking about
forth with so
the
many spots,
rival
and now you got Vampire on the hunt. You see Tony K smiling right there. He's ready to
Rivals
go.
Cup वाला
Alpha 7 are starting
वो
to
S tier
charge
है
their
क्या?
way up there too. So I mean, things are
Check
starting
करना
to get
पड़ेगा मुझे.
really, really intense here. These are those championship rounds, and it's so relieving to see Team Spirit perform the way they did, just so quickly here. I mean, so quickly. I mean, they were just taking squads
S tier
out
tournament
left and
PUBG
right,
Mobile
no
में कौन से
mercy.
हैं?
They're looking like the
देखो
Team
सारे
Spirit bold for
S
sure.
tier tournaments तुम लोग को बता रहा हूँ मैं
Especially because we get further and further in
PMGC,
final Group Yellow, I
ठीक
think
है?
we are slowly looking
PMGC,
at teams that we are going to be taking
PUBG
out of the
Global
equation for,
Series.
no, not only top 3 but
That's
also
true.
top 11 to some extent.
PUBG
And I don't know if
Nation
you would
Cups
agree
Nation
right
Cups
now,
कौन
Dukes,
से
but I
हैं?
would have to say with DX, I don't think the way they're currently playing is going to allow them to reach top 3 anytime soon because they're going for these big, desperate...
Damn it,
what was that?
He always does this.
That smile. That bloody smile. But
every time.
Yeah, DX really are struggling in these games to find good positions and are I right now the way they're playing, Jukes, I don't know if you agree again, but top 3, I don't see DX being able to contest one of those top 3 positions.
It's over.
Asia,
All right, I'm
America,
putting the nail in the coffin.
Europe.
I don't see it happening and it's just purely just because of how
जो भी
well
tournament
these
जिसमें
other
अलग-अलग
teams are
countries
performing. I mean,
participate
it's
करते हैं.
still
Is PMSL
absolutely
S tier no, right?
mathematically possible, but for Xavier, it's taking a chicken dinner this game. Like honestly, if they don't win this game, it's over.
This is not
For
an S
sure.
tier, right? Is it?
You know what?
Well,
It's already over. They're not making it.
Oh, wow.
I'm saying.
Oh wow. I mean, you did say
PMSL CSA is a 8-tier
That
tournament.
didn't happen. So I don't know, Jukes. I don't know.
You know what? They just
find
got
out,
unlucky.
obviously.
जितना
It's
मुझे
got
पता है ये सारे वर्ल्ड
So obviously,
वर्ल्ड
if
कप
we're talking so much
ग्लोबल
about
वाले
top,
ही
then
एस
we
टियर
obviously
होते हैं
have
ब्रो.
about a minute and 30 till we head into our next
बाकी
match.
सारे
We have
8
to
tier में
also
होगा.
focus on the bottom, right? Because we do have Rami brought that last match able to push through into 13th place. They are about 23
Yep.
points short of surpassing Inco.
ये सारे
and taking
8 tier
that
हैं.
11th place position away from them. Even BTR. who
PL
did
is
have
8
a
tier.
good
Yes, yes, yes.
match
All
one,
the
they've
national
fallen
level
back down to
tournaments are
10th
all
place,
8 tier
only
only.
3 points ahead of the bubble. So it's a lot to keep an eye out on, and it's going to be extremely
Vampire
tough for these
4
teams.
winner chicken
I mean,
dinners but
I
not
would say even
consistent.
down to maybe
Bro, सबसे ज़्यादा chicken dinners हमेशा Vampire ही निकालते हैं, बताओ.
as well at 69.
They are very good at
But we
end
need
game.
to see, Hora, Harami Bro, Inco, BTR. There's still that battle at the bottom.
I'm looking at Reagan's gaming here, Jason. I always want to see them reach the late game, but they just struggle in doing so because they take so many early engagements and they just lose. They still get eliminations.
क्या मतलब?
Actually, in terms of eliminations, they are
क्या मतलब
with
Team
teams
X Spark
around them, like
PL
Harami Bro,
2025 खेल
Hora.
के
They
PMGC
are
के लिए
decent
qualify
on that
करेगी.
front, but only 16
That is a
placement
very
points
too
over
good to
all of
be
the matches they've played
true
so far in
scenario.
Yellow, Jukes.
अगर ऐसा
That
हो
is
गया तो भाई,
insanely low. We need to
I'll be
see them
super
try and
freaking
make it
happy.
towards at least
But
one
समझ
late
रहे हो?
game scenario. And
थोड़ा
right
reality
now,
में
I think
जिएंगे
that
अपन.
happened in one game where they got a second place. and
First
out of
accept
that,
हो जाए
pretty much nothing
PL
happened for
program में.
RSG, so something needs to change.
Then
but
let's
with
talk about
only
the
now
future thing.
4 matches remaining. I don't know if they have enough time to do a
To
change
be
like
S
that.
tier
They
price
don't,
pool should be
and not
$3
to
million
mention
like
everybody's
PMGC,
going against
PMWC,
somebody.
PMGO.
MSJ, headed
Japan
your
League
way
and
when you
PL.
have the most dominant spot.
PL is
What
not
are you gonna
S
do,
tier.
man? But
Japan
you know
League is
what?
also not S tier.
Oh, we're about to get into this one. Jason, I'm so pumped.
It's not about price pool. It's
Hopefully
about
keep
it's
that
about
up, man. Don't get too tired because we still have the 4
the
matches
level of
left to go. It's
competition.
time for a caster to take things away.
समझ
They're
रहे
also
हो?
known as John Allen Blank, but I like to call him Jay.
That's right. That's what I always refer
जो भी
to
पूछ
us
रहे
as well.
BJS
As,
BMPS का
of
वो
course,
दोनों भी
thank you
8
very
tier
much
में ही
to
आएगा.
Max Dukes over on the desk.
Bro, your views on TX RNT application on PL. Beautiful initiative. बस हो जाए यार. Initiative लेने से
Maybe.
कुछ नहीं होगा. We have to get accepted.
Oh. Yeah, Max has come in with
समझ रहे
something
हो?
strong. It's what is it?
अगर PMRC में भी चले गया ना इंडिया, बहुत अच्छी बात है. बहुत अच्छी बात है.
Thanks, Jay Smooks. We're going.
Yeah, we're heading over towards.
पहली बार इतने सालों के बाद दिखेगा इंडिया कहीं खेलते हुए.
Plane path from the northeast side down to the southwest again.
पता जो भी छोड़ दिए e-sports को देखना वो भी आके देखेंगे.
Once more for the plane path, not
मजा
necessarily
आएगा.
the circle this time around.
भाई जीतना तो छोड़ दो भाई.
Ends up going a
बस
magnificent
जो interest वो
performance from
create करेगा ना
in
लोगों के
that
अंदर.
last lobby. What a way to
Like what
open
will
up their
happen?
day. It's going to give them a lot of confidence for sure.
मजा आएगा.
Hey, I think with Team Spirit, that was a very crucial game for them. Sure, they come third place, but they definitely.
Next group के matches कब से शुरू है? I think कल से, right? कल से शुरू होगा.
Despite that, 20 points on a game sits them pretty far ahead. Major Pride though still in the runnings.
Almost a query circle ये भी.
Because Major Pride getting all those points on board.
Almost यही बन रहा है.
Team Spirit and Major Pride
Majority यही बन रहा है circle.
with this lead, they've
MSJ.
separated them and other teams underneath them. Almost 11 points between them and Mirren Sejong. 20 points.
Come back
between
करो भाई,
Mirren
come back
Sejong
करो
and
तुम लोग.
Team Spirit.
End में
That
आके
is
choke नहीं
a
करने का.
whole chicken dinner and 10 eliminations differential between these squads. Team Spirit now basically just needs to hit
7th October.
7 to 8 point average.
7th October से
See
क्या?
themselves
Next.
fairly safe towards that top 3.
Oh.
We're going back over towards
7th
Quarry
October.
Flank with this circle.
अभी 3 दिन गाली है क्या?
Why not? I
करते
said we'd
कुछ.
evaded it with a plane path and I
करते.
might have cursed it.
S tier tournaments are 3
Alpha
major
7,
global tournaments
boost on
and
the roll-up
Japan
to
League and
MSJ.
PL.
Why not
PL is not
crossbow
S tier,
bolt
bro.
over
What are you
Everest? You
talking?
might hit something. Kavio trying to tag on as well. Nothing else, just
I have to double check
going
before I
on
say
over and damaging those
confidently.
vehicles for MSJ, which rightly you
अरे
need to
PL
do.
S tier है क्या?
They
मुझे
are
नहीं पता.
currently our third place bubble team.
I always thought PL is a national regional tournament है ना, जो चाइना में ही होता है. It would be an 8-tier tournament, but apparently I'm wrong.
Keeping them out of the conversation because
PL is an S-tier tournament.
Right now with
Wow.
east to west playing.
Of course, it makes sense also the level of competition जो उधर है.
Taking a knock and a flush coming through from
the only regional tournament जो S tier में consider किया जाता है वो है PL. That's the power of China, bro.
Which is a bit awkward.
That's the power of China.
Hasn't got the backup just yet. The rest of them are over towards sunken, over towards ruins, so they need to move fast.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
Does not apply for China.
That's going to be the end of it. Major Pride, they go 1 for 1. They get
PL S tier, PP more than 5 CR. अरे PP तो भाई बहुत भारी है. वो हमेशा कहा है चाइना में the audience of China is I think equal or greater than the complete global combined.
Major Pride, yeah, you're right.
उस level पे है उधर. Fan base,
a few times in the past is having Evo Station on one of these
fan interaction, game planning, tournament planning, tournament execution, production. हर चीज में the best of the best है. I always thought कि भाई वो regional tournament है तो S tier में नहीं होगा. But it is an S tier tournament.
Wow. I mean, even if we remember from day one, hot dropping over towards.
Bro, I said na.
That remake come through.
To be S tier, price pool should be.
So I think for Major Pride,
I don't think it's just price pool, bro. I think it's the competition.
I would say
a lot of other factors. I mean, competition ज़्यादा है तो obviously sponsor ज़्यादा होंगे.
A trash drop, but
ओए अच्छा होता रहा था, अच्छा होता रहा.
Is Evo Station finding his first pick?
अभी ये बोल रहे हो कि अभी मैं next BMPS में $3 million का price pool डाल दे तो ये भी S tier हो जाएगा.
Losing a player is always bad news for you, especially.
That's not how it works, but I get the point. What you're saying.
Teams again going to be very familiar with this area of the map, given how many circles we've had on the southwest side of this.
Money
However,
doesn't bring
still
competition.
Very open. We can go all the way up to Everest.
Agreed.
We can go back over.
Competition brings money.
There's still a
money
lot
doesn't
of
bring
options,
competition.
so not completely
Competition brings money.
Worry. Vampire going to leave Primorsk. This is the team that I'm excited to watch for the next 4 maps. Right? They have had 2 back-to-back strong performances. They are
कल
now
League of Legends में कितना watching गया था बे? 6 million.
They are close enough.
6 point कितना million?
Especially to that 3rd place.
Crazy.
They sit 14 points behind MSJ, and that is very, very doable. When you're looking at the top of the tables, the gaps that exist, sure, they might look larger, but in terms of the performances that these teams can put up, the volatility that they can sometimes show, it is so closable. As opposed to when you look towards the bottom of the tables, when that gap between Ora and Inko sitting at 23 points, that's basically an impossible crossing for
Vampire
these teams
143, Alpha 7 148.
They have not shown that they have that capability yet.
Yeah, and it's becoming less and less about a story of who breaks out from the bottom.
Major Pride
and
169.
About who breaks into the top 3, because it feels, like you say, fairly locked in right now for our bottom 5 of horror.
इस मैच के बाद हमें पता चल जाएगा.
Much of anything done.
If Spirit and Major Pride does good in this match, they both are confirmed for finals mostly. I mean, this is me expecting कि next 3 matches में वो decent करेंगे.
I think for South
3rd spot के लिए लड़ेंगे बाकी सारे
for
teams.
these 2 teams to make it in towards that top 3 and have 2 representatives of that.
भाई TX के जोकर ने क्रिप्टो को burst battle में, अरे कल पढ़ा था मैंने ये.
Pride is making a big push today.
Proud moment है definitely जोकर के लिए.
Just trying to maintain. I mean, they led out fast.
Audience and watching will bring
from
everything.
That first day, and
agreed.
Have had a couple of missteps here and there, but now they sit.
But India में audience ज़्यादा है.
Team Spirit on 177.
We are not getting everything right.
Already at the level that we saw last year was needed.
We have audience, we have watching, but still we are struggling with the game.
So close. I wouldn't be.
We are struggling with sponsors.
Third place drop bubble.
Same price pool.
A little bit lower because of the fact that we've got 6 teams all on.
We don't have partnership program in India.
No one's leading out super hard. See? It's really, really difficult to call. At this point, it is absolutely a coin toss for all of these teams. Roll that dice.
GFX tool is safe or not? भाई मत use करो, कुछ भी मत use करो. कुछ भी external use करेगा game ban. I mean तुम्हारा ID ban का scene होगा. मत use करना. Nothing is safe. कोई safe बोलेगा मत use करना.
Their playstyle very much relies on having 4 players. Where they can take these 2-2 splits.
We have hackers. Them too. We have everything.
Off angles. I think that they're.
India is the hub of hackers.
Lose that 4th player.
Hackers have always been the core part of Indian esports.
think about for Mir and Sejong, especially in the future, because it's something they're going to have to deal with. And they leverage the fact that Hoxie is such an aggressive and strong player on the team to be able to marshal a lot of those more aggressive trades when playing down on players. But yeah, it's becoming more and more of a thing here where
RSG,
the circle isn't as open as they'd like.
RSG
In those mid games, they lose a player and suddenly.
भाई मैं तो रूट करने वाला हूँ ये नेक्स्ट 4 मैच RSG के लिए. मुझे पता है वो कुछ करने वाला तो नहीं है, बट अगर गलती से कर लिया तो क्रेडिट में ले लूंगा.
It's kind of what we talked about as one of their major strengths.
I'm using GFX tool since 2020, still not bad. Sumit bhai, I don't recommend, brother.
Missteps we saw earlier on.
I don't recommend. That's all I'm saying.
They nailed the late games, characterized really by going for aggressive 2-2 splits. And you're right, that's
double barrel Hoxie. Double barrel use कर रहा है Hoxie.
But when you push down to 3,
तम प्ले रहे भाई.
splits just don't become viable anymore. You cannot hold as much ground as they would like to.
Okay, poaching की circle क्या? नहीं poaching की नहीं जाएगा.
2-1. It's mathematically impossible. So definitely something that they need to address. These first 2 games have not been great for them. Going down early, low point scoring. Now
do you think वो burst battle के बाद can TX play good at international level? Bro, कहाँ से कहाँ लेके जा रहे हो तुम topic?
Kind of amusing.
Burst battle में जीत गया तो international.
It really isn't.
कोई sense नहीं है इस बात में.
Respectable here is the current group stage data for Alpha
It's a team game, brother. It's a team game.
4.4 eliminations is definitely a thing to keep your eyes on, because that just shows where a lot of these points from Alpha 7 have come from. Yes,
4v4 fight लगाओ.
Games, some good chicken dinners.
Like a team like Falcons, Alpha 7, 4MV, TX और उनका 4v4 battle like
outside the table and even running, but
WoW mode में
slowly creeping up on them.
Ultimate Arena.
With the way the vampires have played in the past, if we look at previous
PUBG में तो बहुत सारे options हैं. उस battles में like best of 5, best of 7 करके कुछ उधर some idea आएगा. किस level पे है हमारा gun power, किस level पे है हमारा सोच, approach. उसमें से कुछ कर सकते हैं thinking वगैरह. But यार burst battle से क्या ही तुम सोच सकते हो.
All about team spirit certainly have powered up today. Nomi been doing a lot of work for his team, but has been punished for it a few too many times. Certainly for your liking, you've criticized him for it.
I mean, those aggressive holds, they have definitely given them some good positioning, and I think it's somewhat of that gamble you take with a player where yes, they might.
Do you guys know how many people in this lobby
that could lead to losing a chicken dinner?
Can do the
but
burst.
They could also lead to games that give you huge
next level.
And if it wasn't for him,
बहुत सारे players हैं भाई. Burst क्या spray ही इतना तगड़ा मारते कि hacker बोलोगे तुम. ऐसे players हैं. हरामी bro कहाँ है? Hashtag 13 पे चल रहा है. इस टीम में ये फेडरलिस्ट प्लेयर का कभी देखना तुम गेम प्ले. कितना गंदा स्प्रे करता है पता है? कितना गंदा बर्स्ट मारता है ये भी.
More often than not, he is providing so much value.
ऐसे बहुत सारे players हैं, बहुत ज़्यादा players हैं.
You know, looking at his average elims 2.2.
Burst से नहीं चलता है bro game.
Currently half of what the whole team.
Vampire में burst मारने वाले कम हैं.
On one player.
But उनका teamwork और coordination, उनका game processing.
Right, like that's very difficult to do.
Decision making, that's what makes that team a top tier team. बस से कुछ नहीं होता है भाई. बहुत सारे ऐसे मारने वाले प्लेयर्स हैं बहुत खतरनाक जो कॉम्पी में भी नहीं है क्योंकि उनके पास उतना गेम सेंस नहीं है.
It's kind of weird that they're towards the bottom.
Fancy gameplay.
समझ रहे हो?
Fancy gameplay बहुत सारे players के हैं.
Just that everybody else is playing kind of out of their minds.
But that's not make
a lot of this one.
Make a player a top tier player.
But everybody in this lobby is phenomenal. So the fact
Alpha 7 क्या rotation करेगा?
In a lobby like this,
कहाँ से? Left
at the top is just scary.
Left ऊपर.
For the rest of the world.
Absolutely. I think that you're right. Is that Twisted Minds is a great team. They are just being outclassed by some of the best, and we don't call Group Yellow the Group of Death lightly either. It is.
You guys know about that player named Joker
really
Fox?
Difficult lobby to play in.
You guys know that player, right? Joker Fox.
Next Circle did pop though.
क्या भारी खेलता है बंदा.
Team Spirit had
must
taken a leaf out of Mir and Sejong's book. They held.
He's very strong in peak, ADS, tracing, burst, everything.
The northwest side.
Why is he not in this lobby? Why is he not?
As well as Matic getting
भाई opportunity भी मिलना चाहिए, team भी मिलना चाहिए.
It is also nice that
सब कुछ टीम को भी सही लगना चाहिए, टीम परफॉर्म करना चाहिए. There are so many other factors people don't think about. अरे वो बहुत अच्छा मारता है, चलो इसको ले लो अल्फा 7 में. ऐसा वर्क नहीं होता. That's not how it works. वो कब होता है पता? जब
which is really nice to see. It's nice
तुम्हारा
as well having
region में there is a lack of talent. तब होता है वो ऐसा.
Just like Eddie and Venom in the current Symbiosis event going on in PUBG Mobile.
Oh yeah, hopefully they're going to have one more.
I can't imagine a BGMI tournament without any hackers.
Maybe not so happy about that. Maybe we'll see that from.
Imagine कर भी लोगे तो क्या होगा?
Yeah, absolutely.
होने वाला तो नहीं है
as well, you can't understate effects, impact. He's now drawn level in my estimation with Nomi in terms of the impact that he's having.
To be honest, even hackers will struggle in this lobby.
Couple of off games, but Effect was there to pick up the pieces and has been going blow with Nomi on those numbers. I'm really impressed with how Team Spirit has developed into this tournament. I think if they were our #1 pick from Group Yellow, I would be happy with that. I think that it has been proven now. They have deserved this.
Bro, what about Hazigig? Please answer.
In the
I have done some research. I have spoke to some really
say it's over
good people.
It's over. There is still
and everyone said Hazigig, that guy, the TDM guy, he's a hacker.
Yep.
Oxynock. Pura versus MSJ.
Don't want to curse him too much.
Oxy finish ho gaya, bro.
No fear. Let's take down
Oxy finish.
Horrible player to be losing there for Mirren Sejong, and again down to 3.
I'm not sure. मुझे नहीं पता.
To our 12th place team. So Mirren Sejong
क्या reality है?
Suffering at the hands of some of these teams that we didn't expect them
बस
to go down to.
That's all I got.
Is over on that western
when
side
I was
map around Gap.
trying to find this
safe crossing
as a gig guy.
And I think some of that confidence has been shaken on Mirren Sejong's
top
side.
TDM player
to take some of these aggressive holes, some of these aggressive splits, and I think a lot of it was enabled by some circles in the past.
Crafton को BGHS
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Only hacker बहुत watching जाएगी क्या लगता है? प्रतीक भाई no comment भाई. मैं कुछ बोलूँगा तो समझ लो. I'll get in trouble.
We'll have to wait and see. RSG finding Elementrix.
But
this is Major Pride going down to 2 players by the way.
तुम समझदार लग रहे हो. तुम्हें सब पता ही है मैं क्या ही बोलूँ. बोलने की जरूरत नहीं है.
Just hidden.
Look at that shift and AZ. Well,
RSG का fight चल रहा है bro. Cameraman, focus.
Northwest of Pachinki here. We have Zeus on the.
ओए दे रहा है बे. RSG दे रहा है.
Fast maneuver up towards this direction.
MP in trouble. एक ही बंदा बचा है MP का. क्या बात है?
MSJ, DRX, Alpha 7, Vampire, all gonna have to push in from this west side.
Yeah, crossing over this field.
Like I said, I'm supporting only RSG for the next 4 matches. BTR का पिटाई चल रहा है उधर. Last man standing है BTR का.
Could pick up a couple of elims and not.
Xavier का 2 बंदे बचे.
Crash on in. Here's BTR down to 1.
Setar is the last man standing.
Adeti seems to be
MSJ भी आ गया.
Majority of that work apparently. The Mirren Sejong, they take this opportunity, they take this chance. As does
BTR बाहर. Will MSJ third party?
And that's them over. Xavier topple BTR inside the warehouse.
The BTR have already put up some numbers so far
Needs
today. The fact is that 12th place is still so far behind. They'll be okay for a moment longer. Major Pride fall. Blank, they're out. 1 elimination found. They are on 169, which gives MSJ, DRX, Alpha 7, Vampire. Goodness me, that list is long. A chance to jump up on over now.
And Mirren Sejong getting over towards this compound is great news. This was an aggressive push from them. They went direct Team Spirit.
This is gonna be fun.
Compounds. Now,
this is gonna be fun.
Too, and Seibu takes some shots down the stairs, but it's not enough. Vampires have fully breached the building.
Oi, Tony Knock, Nosy Knock, Stone, last man standing here.
High on the ground floor with just stoned left. MSJ.
लग गए.
Fend off
Vampire गया.
Position.
MSJ owned Vampire in this fight.
Schweppes on the outside. Can he do it again? The man is insane. He goes for 1. MSJ. Oh no, this is so unfortunate. The crash was looking good. MSJ looking to confirm these points, and every point matters here. Schweppes steps out.
MSJ का आखिरी बंदा है. MSJ बाहर.
As Team Spirit take the third party angle.
Schweppes rep दो.
There is Decisive here to play. MSJ are down, and the third party takes both of them out.
Execution तुम लोगों ने देखा है ना?
Clean up for Decisive.
क्या proper execution? सारे टीम सही खेले.
Vampires. Their initial push was strong.
And of course, third party advantage तो रहेगा ही रहेगा.
Very good defense from.
So Xavier Esports survived. The rest got wiped.
Went terribly for the Vampires.
Nice drop shot range.
Take
best guy ये भी.
Rami bro spraying down.
1v1.
Out of it once more.
Rig.
It
versus
is so strange that
Sky.
Rami bro have such an impact on so many important fights, but they're in
Nade आएगा. Nade कर सकता है इधर से.
It's odd, but
Alpha 7 भी आ गया.
That's the world we live in.
ये दोनों teams गए बे.
With one player down in front of him. think Sky may be able to get this one back up, but Alpha 7
गया
looking to sweep up towards this northern
पूरा
side.
एंड
And a big pick up with that.
हरामी ब्रो दोनों
Able to
टीम्स को
get
मार
a
देंगे
knock,
अल्फा
able
7
to get
देखना
a flush as well.
देखो
Harami,
माफिया
bro,
से मारा नो
getting
फियर को
taken low by Alpha 7 striking out.
Yeah, it's a good crash from
Range
Alpha
को भी
7.
मारा
A little position to
कारिलो
go
ने
to, but the fact they hear this fighting happening over towards that north side means that they could make a
कहीं
quick
निकल गया
rotate
गाड़ी
up.
लेके
They knew they were in for a
very
fight when
very
they headed
smart
this way, but they were certain they could win it, considering that it had been
Rig
going
is
on for
as
quite a
good as
while. They
dead
saw the knocks coming through.
अबे एंगल
Very,
बना
very
के
well
मार
played
देंगे
to
उसको
Alpha 7. They picked themselves up a lot of eliminations off the back of this one, up to 3 already, and likely a 4th coming shortly.
DRX मार रहा है
Southwest side DRX.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है
hackers but system admin don't play with that stuff. I used to play combi here in USA, only reason I know.
Knocks coming on
Even
in.
NA
DRX
is very
may
bad.
not have enough
I heard
left in the tank as Alpha
NA
7
में भी बहुत
clean
ज़्यादा
up on
hackers
the
है बोल
northwest
के
side. DRX just with Kite
Birdie
left
बोल रहा था
and
मुझे
Team Spirit looking to push the
DRX
down.
बाहर
Our second place
भाई
and
Spirit
third place teams are out.
भाई टॉप 4 में सिर्फ एक ही टीम कर रहा है सरवाइव अभी
Now with the
Spirit
chance to move up.
Alpha 7 के लिए अच्छा मौका है
This is their time to shine.
Alpha 7 के सारे कॉम्पिटिटर्स बाहर
Yeah. I mean, that is.
Meanwhile, Alpha 7 4
interesting
finishes,
play
4
down
man
towards
strong.
the south side, but they can control the south side of the map.
This
It's
could
perfect.
be a good match for
Again,
them.
Very similar.
Spirit
situations
consistency
to both Alpha
on
7
top,
and
bro.
Team Spirit. They
For
hear
Spirit.
engagements happening on the side of the map. They take control of them. They know there's limited space within this circle, so they need to maintain some space on the map to ensure they can play very far out on the edge.
भाई एक tip दो to new emerging esports player as I am also playing scrims daily. Any tips you can give for improvement? I play against the best, bro. जिस scrims में जिस paid में सारे T1 teams खेलते हैं ना वो paid पक्का खेलना हर रोज हर रोज उन्हीं के अगेंस्ट खेलना उन्हीं के अगेंस्ट फाइट लेना हर रोज तुम्हें बहुत कॉन्फिडेंस बूस्ट मिलेगा उससे तुम्हें रियलिटी चेक भी मिलेगा वेयर यू स्टैंड एज अ टीम एज अ प्लेयर तब जब ऑफिशियल आएगा ना तब मजा आएगा तुम्हें खेलने में That's the only tip. Keep grinding. All the best.
That sits over towards the north side versus Alpha 7. They can't stay in that building. It was more just a regroup point where they could get reset.
Alpha 7 versus Team Secret.
What was next in the
Secret क्यों बोल रहा हूँ हर बार में
Spirit. And it was a good thing they did have that knowledge as well, because if it wasn't for that case, Alpha 7 might have been able to pop more bullets in. I mean, they're a very accurate squad. You can see the damage ringing through.
Team Spirit कौन सा country से है? ये mixed है बे.
Alpha 7 won this fight. I mean, I feel like probably they
mixed
do.
है. मतलब सारे एक ही country से नहीं है. और कजाकिस्तान से है क्या? कजाकिस्तान से है. Spirit.
Huge for them.
But players है ना.
Everybody ahead of them in the tables.
I think Nomi is from Russia.
I mean, neither team wants this fight.
Kitsune is also from Russia.
Historically,
पता नहीं players individually कहाँ से है. But Org is from Kazakhstan.
Teams on either side of the road always end up fighting in the future, right?
Sorry, MP is from Kazakhstan. My bad. MP is from Kazakhstan. Spirit is from Europe. I think Europe.
And they know that squad on the other side, vice
कोई correct
versa,
करो.
is going to be a
Comment section में.
Serbia.
Serbia क्या?
Try and take
Slovakia.
shots, especially because Team Spirit is just coming into the circle.
Serbia
They're
org.
not
Okay.
fully regrouped. They
वही
don't
Russia
go
का ही है.
over towards their north side. Alpha 7, however, has more control further into the circle. Yeah, they can put a little bit of pain in. So utility wasted on either end of things, but Alpha 7 has had
Nomi is
way
Russian.
more
उतना
death
वो
rates
तो
to be looted on.
मुझे पता है.
Bold flex out from
Nomi
Kitsune,
and
next
Effect
to
दोनों.
turn around and get away from it. Potentially looking for that crash.
Even
Twisted
Matic
Minds
and
from the east
Kitsune,
side.
ये दोनों भी
RSG
Russian ही
as
शायद.
well. Now coming into contact on the route out to Pachinki. A nade over for
Serbia
Dora is
check
good
flag.
for
अरे हाँ
one.
मैं तो
They
flag ही
now
नहीं देखा.
trying to
Yes.
launch a
Serbia.
counter-offensive. Not doing so
MP is
quite
from
successfully
Kazakhstan.
just yet, but the nades continue.
ओए
to
RSG का
go
fight है.
forward.
Everyone hold up.
Looking to launch
RSG
two.
का fight है.
Gonna have to move with that shift. It goes west. It's onto the compound that Decisive hold. Inco on the south of it. Demuerte with their players going to struggle to keep Alpha 7
Against
and
Twisted.
Zeus at
ये
bay.
निकाल सकते हैं RSG.
Yeah, for Alpha 7, they certainly want to rotate over towards this side. First, they need to clear out Zeus. Demuerte is going to be sitting pretty for a while, but Zeus is making that roll up right now.
What an aid,
We're still getting this fight between Twisted Minds as well as RSG, who are stuck in one hell of an awkward position. Unlikely to get out of this one, I'd say. Caged in. Twisted Minds have thrown away the key. Good nade.
क्या
from
nade
Zeus
से
as
बे?
well. Takes down Eugene and Pusher, and that'll be Demuerte out, clearing out a strong space for Zeus, understanding that there likely was going to be a wrap sooner or later from Alpha 7, so why don't we just pick up a strong position early?
Twisted Minds maybe continuing the fight. RSG look.
या सारे प्लेयर्स रशिया से ही है इस टीम में भाई क्या नेड्स है भाई मजा आ रहा है
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा
अल्फा 7 का गेम है ये लग रहा है मुझे भी वही लग रहा है बट आई एम रूटिंग फॉर आरएसजी ब्रो RSG RSG भाई घुस के दे दिया टोचन भाई मां कसम भाई
down the hill they fall and Doran goes down too. Coops is there for the one.
घुस के मार दी भाई twisted
Zeus on the north
as always
side,
GD the last man standing है
on this one, but God descends the hill looking to try and move.
हमेशा का है तो
Sideswipe to Zeus, potential to make something spicy happen here unless he gets spotted. Zeus, this is a team that I have loved watching over the last few months, Blank. We saw them in EMEA.
RSG got owned in this league, bro.
Fantastic. The desk highlighted them earlier. They come into this tournament with very few expectations on them. But they
heart attack to dete rehta hai DD.
Player here, just as I say that, I am still very happy with this team from Turkey.
Another, maybe? Yeah, I think Aaron there, he's trying to scout out towards that top side. Maybe a little bit over-aggressive. There's tons of sight lines that can be held from down this hill, but yeah, Zeus going down to 3 players. They had a good hold. I don't think they had to spread out too much there, and I think Aaron gets a little bit too much in the face of the wall of the blue, which was unnecessary. The real play there would have been just to keep tabs on either side. Who pushes in first, which is the bigger threat, and I think that right now Maniac is calling to the team that there is a full 4-man squad here on the western side that we need to take care of. We have good angles, we've got good hard cover in the front. Maniac just trying to provide information of where these players are playing using the buggy for a little bit of that high ground perspective.
मेरे को स्पिरिट का मैच लग रहा है बताने के लिए
Stalling
लग गई
DD
बाय बाय
for
ब्रो
a long time. RSG find a shot and God, it's
Zeus.
so much damage. Unfortunately,
5
not able to
finishes,
get the
3 man
flush off
strong.
Maniac, but Twisted Minds might be able to do so. The pressure from the east side. Look at that roll up. They are starting to swing
Twisted
around
आ
and
गया.
try and flank in. A perfectly timed push from Twisted Minds.
Rita
to get
गया.
the roll
Last
down
man
onto
standing
Maniac.
Zeus का
Rita next
Darkin.
to the fall to the bumpers.
Oh my God,
he's getting taken for a ride.
Twisted तो मार रहा है भाई इस मैच
Send
में
them back to the lobby.
Alpha 7
Goodness me, they'll
Spirit
take them there
Twisted
personally. A chauffeur-driven escort.
Xavier
I rocked up with a white van, kidnapped
ले
him.
Twisted
That's
के
so
2 बंदे गए
unfortunate. That's not acceptable.
Alpha 7 is going to push.
Zeus does go down in the process. Alpha 7 though, I knew as soon as this fight started breaking out that we would see smokes coming through from Alpha 7.
No, they are not pushing because they are expecting a push from Spirit.
That's exactly what they do, but they are somewhat pressured, and Team Spirit's not allowing them to get too much off of this for free.
Anticipation.
They've wanted to sandwich
100.
them here. They understand that Alpha 7 hasn't pushed too far forward because of this problem in the front line. Unfortunately, Twisted
And the
Minds
Twisted
isn't
reset हो गया.
fully reset just yet, so Team Spirit do need to.
अलग
wait
level
a
का
little
game
bit,
चल रहा है
but
इधर तो.
Blue waits for no one, John.
On
Has been
point
scouting
nade.
down on the south side for a long time. Potential that they crashed there.
Finish.
A big nade to open things up for
Finish
McGrellan,
it.
and Alpha 7's push can now start to come on through. Doran, he's not going to
Beautiful.
survive this bombardment. Surely he doesn't get back. There it goes. McGrellan gets the flash. Freak almost goes down too. Lord is super low on the backlines, and Alpha 7 has
Beautiful
everything
spray,
they
Revo.
need. Coops though, he's still alive.
Twisted का
That's
time आ
going to be
चुका है
handled
guys.
by Revo. Freak and Lord now trying to keep things under control.
क्या एंगल बना के मारा बेकारी लो मजा आ गया.
Alpha 7.
Lord
More
last man
pressure
standing
on
at Twisted
Rio.
now.
Just loads plate after
Revo
plate
पेटी मत बनवा
onto the
please.
barbell. And they
Thank you.
cannot
Good job.
keep
Good job.
things
8
going.
finishes 4 man
Lord
strong.
will crumble and they rep to failure. Twisted Minds are out.
अब होगा असली फाइट.
Team Spirit has
Spirit
made the
versus
right
Alpha
play
7.
here,
मजा आएगा bro.
which is to wait for a fight to break
मजा
out
आएगा.
where they can move through.
भाई होरा का एक बंदा अभी भी सर्वाइव कर रहा है. क्या कर रहा है वो?
Alpha 7 is
वो
so
इधर ही आके कहीं सो गया था.
damn good.
Sky.
There has never been a fight where they've looked even somewhat phased during that entire thing.
बहुत
It
अच्छा
was
decision था
so
वो.
well played.
गाड़ी
from
लेके
Alpha 7,
जाके कहीं
that
और
there simply
सोना.
just wasn't that opportunity for Team Spirit. And they
Placement points
desperately
आएंगे
needed that opportunity to
की
make
वजह से
through. Kitsune's been scouting in the meantime down towards that south side to see if he can get an opening, and it's so sad that he moves
Matic
back
knock
up
from
towards
Revo.
that northwest
Matic finish.
now, because this would have been the
इनको in
ultimate
trouble.
time
Xavier
to
क्या
move
खेल रहा है?
through. Matic goes down to Alpha 7 now, leaving
Deadly
Team
duo
Spirit
इस
at
मैच
the
का ये
three.
है. Levi and Parajin.
Still potentially go for a swing. Alpha 7 haven't committed to the push to try and
Inactive.
capitalize on the knock and flash.
Is the
that
last
they
man
found,
standing for
but
Ingo.
they have so much room to maneuver that rotation out is not going to be possible for them. DX Xavier on 2,
Finish.
Inko trying to keep things going as well on this
Effect knock from Mafioso. Effect finish.
Still alive. Effect
Spirit in big trouble.
Alpha 7 are slowly extracting value. They're up to 10 eliminations now.
Kitsune knock from Mafioso.
On a
Kitsune finish. Lag gayi. Nomi's the last man standing.
As Kitsune's the next to fall. It's all up to Nomi on that north side to get value from this game.
Team Spirit,
Alpha 7. They have already done enough to secure a top
मतलब zone है उनके पास.
But there is always that
आगे गाड़ी आ गया. Nomi spotted है.
corner.
ओए दे दिया एक को. Revo डब्बा.
Revo gets taken down on the DBS.
Nice try, man. Nice try.
Steps up, looks for another, but we'll find it. Alpha 7.
12 finishes for Alpha 7
on this game. 3 elims.
ले भाई. Alpha 7 का comeback हो गया.
But yeah, this could have gone so differently for Team Spirit. Kitsune had just kept
Alpha 7 was at 147, right?
A tiny bit longer down towards that south
147
side.
plus 12.
Wrap from them.
That's
to
159.
really get involved in that fight on the south, but it should be an Alpha 7 win.
169.
Very well played. They made it look so easy, this game. That northern side
Alpha 7 top 3
fell under
if
Alpha
chicken in this
7's
match.
bump.
I feel like Aura's
1v2v3
completely unknown to everybody in this lobby right now. He is very, very hunkered down. Carrillo might spot it. He's the only player that could really do anything about it. I think he's going to get vision on this. Step up and go for the spray.
13 finishes.
Finally, the snake has been removed. The grass clears. And now it's Decisive with 2.
भाई क्रेडिट तो देना पड़ेगा Xavier बहुत प्यारा खेला इस मैच में 2 मैन क्या संभाले BTR को मारे उसके बाद MSJ को मारे उसके बाद वैम्पायर को मारे फिर अभी इनको को मारे टॉप 2 में आ गया they have a chance to get the dinner also
Levi's as well. It's a 3v2. Levi's currently in that take damage from it finally. So unfortunate, he steps out the way, and Alpha 7 should now be looking
15 finishes.
He finds the first
winner chicken dinner for
find anything else off the back of it.
Alpha 7.
Tons of elims here for Alpha 7.
Revo pump
Rebels does go down, but the rest of the boys take it home for them.
भाई रेवो थोड़ा समझ रहे हो नॉक फिनिश हो रहा है बहुत ज्यादा ये बहुत रेयरली होता है बट इस टूर्नामेंट में बहुत ज्यादा हो रहा है Alpha 7 is back in the game
juncture but the job is not done and you can see that
एक मैच में वैम्पायर कर रहा है कमबैक एक मैच में Alpha 7 कर रहा है कमबैक
they know that it's the first
competition बहुत टाइट है बॉयज लास्ट मिनट लास्ट मिनट बोल रहा हूं लास्ट मैच तक सस्पेंस रहेगा ये जो लास्ट मैच में अच्छा करेगा वो होगा क्वालीफाई ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए
down to the wire here we are going for 3 more we have to play them all out and it's still
told you बर्थडे
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल
172 Alpha 7 172 क्या तो #2 रहेगा
finals in the UK and honestly they're becoming extremely close if not already doing it in this last match alone
बट इस मैच में सबसे बेस्ट तो मेरे को Xavier का लगा ब्रो बहुत प्यारा खेले वो 2 मैन रह गए Levi and Paragin इस मैच का डेडली डुओ
It had a lot to talk about. Thinking back to specifically
the
Xavier BTR kerfuffle
Mafioso को knock करता ना
teams taking every position they possibly can from each other.
I don't even know how to break down that entire fight in the first, but I think we'll get to it at some point, Jukes. I think we can talk about it later.
Super happy, bhai. Super happy.
Alpha 7,
for Alpha 7
such a good hold on the northern side.
भाई Paraboy का match कब है? Paraboy है ही नहीं bro. Match कब है मतलब?
This is Alpha 7 that we said, Jukes, at the start today are going to be hungry to push it into top 3. 7
इस मैच में 7 एलिमिनेशन से कारे लोगे
let's go dude he's back
IGL domination चल रहा है bro
nice so crazy like he has been overshadowed lately you know by you know Mafioso Revel when it comes to eliminations but you know I remember back in the day this was the most dangerous man on the battlegrounds and he's showing
PL का क्या सीन है इंडियन टीम्स खेलेंगे
still here to play
कोई आइडिया नहीं है अभी मुझे
a lot of not slack maybe crap is better the word
50,000 लगाओ Alpha 7 पे aim board भाई दे भाई लगाओ
as we've been talking about England leaders need to be able to frag out these days and Carrillo is starting to show he can do it when they need it. Thinking back to PMWC now here at PMGC Alpha 7 might be that unbeatable team if we get them in London.
I really want to take attention here to the replays because we're going to see that crash that we've been talking about for the entirety of this match.
You don't want to talk about what we're discussing. You always change topics, Ollie. Now here it is.
Because we got the replays. Look at these beaches that are happening. We have to move the topic over there. So initially, Xavier have this 2-2 split hold on that central compound, Droogs. and BTR send it in. And I think Xavier instantly when
मैंने जब भी लाइव में अल्फा 7 का मैच देखा है उन्होंने परफॉर्म किया है 90% टाइम्स
sending the two other players of Xavier
भाई आप देखते रहो बस अभी अगला 3 मैच भी आप देखना बस परफॉर्म करना चाहिए इसी अल्फा 7 करा दो आपको अब देख के करा दो ऐसा परफॉर्मेंस
Yes sir, speaking of other squads, that was gonna
It might be a good luck charm for Alpha 7.
Dude, man, Sejong just said yoink to Xavier right when they went on the push to BTR.
भाई
and I was
प्लीज
like,
नियो
oh my
कहा
God,
कॉल
yeah,
करके
the
पूछो
timing
बहुत दिन से
couldn't have
वाईटी
been
पर
more
लाइव
perfect. That's
भी
just
नहीं है
Xavier's toast.
ब्रो
But
कभी
man,
बात ही नहीं हुआ मेरा अभी तक
what do you know?
नियो से
Here
कभी बात नहीं हुआ
comes
फोन पे
another squad.
नंबर
Right?
भी
They
नहीं है
go
मेरे पास
ahead
कैसे
and
कॉल
they
करूं
push on to MSJ. Xavier comes back right around, punishes them both, and get that victory in that battle. So I mean, huge game for Xavier.
I think इस बार फाइनल्स सबसे बेस्ट कंपटीशन वाला फाइनल्स होगा लग रहा है मेरे को इस बार
I would be pumped after a match like that.
काफी ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम्स दिख रही है इस बार
second place, that is massive. When I initially thought they would go down on the first breach of BTR,
EWC में समझ रहे हो
bunch of points on board.
some teams are on a whole different league compared to the other teams इस बार I think grand finals में समझ रहे हो सब बराबर टीम्स
an okay push
रहेंगे
where guys were saying up against Reagan's game and getting themselves the 8 points in total, but Xavier, like I said, 15.
Alpha 7 played bad in 3 days, but we will believe they will finish in top 3. That's the legacy of Alpha 7 esports. Definitely, bro, definitely.
We had Alpha 7 and Twisted Minds looking to skirmish towards the north.
EWC का champions है bro, world champions है वो, defending world champions है वो.
Thinking like, which direction are they going to go?
I think that was the big question
what
for
else
them.
can
and
you
they
expect from
scouting
this
the
team?
compound of Inca and Xavier, while the three of the players were north looking at Alpha 7 fighting Twisted Minds, and they needed to make one decision.
What's your opinion?
One decision as to
Who is
which
the
fight
best
do we
team
take
player
and
in
commit to, and we
BGMI?
need to full send
I would
into
say
that fight. But
Sprayguard.
unfortunately, Jukes,
Best
the
team
main
player?
issue for them this game was indecision. They did
भाई
not
best
make
team
one
player
of
क्या
those
होता है
big calls,
भाई?
and because of that, got pushed by the Blue Zone.
Best team player तो बहुत है.
Easy to take down. So next
बहुत
time,
team players
I
है,
hope
अच्छे
teams
team
go-
players.
just go for the send it,
बहुत
because
है.
if you don't do anything, teams will
पर उससे
eliminate
क्या हो
you very
जाएगा?
quickly.
मेरे को समझ
Yeah,
नहीं आ रहा
absolutely, and that's the thing.
कौन
is
टीम
that,
प्लेयर
you
ने
know,
मेरे को
it kind of
बताओ
puts a little question
अभी मैं तुम लोग को
mark on
4
for me
नाम बताऊंगा
because
मेरे को
when you
इनमें से
look
कौन
at
टीम प्लेयर ने
Team
बताओ
Spirit,
नकल
they're in first place, right?
Admino.
So I think a lot of that hesitation was just caused by
और
where they're
कौन
at on the
किसका नाम
leaderboards. Because at a certain time, you got to realize, like, hey, you know what? We got a good lead. We
Sprayguard.
just need points on the board. You know, so instead of playing their normal
Joker.
game and actually going for that aggression, maybe they're like, hey, let's just hold back,
और किसका नाम
survive.
है?
Because the teams,
आदित्य
Do Brazil, baby!
अभी जो भी नाम मैं ले रहा हूँ ना इनमें से कौन टीम प्लेयर ने मेरे को बताओ
173 points. Oh my goodness. Hey, what was it? What were we saying earlier, Max? It was Brazil versus who?
रेकनिंग का वाइपर
South Korea. It could still happen. It could still happen. But this is what we're going to see throughout the day, I think, Jason. We're going to see
इनमें से
these
कौन
teams
टीम
back
प्लेयर
and
ने
forth
मेरे
in
को
the top
बताओ
three. It's so close between all of these like top
Slug,
5 squads still. The right
Ninja
now,
Boy.
PRX, MSJ, they feel like it.
इनमें से
They could
कौन
push
नहीं है
back
team
up to
player?
there, but looking at
Tell
the
me one
consistency
player who
of
is not a
team
team
spirit
player.
in the late game, I think
ऐसा नहीं
currently
होता है
they're
सारे
locked
टीम
into
प्लेयर्स
top 3. I would say we still have 2
सारे
spots.
के सारे
Alpha
टीम
7
प्लेयर्स
major pride
एक
needs to
एक
hold
प्लेयर
down the fort
एक
because
प्लेयर
their
मेरे को बताओ
spot
जो टीम
is
प्लेयर
not
नहीं है
yet secured.
I mean, it's becoming really tough at the top of the leaderboards, right? If you just have one
I
more
don't
bad
think-
game, if
I
your
don't
team
think
is
there
trying to
is-
be in the running
there
for
is
top
any
three,
player
that could
who
be
is
what
doing
keeps
good.
you out of the whole shebang. But as we look down towards the bottom
जो
of the
team
table,
player
Nico,
नहीं है।
BTR,
समझ
really
रहे
no
हो?
movement down towards the bottom as we did.
बेस्ट
Twist
टीम
Minds
प्लेयर
coming
पिक
to
कैसे करते
15th
हैं मेरे को नहीं
place,
आता
but 20-point difference between Inco and Hora. We need to see a big game here at the
Bro,
bottom of the table. If one of these teams
20 points का difference है
But the way it's been kind of going, it's not
I think
like
it's
gonna be
over.
possible here. I mean, Hora, you
Bottom
had
5
Sky
teams
surviving as
decided
long as you
it.
possibly could as a solo, trying to get any single point.
कुछ
The fact
मिराकिल
is,
चाहिए अभी
those placement points aren't going to be enough to propel you
Bottom
into 11th
teams को
place. You need to be able to pull
qualify
off a win
करने के लिए
and be able to pick up quite a few eliminations.
A lot
how
of
about
these teams are
15?
getting desperate.
बॉटम टीम्स बॉटम पे ही
How
रह
about
रहे
15, right?
ऊपर वाले
How about
teams ऊपर ही।
7? That's all it takes. And that's what's so crazy is
डिवीजन
because,
हो गया
like, we're seeing teams put up decent
Division हो गया
games,
भाई।
decent eliminations, but we're seeing the squad that
अरे मैंने
wins
देखा नहीं टॉप में क्या चल रहा है एक सेकंड
Those
Points
got
देखने
some of them. Oh, and Hora,
But looking at the
स्पिरिट 184 अल्फा 7 173 मेजर प्राइड 169 कोरिया के दोनों टीम्स टॉप 3 से बाहर 160 159 It's not about how you start, my friend. It's about how you end. Can Korea finish the day on a positive note? देखना पड़ेगा. Vampire is also waiting for an opportunity. Alpha 7 का comeback हो गया. अभी इनको consistency maintain करना पड़ेगा बस. चिकन डिनर्स भी सबसे ज्यादा उन्हीं के पास है टॉप 3 के टीम्स में। स्पिरिट दे आर डूइंग फैंटास्टिक। जिस तरीके से वो खेल रहे, मेरे हिसाब से वो क्वालिफाइड है ग्रैंड फाइनल्स खेल रहे ऑलरेडी। Wow. All eyes on Korean teams, bro.
Big final games. We could see
all eyes on Korean teams.
Out, but that lead is still continuing to, I think, lengthen in that spot on the bubble. But towards the top, you know, MSJ, they have
Korea katam tata bye bye.
Easily, obviously, their worst day so
no,
far.
it's not over yet, bro. Abhi 3 matches bache.
Kind of going wrong for them. Is it just teams kind of
Miramar
figuring out the style
Korean
that
teams
they're
ka
running and being able to counter it or be able to do it before them?
Especially DRX ka.
I feel like teams are able to get
consistent
a lot faster throughout.
So, you know, last match
especially today, central position.
It's not over.
Taken over by Decisive in this game. The game before that, it was Team Spirit. And the big gambles we saw them do, Hodgix, which is Phase 1, Phase 2, send it dead center.
PL champions कौन सी group में हैं?
Teams know, oh, the good position.
Group red में है, TJB.
Send it in Phase 1, Phase 2. We need to take it quickly if we want to get that spot for ourselves to hopefully aim for the chicken dinner. And so far, these central positions
Johnny
have been
नहीं है
the
team
game-winning
player.
spot a lot of the
अच्छा,
time. So MSJ,
Lokesh bhai,
unfortunately, the strat is just not quite
like,
working as much.
How
as
did you
it
come
used
to this conclusion?
All right, we're going to head over to a break here. We get things ready to go for the second half of the day, the final 3 matches of Group Yellow. We'll see you all soon.
अगर ये स्टेटमेंट पंक देगा ना तब मानूंगा मैं, तब तक नहीं। Why India is not in PMGC? नहीं पता ब्रो मुझे, नो आइडिया। इस बार भी IHC ट्रॉफी उठाएगा। I would love to see that happen. IHC is very unpredictable. बूम बाम कर देती है वो, कभी कभी चोक कर देते हैं वो। बैलेंस नहीं दिखता है मुझे IHC के अंदर। The balance which I see in Alpha 7, Falcons, 4MV, वो बैलेंस IHC में नहीं दिखता मुझे। कभी बूम बाम कर देते वो, कभी डिक्लाइन। वो बैलेंस, they have to find that balance. By rate this lineup, Johnny, Ninja, S-Power and Funk. On paper strong दिख रहा है, but पता नहीं synergy issues आएंगे इसमें, मेरे को लगता है। Funk will have a hard time handling this lineup. अगर दानिश भाई जिंदा होते तो इंडिया का स्लॉट मिलता PMGC का। Too many Danish jokes, bro. Team Spirit, Alpha 7, Vampire are top 3 predictions, but Vampire ruined. It's not over, guys. अभी भी 3 matches बचे. Chill out. Anything can happen. मेरे हिसाब से कोरियन टीम्स कमबैक करेंगे. They are not going to finish like this. अभी ब्रेक है. अभी ब्रेक पे थोड़ा कोचेस थोड़ा मोटिवेट करेंगे प्लेयर्स को। लेट्स सी व्हाट हैपेंस। भाई मुझे मॉड बना दो, मैं दिला दूंगा। अच्छा ठीक है। Yeah, I remember around 2 years ago, I got info that Hezegig said that he gave his ID to his friend cause he wasn't frequently playing and his friend apply hacks in his ID. Come on, bro. That sounds like a very lame thing. Matlab, that sounds like an excuse someone makes after they got caught.
Before this match, actually now after this
ऐसा कौन सा हरामी दोस्त होता है जो समझ रहे हो?
Points away from that top.
जो खुद की आईडी पे नहीं लगा, दोस्त की आईडी पे लगा रहा है। ये एक्सक्यूज मैंने काफी बार सुन चुका हूं, पता इंडिया में भी। मेरा दोस्त ने लगाया, मेरा छोटा भाई ने लगाया।
Se for da vontade de Deus, eu acho que a gente termina na primeira posição. Mas claro que a gente quer ir pra final, a gente tá dando nosso máximo. A gente não começou tão bem, mas a gente tá buscando melhorar.
एक फेमस लाइव स्ट्रीम हैकर पकड़ा गया, तुम लोग को याद है? एक लड़की पकड़ा गई थी लाइव स्ट्रीम पे हैक से। वो क्या बोलने लग जाते पता, उसका एक दोस्त है कैरल बोल के, वो उसका पीसी यूज कर रही थी बिफोर द स्ट्रीम, तो उसने लगाई हैक्स। कोई सेंस है इस बात का? तुम हैक करके पकड़े गए हो और फ्रेंड के ऊपर डाल दो, और वो फ्रेंड है ही कि नहीं है किसी को नहीं पता।
Acho que não. A gente
Não é
trabalha
que nem
muito,
Bruno,
a gente
né?
joga há muito tempo e a gente já passou por diversas situações e a gente tá buscando melhorar. A gente sempre quer estar entre o top 3, quer sempre buscar ser campeão e a gente tá trabalhando para que isso
If
aconteça. Se
Hesig
Deus
is
quiser,
so
vai
good, why
acontecer.
isn't
I don't
he
think
in
so. We always
compete?
work really hard. We always
Mostly
gunning for
China
the
में
top,
जो भी
gunning
अच्छा
for the
talent
top
होता है ना,
3, and we've been working
like
for it,
अच्छा player,
and I
अच्छा
think once
assaulter,
again that God willing, we're gonna
mostly
make it there
they
once
get a
again.
chance.
Well, hopefully you guys
Mostly
will
they
be
get
able
scouted
to obrigado, parceiro,
by the
because
organizations.
right now, it's very
क्योंकि
unpredictable.
उधर
Back to you
उनका
guys.
काम ही है ब्रो, कोई टैलेंटेड प्लेयर है तो उसको ट्राई आउट करने का, क्योंकि बहुत पैसा है चाइना में ई स्पोर्ट्स में। तो इफ देयर इज एनी टैलेंट उसको मौका मिलेगा ही मिलेगा, कोई ना कोई
trying
और
to keep it interesting, right? They're just trying to keep
And
us
who
on
says
our
no to
toes
money,
and
right?
keep our predictions in a rough spot, because my predictions are still not looking too great. I only had one of the teams at the moment in top 3 to make it through. But we still have 3 matches left to go. But more importantly,
China
Max,
is
we
very
have our
advanced in
final
that.
Erangel to come up. And we know how Alpha 7 can play on Miramar here. So I'm getting a little bit worried for some of these teams if they want to catch up.
Yeah, I know we're talking about South
Lamborghini के
Korea a lot, Mason, but
ऊपर
we have to bring it up
मेरे
that so
50
far in the
rupees
last 2 days
लगा
in
दो, वो
particular,
chicken मारेगा।
Erangel has been their big battleground where they get a big majority
No,
of their
that
points.
team is
And,
safe, bro.
As of today, that's not been really the
Xavier
case.
Esports is
They've
safe.
been struggling.
They'll-
We talked about
they will not
it
qualify
just
for the
before
grand
break
finals,
where
but
they are still, especially
they are
MSJ,
qualified
are
for
going for
survival
these big
stage.
gambles, but the center is so busy every single match. It seems like so. Maybe
Bro, what about this
Mira and
lineup?
Sejong
Doc,
gotta start to
Suk,
think of playing edge.
Stone,
They can't
Order.
get quickly to the center because teams are adapting
Fifth player
and
top.
somewhat taking their approach.
भाई बहुत chaotic दिख रहा है ये लाइनअप।
You know,
3 IGL को डाल दिए, 4 IGL को डाल दिए एक टीम
you
में।
know, I mean, because
मतलब
it's getting so
पता
tough
नहीं,
here.
I'm not-
It's honestly a disaster.
I would
for
not
South Korean teams
I would not
because,
put
you
my
know,
money
they
on this
are
lineup.
not performing, and you have Alpha 7 going nuts, Vampire on the climb as well. You know, DRX still quiet with only a few matches left to go. Man, it's
Takas
gonna
भी
come
तो
down
hack
to we need
करता,
to see a
Takas
pop-off
YouTuber।
match. We really do. I think if you're
नहीं पता bro,
MSJ,
कोई आइडिया नहीं है मुझे।
you're gonna need to hunt down that chicken dinner. But at the same
भाई
time,
फॉर्मेट
I see
समझा दो
where
अभी
you're
भाई,
coming
मैं
from
अभी
because
10
it's
बार
like,
समझा
man,
चुका हूँ मैं।
the strategy that we were working, that was working, it's not working right now.
लिक्विपीडिया पे
right?
जाओ, एक
'Cause
बार देख
I
लेना,
think
कुछ
all
डाउट
these
है तो
other
पूछ लेना, मैं
teams,
बता दूंगा।
they did their research,
बहुत
they did
simple
their
सा है।
homework, and they've adapted to the lobby. You know,
कब
and
होगा
this is
नेक्स्ट
something
मैच
I've
स्टार्ट?
been
अभी
harping
3
on
थर्ड
from
मैच
day
के बाद
one.
थोड़ा
We
ब्रेक
knew this
होता
was
है,
gonna
कुछ
happen,
खाना
right?
वगैरह
So,
होता है,
when it
मीटिंग्स
comes to
वगैरह होता है,
adaptation, MSJ
तो
needed
अभी स्टार्ट हो
to show
जाएगा।
that they can do it.
And we still need to be careful because sure we're looking at Team Spirit, looking at Alpha 7.
मेरा तो कोई aim assist भी on
of Mira and Sejong and
ऑन
DRX.
करता मुझे पता
Major
लगता
Pride are still
लग
getting
जाता
few
है
eliminations here and there
कुछ
every
तो
single
गड़बड़
match, so
है,
they are just lingering
और
in the
इनके
top 3,
पीसी
going
में
in and out
हैक
of it. So they
लगा
could
है
snatch away
और
a top 3
इनको
position
पता
if
नहीं
things
है।
keep going
अरे
their
एक्सक्यूज
way.
है बे,
Here we go,
सिंपल
top
सी
4
बात।
gunslingers so far. Nomi still up there.
डैमेज पे टॉप पे चल रहा है, ये
Games have
पूरा
gone so far
पूरा
for Team Spirit
लीग
Hunters,
इन
not
दोनों के
too
बीच में चल रहा है,
surprised. But we
कंपटीशन
are
नोमी
seeing, though,
एंड
and this is a
हॉक्सी।
big surprise to me, Eren
स्टार्टिंग में बेका
still in
वगैरह
the
थे
conversation
मेजर
for
प्राइड
he's
के,
clearly one of the new bloods
but
in
dominating
this
lead
group
लेके
and
बैठे ये दोनों,
completely impressing us.
हॉक्सी
So
from
Zeus
MSJ
again,
and
I'm
Nomi from
happy
Team
to see in the
Spirit।
next deal. So how is Zeus going to perform? Because this as their first global
भाई
event
सर्वाइवल स्टेज का
is
सीन बताओ।
truly impressive.
सर्वाइवल स्टेज का मैंने भी नहीं देखा एग्जैक्टली, जब वो होगा तब देख के बता दूंगा मैं। अरे वही होगा
happy with that for sure. Good luck in the survival stage. I will say that, you know. And
कि
speaking of
3
survival
8
stage,
8 8 8
we
24
gotta talk
टीम्स
about those
रहेंगे
teams
ना,
at the bottom, right? We gotta talk about those teams that are
उनमें
gonna be able
से
to try and just get it in.
कितने टीम
Honestly,
जाएंगे?
when it comes to Aura, 20-point difference between them and Inco. Like, what do you think? Like,
9,
chicken
10.
dinner in this next game? If they
आई
don't
थिंक
get it,
3
it's
टीम
over?
जाएंगे ना सर्वाइवल स्टेज से।
No, I don't think.
I think
they-
team
I don't think
जाएंगे
next
सर्वाइवल
game need
स्टेज
a
से, एक
chicken
बार देख
dinner. I
लेते
think you
हैं
just need to have some consistent points coming in, enough to obviously catch up to Inco and surpass them. The problem is that goalpost is going to continue to move whenever
Survival
Inco
stage.
does well, or then of course you have to worry about BTR and then loops. It's gonna be it's tough no matter
Survival
what. But I don't think they need
stage
to win a game necessarily. They just need to have some solid matches. Obviously, every
How many
time they have a
points?
bad match from there on or from now on, it means it's gonna be that much more difficult.
Yeah. How many points
सर्वाइवल
do you
स्टेज
think
में
you wanna see
24
from Aura
टीम्स खेलेंगे
in order to make it?
I mean, there's 3 matches.
2 दिन
left,
के लिए।
20 points. I don't know. I want to see
वो
like
24 टीम्स में से
7 to 10.
बॉटम 8 टीम्स एलिमिनेट हो
I
जाएंगे
was going to say 7 8.
एंड टॉप 16 टीम्स
Minimum.
लास्ट
this
चांस
game,
खेलेंगे।
and that's if
and ये 16 teams last chance में से bottom 10 teams eliminate हो जाएंगे
It's not just Inco,
and
right?
top
Because
6
it's
teams
Inco, BTR, and Loop.
जाएंगे
So
grand
if one of
finals.
those 3 teams does nothing, then it makes it
So
a lot
भाई,
easier for you. And
survival
we'll find
stage
out
is
exactly
scary.
what's going to happen in just a
So
few, but
basically,
remind you guys once again
survival
about
stage में
the
24
phone
teams है ना,
looking,
उन
what are the
24
reasons?
teams में
What's
से
the price? So if you think back
सिर्फ
to PMWC
6
or
teams
maybe
जाएंगे
even
grand
some
finals
reasons,
में.
you know it's the Infinix GT20 Pro, of course.
So the competition is going to be
on day 1 has that right next
very
to him
tight
every single time with its 120 FPS. That FPS couldn't save you though when it came to our first match on it.
What the hell did I do to you? Hey,
Bad
you know
luck,
what?
dude.
Okay, I try, but
I
thing
remember
is,
we were
there's no
recording
bots
a
in Ultimate
video.
Royale. There's no bots in Ultimate
Mr.
Royale, man. They're
Spike,
too good in
Rondon,
that mode.
Doug,
I'm
Sid,
struggling.
rate this lineup 10 out of 10 bro,
So you only did well against bots, is what
10
you're
out of 10.
Yes.
Snail by 50 मैंने
If it makes
okay
you
bro,
really
10 out
better,
of 10
bots
lineup
still
पे.
destroy me.
More of
So
those.
I mean, you're still better than me.
कर दो,
either way,
sign करा
Max.
दो.
And, well, we got to play
मैं ready हूँ
four-man
sign करने
squad,
के लिए.
and was it Hot Chooks put up like 10, 12 eliminations? It was crazy.
Full
Not
बकचोदी
bad.
lineup करेंगे.
Something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Full
Guys,
मस्ती
Like,
करेंगे.
you were on the floor. You were like laying down on the floor, and you pulled that
Oh,
off.
dude.
And you were right next to Seven.
कौन
and
सा है
Seven
एक
must have
invited
done
team?
something a
अरे
little bit
कोई
risky
team
that night
है.
because it was not pleasant
क्या
to
है
be
वो
around.
guild
I
e-sport
got
ऐसा कुछ है.
smoked, you know?
Quite
but
literally.
but I still performed, baby. You know what I'm saying? You just got to pre-fire through the smoke.
Soul
and
और
make it
TX का
happen
match
here,
कब
man.
से
This
है?
is crazy. Alpha 7
Bro, this is
on the
PMGC bro, इसमें
climb
नहीं है कोई
indeed,
Indian
man.
team.
This is gonna get crazy. This last 3 matches.
Alpha
because
7
there are
is on the
so
climb.
many teams that can clutch it up. Now you said
Match
8 to 10 points.
is about
for
to
Mora,
begin.
right? I'm gonna ask you this, Max. Vampire. How many points do you need to see from them if they want to make it the top 3?
Right now, with their current position in the rankings, so
In
just as
this
context, Vampire have
A lot
146.
they need.
The thing is, with how the teams are playing, I don't think they're going to slow down. I need to see
A win almost. Like they're 23
need to
points.
see
भाई
behind
ये
the
लेना
Bulls.
बताओ. Doc,
I need to see 10
Mafioso,
points,
top,
at least a top 3
godless.
with a few eliminations right now for Vampire.
Doc,
And we
Mafioso,
mentioned it at the
top,
start of the
godless.
day, right, Jason, about this team is that they go for the win, or they get these really bad results. They can't afford a bad result. They get one bad result. I think the top teams are just going to start creating
ठीक है.
such a
अच्छा है
big
lineup.
gap. The Vampire will
But
just have to
language
be okay
problem
with
होगा
making it to
Doc and
survival
Mafioso
stage.
के बीच
Right
में.
now, we need to
क्योंकि
see
ये
a big
ब्राजील
match
से
to wrap up Erangel.
वो
Our
तीनों
last
मंगोलिया से
Erangel of Group
समझ
Yellow. So
बाकी तो
Vampire,
सही है,
one bad
अच्छा ही
game
है.
is not going to cut it. We need to see some points coming on the board.
Real talk.
I'm gonna agree
Should
with you,
Vampire?
Jason. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Oh no, we can bench my point because I hear you're agreeing with me, and I love to hear.
I
that.
want Johnny in
I
international.
am agreeing with you, dude.
It's
I
not
think
happening
that
anytime soon,
Vampire
brother.
need to win this game. I mean, because
It
these
is
other
not.
teams above them have too much pop-off ability. I mean, they'll pull up 25 points like we just saw Alpha 7 do, and I think any of those squads right below them can still
Spike
make
bro,
that
how many
happen. So,
years you
for
think
Vampire,
will
yeah,
be
chicken
needed
dinner this game
for
I think
Indian
if you want to feel even
for
close
India to be
being
on this
comfortable to make it
level
the
of
top 3.
international?
So chicken dinner do they go for?
अगर
Or
हमें
is it
प्रैक्टिस
time
करने के लिए मौका मिल गया
for them to be like, okay, we just have to hot drop.
तो I
one of the
think
teams in top 3. Hot drop Major Pride.
एक साल
Keep that goalpost within reach of you.
I mean,
because the
मौका
amount of
मिलने
points
के
they
बाद
need
एक
is
साल,
kind of
डेढ़
insane.
साल.
What was it, like 23 I said before? Yeah,
That's
23
true.
points. Hot drop them.
maybe more.
Try to stop their momentum because as you said, Max, they're going to consistently get eliminations here in these next matches that you almost have to if you want to catch Major Pride.
Jason, why did you bring up hot drops? You know how that makes that Jukes act up? Like, he loves them hot drops. Every time he's talking about, I want to see the hot drops. And
अना रेजियो को डॉक रेबो एडमिनो
Hot drop
रेड
for a
चेयर
reason, I
ना.
like. Hot dropping in
Bro, there is something called
Hey, get that out of
language,
here.
bro.
But we're gonna find out
Regio
if
is from
into our
Japan.
final Aaron
Doc
Gale
is from
Group
Mongolia.
Yellow. Blanket
Rebo is
John,
from Brazil.
dive us in.
Admino is from India. How will they
Oh, we've
communicate?
got the goggles on. We're ready.
तो बस
to dive
player उठा के
straight
डाल
on
दो
in for
team
the
के अंदर
final
कुछ भी.
time over Erangel for Group Yellow. It has been a journey with these teams, but it's not over yet. We're
कुछ
gonna
भी
go
रहना
from
बना रहे
Stalbach
भाई ये.
down to Sosnovka. And this
Minecraft
time
players
around,
लग रहे
the
हैं.
path again goes a little bit further out to the east than we've seen.
हाँ, चलो भाई.
Starting half of Group Yellow.
The match
Major
4
Pride
has
actually
begun.
A big deal for them on this one because I certainly think this is a game where they need to regroup early.
The stakes
on
are
this
very
drop.
high.
There's absolutely going to be a lot of teams that want to drop in their area.
Bottom
They wanna
teams
pick up
target
some
भी
of
कर
the
सकता है
positions
teams
they're
को.
in, steal some away some of the vehicles. And I think you just have
We
to
want some
sacrifice
masala.
that. The fact of maintaining 3 players. It's not going to be ideal.
Alpha
otherwise.
7 drop
BTR
change.
heading over towards
Second drop पे जा
Rozak
रहा
and
है.
Mirren Sejong heading over towards crates. It's a long journey for them with this kind of playing path. And Muerte again heading towards Severny, giving up on that Nova Noya drop now. They are split in half.
Okay. Could be a tricky one. See if they can pull back together. In the end, MSJ,
Military base circle, please.
BTR close
Military
by.
base, please.
Very
Yes!
dangerous stuff. Genforce is already in a vehicle. You can
मजा आ
see
गया,
it
चल।
might be another military circle. Oh, blank. This is a treat.
मुझे
We're gonna
लगा
be
ही था ये
going all the way
military base
down
बनाना
south, so
है।
expect fast rotates.
एकदम god moment guys, एकदम god moment है।
Base close to Harame, bro.
मुझे लगा ही था ये military का
well. Expect hovercraft.
अब बसड़ शुरू।
Maybe another sky take coming through from Alpha 7.
जो टीम्स प्रेशर में है ना, अभी हार्ट रेट मॉनिटर डाल दो, वो 200 पे रहेगा अभी।
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है।
व्हाट्सएप ब्रो, मेगा प्लेस फाइटिंग। नो गॉडल नो वाचिंग। विनोद भाई, बिना वाचिंग ही हम ठीक है ब्रो, चलो कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
At least there will be a place to call home when they do reach landfall on Sosnovka. Team Spirit making that crossing down towards that south side, likely going to be coming through. Again, this does have a little bit of the northern side of the circle in terms of that main island. Could head back up that way, but with so much war down towards
RSG का फाइट हो गया हरामे ब्रो के अगेंस्ट।
This is going to be a south.
एक किल मिला RSG को।
First blood for RSG. So towards
DD मर गया।
Harame, bro. Yeah, trade.
This is in a really important part of the map, Blank. This is on that Sosnovka military base already, so these crossings starting to exact a toll already.
Manya, Nakul, Paraboy and Order.
You look for these fast maneuvers. Also, Decisive looking to flex
Rudra
out
bhai.
very, very quickly. We saw them on the drop earlier on.
Very
They
good, bro,
moved
very
the
good.
Deti to scout that bridge
मैं क्या बोलूं
super
तुम्हें
early.
समझ नहीं आ
I
रहा।
like this from Decisive.
मतलब इसमें मतलब मानिया और नकुल चाइनीज सीखेंगे या पैराबॉय ऑर्डर हिंदी सीखेंगे, मेरे को ये बताओ पहले।
And coming into this one,
उसके बाद में बताऊंगा।
Yeah, which is important. It's really important to have that information.
कास्टर का साउंड इंक्रीज करो। अरे मैं भूल गया था, जब मैच खत्म हो गया मैंने थोड़ा कम कर दिया
You
था।
need to know what's going on. If both these teams are diminished, it's unlikely that they're going to be going for a bridge hold. It's much harder to have that bridge hold come through when you are just 3 players. Twisted Minds on our screens. Over towards Milta. Yeah, 15th place. Not likely to change too much in the future, honestly.
सब
We are
भोजपुरी
really
बोलेंगे।
just looking at horror right now between them and Inco.
Can you just
but even
imagine
so,
like Order
that
और
20-point
Paraboy
gap
speaking like
feels
एकदम
a mountain between horror and Inco. Not so much so at the top
एकदम
of the
एक
table.
एक्सेंट में हिंदी बात करते हो और ये अच्छा ड्रेस।
He was going fast as well.
On the back of a bike, I mean, that's a difficult strafe to catch. Unfortunately, the players
अरे
rolling
jokes
in
aside,
behind
bro, I just
may
want to
have
feel the
been a
intensity
better
अभी,
angle to
समझ
try
रहे
and
हो?
go for. You've got
सिर्फ
other
3
teammates
मैचेस
who've done
बचे।
the damage to the bike rotate. Maybe you
एंट्री
allow
अच्छी है
teammates
लेकिन
to
बैठने का
make
तरीका अभी
sense
बड़ा
pieces on
कैजुअल है।
that and
What
turn
about
your
Manya,
attention
Spray
to
God,
the
Admin और
buggy.
Joker?
Could potentially
भाई,
have been changed.
अभी जो लाइनअप सोल का है वो सॉलिड है।
No way.
स्प्रे गॉड इज डूइंग फैंटास्टिक।
They're in.
सब अपने अपनी
They
जगह
brought a
खुश
car
है।
with them.
मैं नहीं बता रहा और
Please.
Is that?
That's
अबे,
a
ये
new,
क्या है?
that's a new strategy.
Oh my god.
व्हीकल ब्लास्ट करेगा तो साइकिल मिलेगा तुम्हें।
That is incredible. Team Spirit have just
व्हीकल पोड़ देंगे तो साइकिल मिलता है क्या? क्या सीन
imported
है?
a vehicle to Sosnovka.
Portable garage, apparently.
कि वो बैग से गिरा है।
Is that allowed?
I mean,
You
it
can
is,
drop
right?
the
Like, you just putting
bicycle
vehicles
from
on
their
top of
bag
other
or-
vehicles. Like, that's...
मेरे को समझ नहीं आया वो।
I don't know. You have to get. You'll have to have got a jump to go into that one. Perfectly timed it. Known to
गाड़ी
bring
बोर्ड में
navy
बिठाया
to
क्या वो?
explode it off the top side.
मेरे को
It
बैक
would have
करके
been much easier to
देखने का
just
मन कर रहा है
bring
बट नहीं।
a hoverboat with you, but
2x.
this is the next best
2x करके
thing.
देखते हैं अपन। तुम लोग ही बैक करके देखिए मेरे को
There is
बताओ।
Max is
मैंने
currently going
बताया।
wild in our group chat as well. He thinks that they jumped off docks onto the boat. This may be something that they practice. You've got to remember that, Blank. This is
कार ले आए
a
बोट
Team
में।
Spirit. They know this when they come back by hand. This is their standard
अच्छा,
Sosnovka rotate.
अच्छा,
They are probably and have probably
वही
been
कुछ तो
aware of
गड़बड़
their
लगा
ability to
मेरे
do
को
that. The thing is, it's not really going to like surprise a lot of teams, but it's going to give
रिवाइंड करो रे
them
नहीं
so
यार
much
छोड़ो
more
ये बहुत
mobility,
उतना भी इम्पोर्टेंट मोमेंट नहीं है
just
वो।
like the hovercrafts are going to give to other teams.
Yeah.
By this
And that's
vehicle
the
is
first
OP
time
यार।
we've ever seen that.
This vehicle is very
PUBG
OP
Mobile
especially
esports play
military
though.
base circles के लिए।
And this is
बहुत फास्ट है,
That's
बहुत
meta
जल्दी
changing.
पूरा घूम के जा
That
सकते हो
actually is
तुम।
meta
और ऊपर से
changing.
HP भी बहुत ज्यादा है इसका।
That
और
is
बहुत
crazy.
तेज भी है। गेम चेंजर है भाई।
It's
गेम चेंजर है।
bring it out now though.
भाई टोनी के का पेटी बन गया।
I suppose they want to win it. They want to take
मिलिट्री
first
बेस
place in group
सर्कल्स में
stages.
अल्फा 7 चोक
I'll go
करता
for
है।
it. But yeah, the
इस
best thing
मैच
about it is
में
that
चोक करेगा तो
not
फिर
only does it
दिक्कत हो
provide that
जाएगा।
much needed mobility when you get across, but just having one vehicle opens up so many more paths for others. because it means you can drive players along the roadside to get to vehicles that would have otherwise taken ages to approach on foot. Wow. Yeah, that actually is meta defining. I'm sorry I'm making such a big deal out of it, but that
huge.
it changes the game.
English सीखेंगे.
It absolutely does, but it's
Nice one, Mafia. So मिल गया एक
it's
kill.
absolutely something that we'll be looking out for in the future. Our team's going to invest into that as a strategy, bringing vehicles with them. I mean, with the hovercraft in, it's a little bit less meta changing than it would have been a few months ago, but even with the hovercraft, yeah, you're right. I mean, the land speed that you can get.
Guys, बताओ ये match कौन निकालने वाला है?
These vehicles.
देखो, bottom teams की बात नहीं करते, सिर्फ top 5 teams की बात करते हैं. Top 5 teams में से कौन अच्छा करेगा इस मैच में?
It does not get up hillsides very well.
Spirit,
either,
Alpha 7,
so
Major Pride, MSJ, DRX.
Is a really
Vampire
good
भी ले लो.
approach to
Top 6.
approach land and get towards a compound, but it's not good for rotating. It's not good for crashing.
Imagine Vampire chicken निकाल दिया ये match. बाप रे बाप.
Nicer.
Last 2 matches में कुछ भी हो सकता है.
And it's really good for teams who want to get across the water without being impeded by a
match
team
number
fire.
कौन सा है ये match number 4 है. इसके बाद और 2 matches है वो दोनों मेरा मारा.
Get soaked and then sprayed with bullets. Yeah, that is. They all have vehicles now. Okay.
Twisted, cool. DRX, Alpha 7, Spirit.
That's great. That is so great for Team Spirit. Goodness me. It may rely on specific boat spawns as well, which is perhaps why we haven't seen them do it up until now. We'll have to look back at what was going on. Maybe 7, if you're listening, you might be able to grab Kitsune or one of the players from Team Spirit, because we have to know more about this. This is absolutely an incredible development that we're seeing here in Group Yellow. If it wasn't already enough incredible developments, a north shift on this circle, Alpha 7 have been adding points to their tally. In the meantime, Zeus will be the casualties here, losing 2 of their players, and Alpha 7 are going to pick up 3 even.
These little frags go a long way.
Circle does move down towards Sosnovka, but over towards that northern side of the edge of it. Which keeps actually Team Spirit very central right here. DRX really do want a good game after this one. They have fallen off a little bit. I think that their play has just not been, they've not been able to muster as much strength as they had today. And 159 points.
Oh, nice knock by Darkin. Beautiful.
Both our South Korean representatives have left now that top 3. Alpha 7 though, taking shots as the last players from Zeus make their final stand on the cliffs.
एक नॉक करेंगे सीधा पुश करेंगे क्योंकि इनको पता है सिर्फ 2 ही बंदे बचे.
Trying to get away from this one. I mean, Alpha 7, they may have options. We've seen them take to the skies before.
It's very early, so zone damage भी उतना ज़्यादा नहीं होगा.
Zeus will entrench them in this one.
More now being out in the blue. It's a bit awkward. I think Zeus understands that kind of game over at this point, right, for them.
भाई बहुत दिन बाद global tournament.
What they can grab is more elims. Nomi gets knocked by vampires.
अब action top कौन सी team में है? They're currently playing for Falcons, bro. Falcons एक दुबई की organization है.
Not after a play like that. They had such a good spot. I don't think there was a necessity for a rotate towards the forests.
एक बार map दिखा दो भाई. कौन कहाँ से क्या कर रहे हैं?
Beachside compounds. I mean, they're so powerful with these northern shifts as well.
Oi, Revonok.
But they have cut down their potential somewhat. But again, they may
Mafioso
have
knock.
enough. Alpha 7
Mafioso finish.
Lost 1, losing 2 as well. That is nasty. Zeus, keep them locked in, drag them down to the depths on the Milta Peninsula.
फालतू का casualty.
As we've sung their praises so many times for Zeus. This is a team that has made such an impact in their first season as a team, as pro players as well. This is such a great result. And to take on Alpha 7 as well, to be able to have that in the back pocket, you've got to love it.
Yeah, Revo goes down to the blue. And we'll just be one last player there in Carrillo off in the distance. Yeah, really strong 2 players here.
I thought we have Zeus ko wipe karne wale hain bahut easily.
And in fact, Zeus do currently control the strongest spot.
Zeus ne G maar li Alpha 7 ki.
It's really hard for Alpha 7 to do too much because it's just all open ground here. And it's just the crags over towards the cliff face that gives you that potential.
Kya circle bani bhai, spirit ka circle hai.
That circle heads up towards that north side. Someone's going to need to talk to Nomi about these maneuvers.
Goodness me. They are slap bang in the best of it. The northern side of the island,
Alpha 7
the mainland rather, over on the far side is still in, but it's impossible that it goes back over there, which means that teams up there can survive a little bit longer. They're only going to get to stage 3, and in general, you do want to make that worth it. You've got to try and find the team in the most important position right now, Blank, is Mirin Sejong. They have DRX across the bridge, and they have to make this crossing. 4th place, 5th place, both of our South Korean teams currently at the goal.
And likely to face off against one another as well, which is the sad thing about this.
Total कितनी group से? Can anyone tell? Asif bhai, total 3 groups है. Yellow, red, and green.
They can play the water. Try head underneath bridge itself. But likely we'll have to fight against DRX at some point. There is that hillside over towards the western edge that kind of cut off a lot of the sightlines from RSG. Major Pride outside the circle will need to move in. And Crio's making a mad dash, probably for Shark Fin on the south side of farm. He can play right on the edge of it and just live there for a while. They got 3 elims. The longer they can get into this game, the better. And this is an uncomfortable circle for everyone with the amount of water that's still in. And about 40% is water here. So it cuts out a huge amount of landmass, even just coming to stage 3. We're looking more stage 5.
Major Pride trying to move up from the southwest edge. RSG up to their northwest side. Harame Bro sit ahead of them.
How many teams will qualify? Top 3 will qualify directly to grand finals.
To make it tough for the teams at the top.
#4 to #11.
And in Major Pride go.
They get qualified to survival stage.
For this fight.
Bottom 5 teams, they get eliminated
as well. RSG being a third party on this engagement could make things difficult too.
And today is the last day.
Yeah, I think for Major Pride, right now.
Cameraman, एक बार दिखाओ. कारी लोगों को दिखाओ एक बार. भाई साहब अभी पीक करके क्रॉच करके बैठा है क्या?
Get into somewhat a decent position.
वो छोड़ेगा नहीं बे.
Those Harame Bro, that will be
जब तक healing से तब तक वो बैठेगा उधर ही.
Temuerte with their really weird maneuver, north and south. Again, this is what I was talking about earlier. You get to match 4. That's where you start to see some weird things from the bottom 5 teams who just know that their run's done at this point.
Elementrix finish.
Elementrix lose 1. It's Harame Bro. Oh no.
Foxy का average 2 पे था.
Right now,
1.8 पे आ गया.
points because they've got 1 elimination already. Pushing in from that south edge. If they can hold on as 3, the circle again, Blank, keeps a lot of the water
क्या cluster है भाई?
in. Once more on the east side, Team Spirit would love to have 4 players alive. Vampire though, look at that spot.
What? कारी लोग fall back किया क्या उधर से?
Yeah, he's incredibly good. Major Pride tried to get over towards DXA. They make a mad push over towards the forest. It's fair enough. This is one of the few locations where you can try and take an isolated fight. But
MP को क्या हो गया भाई? किसने क्या
done for
क्या
here?
कर दिया?
One player left alive.
कोई मंत्र डाल दिया MP के ऊपर.
Sejong took a long time to cross here. Seiwu currently trying to cut out loops. One knock should do the trick, but in the meantime, his teammates are falling to RSG. You can understand why Mirin Sejong went for this play. They wanted to wait as long as possible.
Yo,
Seiwu is unreal. I mean, Seiwu's still doing some incredible work over towards loops. Nino has to send wide here.
He's just
played get some points.
He's just knocked 3 players of loops. He's got the rundown. The other 2 are on the bridge. They bleed out. All they need to do is live. Jae-suk needs... I don't know where he's gone. He's somewhere else. But RSG got to pick up Seiwu. So if Jae-suk can live, can outlast... Oh, Jae-suk's on the far side. He's still on the other side of the bridge. He has not crossed yet. If he just stays alive and waits for those bleed outs, those points could be so important for them.
He runs down Neil Zada as he gets across.
Alpha 7 is still surviving.
This is a game and a half.
MP बाहर. सबसे पहला टीम जो बाहर हुआ वो MP.
Through, swimming with Zeus, who took them down earlier. AZ out. That's Major Pride in 3rd place going down. This is a good opportunity for both Mirin Sejong and DRX to close that gap. But Mirin Sejong,
आज तो the only consistent team in top 5 is Team Spirit, bro. Rest all are just
to sweep across
getting
that beachhead.
I think
RSG 4 finishes domination,
here,
bro.
Given their position, is Vampire.
Crazy.
They are slap in the middle of this central area of teams. Given that the circle has a lot of water in, it's very likely to push back down south. They can hold off the approach from the beach, which is very likely going to be assisted by DRX.
They got
out
3
on that
points
west.
in this match.
To be fair, DRX probably equally in a position to make it work, and with Vampire on 3 players, maybe that's diminished, but still, Vampire so pivotal here.
13 points का difference है MSG और उनके बीच में.
With a circle like this, being 3 players, I wouldn't call it that much of a disadvantage. Decisive
They're still on the safer side
DRX
only.
on 4, but
बस ऐसे चोक
again,
अगला 2 मैचेस में नहीं करने का.
Decisive is likely going to have a strong game here, but anyone else on the outside, you're going to take a lot of casualties around this area. There's going to be so many teams with 2 to 3 players coming into this one, so even if you are 3 players, it's not the worst thing in the world.
survival
I will
group
say for Team
confirmed.
Spirit,
Not yet,
it's
bro,
somewhat
not
disappointing
yet.
because I think this
The
is a game
gap
where they
is-
could have absolutely been
the gap is
in with a
very
chance at 4.
Huge.
And in fact, taking that vehicle across
देखना,
somewhat
73
doomed
पे हो
tell
अभी.
me, because you gave them a
Hashtag
vehicle
11 का
to go
देखना,
make those
27
mistakes
points का difference है.
but
How will they-
like, I'm going to
how
keep
will they
saying
manage
is
to
that
cover that gap?
Nomi is a trade-off player. You trade off the moments where he completely carries the team for the times where sometimes, you know, he makes a couple of mistakes.
Twisted मार
But
खाने
you
वाली
can
है.
trade out here.
Kitsune
Robs
knock.
goes very low, and there's
Big.
some help from the sidelines.
खुद
and
का नेट से गया
Kitsune
Kitsune.
does drop down. Another nade through
भाई
the side.
दूसरी
will
side
take
से
down
Xavier
Box.
मार
That
रहा
should
है.
be a safe
Twisted
res
को.
onto Kitsune, and the first team
पानी में
trying
जाओ.
to fight off against Team
Zone
Spirit
पानी में
is
जाओ.
rebuffed.
Freak is still up in the hills.
Zone
Can't
पानी.
really have an impact here.
Oi,
There's no fangers
nice.
coming through. So Kitsune.
Beautiful circle, bro.
Oh my god.
Play area ही
get the
नहीं है.
hovercraft
Play
out.
area
I
ही
don't
नहीं
care
है.
about whatever I just
सिर्फ
said.
Xavier
Let's talk about
पे
the
play
circle
area.
right now.
Yeah, get the
The
hovercraft
north
out.
side is
पूरा
still
open and
in
पानी
this
वाला
next
है.
circle, Blank.
बहुत
That means that
मछलियाँ.
Inko and Aura could
बहुत
still be
मछलियाँ
in
survive
this
करेंगे
one.
अब.
Yeah, actually, you could hop in the hovercraft, just sit.
Yeah. This is the most water we've ever seen during group stage yellow in stage 5 and also in a fair few tournaments this
अजीब
year.
सर्किल बनी guys.
This is
circle
probably
बनी.
one of the
मैं तो
most
मस्ती में पूछ रहा था.
savage circles I've
How the
seen.
F is Inco is still
all
in
year
zone.
long. I'm confident saying that.
वो
The
उस तरफ है ना.
wildest thing
ऊपर वाले island पे है Inco.
is that the northern shore
they
is
still in the
within
zone?
render distance of this south shore, which means you
अरे
are
हाँ.
not safe taking
ये
a
तो
coastal
zone में
position
है.
once this fight on the north side concludes.
मालिक भाई
Let's
लड्डू
go
खा
top
लो.
side. Surprised Malik survives that. Basically did a
अरे
header
ऊपर
on
शिफ्ट
the
हुआ
nade,
ना circle.
knocked it away like Ronaldo.
Guys, there is a probability. There is a probability.
I think a lot of
पानी में
teams are
जो बन
just
सकता है.
wondering what to do next.
Very little
Moves up,
probability.
Eugene will be
मतलब
down.
थोड़ा land बाकी पूरा पानी.
Muerte out. I mean, they made a wild play. I didn't expect them to get too far. They try and crash over towards Decisive. And Decisive's spot,
But this is a very weird
although
circle.
not
पता?
supported by a compound, it
कहाँ
is
से
really
कहाँ खींच
strong.
के आया भाई ये
I think
circle?
the most horrible
Oi,
thing
क्या
about that
nade.
position is you need to be so on the money, just like that grenade, in terms of scouting, in terms of listening for the opposition. These are some great nades from Inco, actually.
I mean, they're just bouncing them nicely around these
Nice one,
cracks.
Hura.
Aura
Hura बोल रहा
suffering
Sky.
in the midst of it all.
डाल डब्बा डाल.
100 points on the cards for
Sky's
Inco, and
like,
they want
"I've
to
had
add
enough."
plenty more. A drop down from Sky. He wants to change the tune here. Nenabeche goes down first. The off angle, the long range spot for an active there. Might be able to spot this presence, but won't be able to deal with it just yet. His teammates actually not doing terribly,
Inco मार
given the
खाएगा इधर.
number of nades that Inco have
Unless
put up to the top rope here.
पीछे से अगर
And
inactive
the
cover
res might
देगा
be able
तो.
to come through.
RSG
He's
zone से जा
currently
रहा
just
है. What is
battling
happening?
versus
RSG solo man
RSG.
standing है.
And winning, by the way.
Yo.
DRX मार रहा
4
है.
elims for MSJ.
I mean, they were stolen by DRX, but yeah, RSG is out. Well played to Rune Sejong there. Fantastic stuff.
Vampire in action.
Wow. You know what I would love to see, Blank? We've seen vehicle compounds on land.
BTR versus Team
Have we ever
Spirit.
seen hovercraft
Kitsune
vehicle
knock,
compounds
Zaxi
in
knock,
the
BTR
sea
बाहर.
where you put a boat behind
BTR is
it
out.
and use that to step up and shoot?
Kitsune का kill में मिल गया.
No, I don't think so. Kitsune's down and out.
Spirit 2 mana.
Team Spirit down to 2 players. Not a whole lot found in this game, and realistically for Team Spirit, they need to play this game out of placements
Federalis.
now.
Last man standing
In
for
terms of
Harame
top
bro.
5, only 1 elim. It's not looking great. Classic Federalis.
DRX बहुत अच्छा opportunity है उनके पास.
Very
Same goes for
potent
Vampire
player
as well.
indeed. That should tag onto effect, so they have an idea of where he's playing.
क्या पानी में बनने वाला है
Where does this
circle?
go? Does it go to the beachhead?
Go up.
What
go
if?
north. Come on.
अरे जो मैंने बोला exactly वही हुआ.
Think of it. It's impossible.
जो मैंने बोला exactly वही
to the
हुआ.
beach and
Open land.
25% of
एक
this
shack है, सिर्फ
circle
एक shack
is
है.
land.
Open land
75 is
and पानी में
water.
circle.
It's time to get your
Bro,
swimming
जो
trunks
shack
out.
लेगा वो राजा है.
Jason threw it to
जो
us. He
गाड़ी
knew
लगा
at
के
the start
पूरा
of this
team
match.
के
He said,
साथ
Blank and
shack
John, let's
लेगा,
dive in.
वो राजा है.
Let's take it all the way to the end.
कौन लिया?
We had to. It's a good thing we did have our goggles on because we're going to need them to be able to see going forward. It's some nice nades been thrown by Team Spirit, but no knocks found. Is
Vampire ले लिया.
somewhat of a shocker here.
Vampire
I
है
do
ना?
enjoy that Zeus
Vampire
were
है.
looking to get onto the land. Oh, run back into it.
Guys,
Good
Vampire
switch
का
around
chicken,
there from Matic.
90% chance है Vampire का
to
chicken.
move out from behind the tree upwards.
90.
Quick reposition. That's not on target, I don't think. They're too far. Federalis is behind them. Come on,
ये सारे
Harame,
लड़ रहे
bro.
Vampire वाला
This is
दिमाग लगा
all
के
we
ले
want to do
लीजिएगा.
is backstab all game.
All tournament, seemingly. Federalis is
choke
such
नहीं
a
करने का
troublemaker.
The zone has begun.
Get him on the naughty step.
They don't know he's here still.
Panoti,
They think
घंटा
the
तुम
coming
चुप.
from Decisive in front of them.
Oh, he's
ये मारने वाला है Spirit को.
He's still
Federalis.
cooking it. Oh, he doesn't
दे
know.
दिया.
In
मार
fact,
दिए,
no,
खत्म. Team
please.
Spirit बाहर.
Not like this. Another one, and he
Beautiful play,
steps up and
Federalis.
down. Go,
Beautiful
Team
play.
Spirit. Goodness me, what a way to close out their match. The top three are all out. Goodness, and Vampire
One
can
man
still
army
push
है
on up.
बंदा.
DRX again
He
into the
deserves a better
headland.
team.
Federalis fighting off against Xavier. Blank still. The northern shore is within render distance here. DRX can trade
Oi, lag.
across to the north side to Inco, and you're seeing that happen now. They're on broadside. It is open season across the open water.
Yeah, for DRX, this is a really important game for them.
अबे
For
क्या हग रहा है?
Vampires, there is this good
Federalis बाहर.
chance for them to get in towards the top three. But for DRX, they're just hanging on for dear life right now. They want to get more points. That's a fantastic nade to open things up and also bottlenecks the team underneath them, trying to close the gap. In comes the hovercraft for the crash. I said it wasn't amazing at it. It is slow, but it gets the job done.
In they go. They're going to send
Well played,
Schweppes
DRX.
out.
क्या need
Away
था
and
भाई
off
वो.
into the distance. Try and play the beach. The northern shore has now not been a threat
क्या
anymore,
need था
given
वो.
the blue zone has
Beautiful
developed
need.
it. Inco have taken to the
Game
water.
changing need था वो.
DRX now moving up to the beach. They know this too. That's opened up so many rotational options. Vampire are down. They won't catch this time. But DRX now have the inside track.
अब-
And it is
अब
all
पूरा
to
एकदम
play
driver
for a
seat
South
मिल गया
Korean
DRX को.
top 3 position.
Vampire बाहर.
DRX should be aware of Inco.
कभी-कभी लगता है भाई मैं.
shots over towards them earlier.
छोड़ो यार.
Yeah, they are now spotting out the players in the water who keep popping back up for a little bit of air. Vitali extremely low. Might even
DRX
go down to
6 finishes, 4 man strong.
just the oxygen running out on that
भाई
side of
Vampire
things.
got owned in this fight,
Vitali
bro.
gets stolen by Xavier.
They went all in
Frustrating turn of
on
events
that
there
shack.
for DRX.
And उस shack के अंदर एक लड्डू आया.
I think Inco now know that they
दो
can't
बंदे
really
खाए
play it
लड्डू.
up. So with DRX wounded,
तीसरा बंदा
they
भागते
can
भागते
set
मार
focus
खाया.
back over towards
चलो it's a
Xavier.
4v 3v2.
Zoom in the goggles. Find out where they're playing.
Normally when you go to the beach, Blank, it's for a
Federalis
nice,
would-
relaxing holiday.
would probably
but this
be
time
in
around,
top
it
10
is
fraggers
fraught
if-
with danger.
If his team is
DRX
out.
looking to get the bucket and spade
Individually
out and
बहुत
trench
बहुत प्यारा खेला
on that
उसने.
beachfront. Inco,
भाई एक लक्की नेड आ गया, क्या कर सकता हूँ मैं?
monsters from the deep. The circle, I mean, this is the first, I don't even want to say
अगर
kind
Vampire थोड़ा एक दो
circle,
बंदा को
of
split करके
this lobby,
खेलता तो
'cause
कुछ हो
it's
सकता था
still
भाई. They went all in on that
absolutely
shack.
rotten. But goodness me, it's just a little bit of a relief to
अब
not
DRX
go
का एक
all the
बंदा
way
बिठा
out
दिया
to
वो
sea.
shack के अंदर. बाकी बंदे लोग
It's
कैसे
an
spread हो
insane
गए?
way to end our last angle of Group Yellow.
बहुत प्यारा.
But I can't say I'm not excited about it. It's been such a fun one.
अबे वो जोन के बाहर है ना वो इनको का बंदा?
Still looking for those shots in the water. Xavier doesn't want to get too involved here.
No, he's not outside the zone yet.
I think both these teams realize we'd like to get rid of the backstab potential from Inco before we make that push over towards one another. Wancho goes down to the drown.
End zone
He's just
4v
inactive out in the distance.
3 fight होगा.
Still third place for sitting
And
on
the
a
odds are
cliff.
looking good for DRX.
You got to be happy with that one.
Oh, you'll take it, right?
Zone भी mostly उन्हीं
what's
पे
that,
बनेगा.
8 points or so. And for Inco, who are on the bubble, just keeping those churning is absolutely excellent news, right? To
Levi
stay on
Chase
that
solo
survival
finishes, so
stage,
is-
to be able to keep yourself in the mix. But we must turn our attention to DRX as they want to re-emerge into the top 3. Try and move the opposition aside. Try and get Major Pride out of there at
Crucial
the
है
start of
Suez का
this
position.
game. they were on 159. They were 10 points behind Major Pride. Major Pride didn't do super hot this game. They were on 170. So with a good game here, they do find that jump. 7 elims found.
Be 20-pointer if they're able to take the chicken dinner, which absolutely should get them back into the top 3 again.
Next zone नहीं रहेगा Xavier पे.
On the end of our last Iron Goal. Still 2 Miramars to go, but DRX aren't too bad at those maps either. Xavier takes some shots. Bit of damage over towards Hyunbin, but
मैंने बोला ना इसका पोजीशन क्रूशियल है.
The case, but that man
उसका ही compromise हो गया. कोई बात नहीं. Trade ले लिया.
Oh, but it's traded. Look at that. They do manage to find it, Kekse, with a crucial pick-off here. This is the first time as well we're seeing hovercrafts used as cover in final circles, Blank. They do provide a really beefy hold for you.
Levi gaya. Parajin is the last man standing. Nice nade
bait. Stayed out from behind it. It's not going to protect you from that. You just glob it up and over. And Decisive, with just Parajin, may have found an opening. Kekse is split. You got QZ on the off angle. Hyunbin going down, and they need to find the res. They spotted Parajin. They know he's there.
Rev is always greater than
doesn't get over the hovercraft this time around.
Now the Parajin
can't float it over. Over towards QZ, he's allowed to break wide, but the reses have come through. Hits the deck, and he hits
fantastic comeback,
well. DRX move on up.
3-4 match
Third place is there, so they are in the top 3 with 2 matches to play.
Yeah, really good game from DRX.
MSJ की बारी अभी.
Sweep from that
DRX का हो गया comeback. अब MSJ भी करेगा.
A lot of room to play in from that area.
अब pressure बनेगा Alpha 7 के
ऊपर.
Vampire का chances अभी.
There wasn't really any room for them to take an awkward fight with Vampire.
Next 2 match अगर Boom Bomb ठीक निकालेगा तो कुछ हो सकता है. But Vampire is out of qualification for Grand Finals.
But what a wild match that was from the very beginning to the very end.
तो अभी top 3 teams रहेंगे. Alpha 7, Spirit and DRX. MP
Where
नहीं
do
रहेगा
we
top
really
3 में.
start here? I told you on the throw.
Hyunbin.
Hope you got your swim trunk songs. We're taking a dive in. I just didn't really know how right I was going to be. I don't know where you want to start, Max and Hot Juice. Obviously, DRX keeping hopes alive to break through top 3.
DRX took it from
out some comp play strats here.
We have to start from the start.
Vampire का नाम
You can put a car in a boat now?
What?
You can do that? I literally never saw that.
90%. अरे मैंने बोला ना 90%. 10% वो need खा गया वो 10%.
So they could get a bit more.
10% वाला need था वो.
Need it to get the car out of it. So I mean, what Blank said about the
जैसे ही नेड से 2 बंदे गए, तीसरा बंदा गाड़ी लेके भागने लग गया.
You don't have that issue if you have a car right after your boat
भाई ये लॉट
fixes the main issue of the hovercraft. So like fantastic play.
I mean, what else can you say? I mean, like that looks like something that like a YouTuber would make a video on. You know what I'm saying? Like just
भाई
for
कोरिया
like
से अतीना का
these guys do it on the biggest tournament of the year. Wow, I mean, just beautifully done. And then DRX, dude, clutching
Alpha 7 हमेशा military zone में हटता है. इस बार बहुत भारी हट गया भाई.
This is going to be absolute pandemonium in Miramar.
पता है मुझे वो
because there's so many
teams. Military वाले zone में हट गए.
It is wild because so many teams can take that top 3 spot.
2v4 हो गया भाई वो.
Any team. Yeah, well, yeah. Any team can really... Well, not any team. There's quite a few teams. There's a couple teams.
Yeah.
Just about who's going to do it in the last 2 matches of the day. I actually just want to... Can we just get overalls? Like, just show me overalls, man. I want to see how close
last 2 matches
at the top. Yeah, please, more of that. As you can see...
It's going to be very close.
And a win nonetheless. Like,
1-2 points से हो जाएगा देखना.
In the leaderboards.
Third और fourth team के बीच में
they wouldn't have a chance. They were like
1-2 point का difference होगा मेरे को लग रहा है.
That means they had to won this game with a lot of eliminations, and they have to average, what was it, Jukes? Like 20 points per game, pretty much, which is basically a win every time. So it's looking like Decisive, they might not have a chance anymore.
Yeah, man, it was so crazy because I was like, there was 3 teams that I wanted to see like perform good to kind of make this like a crazy race towards the end, and it was DRX, Vampire,
याद दिलाना sound बढ़ाने का next match start होने के बाद.
Endgame max, but yeah, weren't able to make that chicken dinner, and it's so tough because it hurts to see great performances here at the end, but just get outshined by other teams.
It really sucks because Decisive this game really showed good rotations, good sweeping off the edge, and showed that yes, we can in fact reach the late game as a 3-man squad, or even better, a 4-man, but here in this case it was a 3-man squad compared to day 2, day 3, pretty much always down to a solo. But when you have backup around Paraparajin, you're gonna be fine. You'll be okay. So yeah, Decisive good show, but as you said, the point average they need to get for the next 2 matches here seems unrealistic, to be completely honest, with how Decisive have been inconsistent throughout the last 2 to 3 days. So I would love to see it happen, but realistically, I think they need to start thinking about where are we trying in survival stage.
Well, if we're going to talk about one South
Next
Korean team,
PMWC
we're
में
gonna
तो
talk about
India
the other one,
होगा ना.
Mir and Sejong on the west
I don't
bridge as
know.
well, taking too long to rotate across.
होगा तो
They
अच्छी
get
बात
caught
है,
up
but
by loops, and then it
I
was
doubt
just
it, bro.
Decisive
अगर
trying to
PMGC में नहीं है तो
survive.
PMWC में कहाँ से आ जाएगा?
And MSJ, man, they are really hitting the struggle bus today, which is such a shame considering the performance they put on.
PMWC नहीं है, it's EWC, right? Esports World Cup.
Doesn't work out great for them, Hodrick.
वो
because
जून में
the
होगा.
Center rush is not working. The delayed edge is not working now.
जो दुबई में
So,
हुआ ना,
what do you do
उसकी
if
बात
you're
कर रहा है ना.
Mir and Sejong, except struggle in your next 2 matches on Miramar, which really have not been their standout map so far.
Alpha 7 mostly plays good in this type of zones, but Zeus cooked them.
For Mir and Sejong,
Yeah.
to be honest, I'm not sure.
तगड़ा
They
cook
must
कर दी
be
भाई वो.
feeling a bit stressed
20
out
pointer.
after the next 2 matches.
Xavier.
By
Alright,
DRX.
18 points is close to the 20-point average, you know?
Right?
You know, 20
180 कुछ हो गया ना?
If
DRX
yeah,
का?
they can somehow pull it off. Harami, bro, trying to catch up to the likes of where Inko is, but I feel like with Inko winning out in that fight.
Let's take a look at the
towards
overall
north
standings
side
now.
Of the zone, the south side of the mainland, up against Hora. I feel like that almost solidifies that Inko's going to make it through and Hora can't catch.
आज और कितने मैचेस बाकी है?
It's over
दो
for Hora at this point. Yeah, there's just no.
दो Miramar के matches
They
बाकी
just
है.
need a ridiculous game.
They need a big win.
Actually, they need to win both. They need to win the next 2 games, I think, in order to feel even slightly like they have a chance here. But yeah, what stands out to you, Max?
Major pride here. Like, only the 1 point this game. We didn't see them do anything this match at all, except for that one elimination early game. That was literally in the first 2 to 3 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. So very, very quick engagement and very quick exit of this game when they were in top 3. So that's great for DRX. That
ये
opens
बहुत
up a
अच्छा
spot for them to jump up in
sprays
the top
करता है.
3,
Mid
which,
range बहुत
possibly
प्यारा है इसका.
as our MVP is going to be here with our
Sig-
5 eliminations.
Sig-
So
से
it's
क्या
cool to
क्या
see some
pronunciation है
individual
भाई
players. We
इसका?
have Hoxie this time around.
Sig-
We have
से-
PCA, which I'm sorry, I butchered his name, but he's
Six
MVP.
से
Good job.
6 से पता नहीं जो भी है.
Oh man, dude, right on time too. Right on time. This is getting wild, folks.
वीकेंडी नहीं खेल रहे क्या?
boy,
वीकेंडी नहीं होता
Miramar's
है.
coming up.
ग्लोबल में PL में
Alright,
वीकेंडी
2 of
is
them.
deleted.
And you're right. MSJ
एक Sanok.
through in their best map. Right?
Alpha 7
what
hashtag
you do
3,
in this- okay,
176,
here's overall. This is what I wanted to see
179
right here.
DRX,
X in second
186 Spirit.
Where's the Xavier? 104
दो matches बचे.
points. That is what 22 away from Alpha 7, so it's still possible. But
भाई
yeah,
Spirit
it's
का तो
back-to-back wins at
confirm
this
है.
point, right, Jason?
I mean,
बाकी
22
दो में
points,
कुछ भी हो
they-
सकता है.
if you're, this is where I asked
MSJ,
before, right? If you're Vampire, if you're
choke,
not
bhai,
Xavier, do you
choke.
hot drop one of these teams in top 3 to try to take out their chance? Because you have to catch
You
up to
have
them.
now.
You can't just sit there and hope that, oh, you know, maybe someone will take out Alpha 7.
सबसे ज्यादा eliminations Spirit के पास है, उसके बाद MP के पास है सबसे ज्यादा eliminations.
And that's what we always talk about is like how can teams adapt their strategies based off of where they currently are on the leaderboard.
इसके हिसाब से
And I feel
most
like
aggressive
your
team
any of
Spirit
these
बन
teams in
गया,
top 3 right now
second
is
most
just
aggressive
just
Major
survive.
Pride.
You don't need to get any early skirmishes now. You just need to keep holding on. Just get a couple
Bottom की
points
बात
here
किया
and there,
जाएगा
and you're
तो
gonna maintain your spot.
I think the
हरामे bro,
PMWC Hodrick, the reason why
बहुत मुश्किल लग रहा है.
a bit scared of
हो रहा-
being Alpha 7 for the win is
हो रहा,
because they could lose
13 से लेके 16 तक बाहर ही है.
Initially, the worst that could
अब तो
happen is you go
impossible है.
through survival stage.
कुछ
Right?
miracle ही
In the
चाहिए
worst case scenario,
qualify
not
होने के लिए.
like any price or anything like that. Like you're just losing your spot for finals. but
Top
you need to
bottom
really
5 तो
try.
fix लग रहा है मेरे को
And right
guys.
now, hot dropping in any
Bottom 5
world
teams are
tournament,
fixed.
This would be the best time
ये
to do
bottom
it.
5 तो
Maybe not
जाने
this
वाला ही
game,
है
but
अगर.
the last match, if you are in contention,
कुछ
it's
भी हो
definitely
जाए.
the right time to do it.
Yeah, but I'll say something from personal experience. I
Head
talked
to
to
head.
Gio, so
Beka
I
and
looked at his
Human.
eyes, man, and he had nothing but regret. He told me I can't.
Survival
I
बहुत
should've
तगड़ा है
done it,
Human का.
and if I could go back in time, I would have hot dropped Alpha 7. So I don't want to see that same mistake here.
भाई नोवा की
from
jersey
these
पहनो.
squads. I mean, it's all or
ये
nothing,
Wednesday
right?
आएगा.
You gotta go for that grand finals
उनको
ticket because
उसके बाद वो
this
शिफ्ट करेंगे तो
survival
मेरे
stage is gonna be
को
just
होपफुली फाइनल से
too
पहले आ जाए
dangerous
तब
at
पहनूंगा
this
मैं.
point. I mean, we're pretty sure Vampire is going to be in that survival stage.
जब
unless
आपने
they win
top
these
3
next 2 games.
prediction
But yeah, Decisive,
पूछे थे मैंने
Vampire,
Spirit, Alpha 7
I do
और
think it's
DRX
hot
ही
drop
बोला
time.
था.
I don't think the last one was.
It's not
We
over,
didn't talk about
दोस्त,
it, but
it's
I think
not
the
over.
last one
अभी
was
भी 2
putting
matches
points on
बचे.
the board. The Xavier did that, right? But at this point,
A lot
you
will
have to
change
stop
in these 2
Alpha 7.
matches. Trust me.
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans. The 2024 PMGC is
Indian
kicking off
lobby
with
is
Group
more
Yellow
fast.
on October 31st.
Indian
In the first
lobby is
week of the
more intense and
2024
fast.
PMGC group stage,
Satyavir, bro.
16 teams in Group Yellow will battle to secure a spot in the top 3, guaranteeing a place in the grand finals in London.
Compare क्यों
Meanwhile,
करना है
those who
bro?
place 4th through 11th
वो भी
will
अच्छा है,
move
ये
on
भी
to the
अच्छा है.
survival stage, while those finishing 12th to 16th will be eliminated immediately. Dubbed the Group of Death by casters and fans, this lineup includes fierce
Group
competitors.
of death.
Alpha 7 Esports, Xavier, and Vampire Esports are ranked in the power rankings top 10 globally, while Alpha 7 Esports, Bigatron Knights, and Vampire Esports are world champions. Group Yellow promises intense battles ahead.
अब नेपाल के लिए एक ही उम्मीद है, DRS पे है पूरा.
Alpha 7 Esports is currently ranked #1 in the power rankings.
Impossible
They've
है
recently proven
qualify
themselves
होना.
to be one of the best by becoming the grand champions of the 2024 PMWC. But after only finishing third in the last two PMGCs, can they defend their position as the #1 kings in the power rankings?
MP को किसकी नजर लग गई bro? पता
Bigatron
नहीं.
Knights were the first ever
Same, you could say the same thing for MSJ
bringing
also.
pride and joy to Indonesia. But despite qualifying for PMGC 5 times in a row, they haven't reached the PMGC Grand Finals since 2020. On top of that, Zuxi will be.
What do you think
competing
went
without his twin brother
wrong with
Luxy this
RSG
time.
bro?
Can
Pressure
Bigatron
I
Knights
feel.
make
I
a
feel like
comeback this
pressure.
year?
Global
Prince
experience भी वो
Device
lack
is making
करते
their
हैं.
PMGC debut.
वैसा ही लग रहा
The
है मेरे
roster
को.
is joined by Lord, a 4-time PMGC
क्योंकि
participant.
to dominate in China and play like this in global,
and
it's
America's
these
regional
things
tournaments.
rarely
Since
happen,
2021,
especially
no
with Chinese
other
teams.
Middle Eastern team has managed to reach the grand finals since Stigma Galaxy. Could Twisted Minds become the second ever Middle Eastern team to do so?
उर्दू
एंट्री
लैंग्वेज
अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा
करना
कैजुअल.
समझ आए ब्रो.
From reaching 14th
Bro,
in the PMGO
उर्दू
preliminary
में
stage,
माइक ग्लिच
13th
ये
in the
हो
PMSL
बहुत
CSA Spring,
बहुत लफड़ा है
6th
उधर,
in the
इसलिए मैं
PMSL
इंग्लिश
CSA Fall,
लगा के बैठा
to be
मैं.
first in the 2024 PUBG
लगाने के
Mobile
लगा
League
सकता
clutch
हूँ.
Nepal.
मैं पोल डाल
However,
दूंगा. पोल
they've
में
been
पोल जो
thrown
बोलेगा वो
into
कर
death.
दूंगा मैं. ठीक
Will
है,
they survive? Will we see
मैं
their biggest
करूंगा
breakthrough yet?
इंग्लिश.
With so many hungry teams in the group, can anyone take down the reigning champion of Alpha 7, or will an
I was
underdog
supposed to do
surprise us
English
with
or
a breakout
Spanish, right?
performance? Tune in to the PUBG Mobile esports channels and find out in the first week of the 2024 PMGC group stage from October 31st until November 3rd at
चलो,
10:25
chat,
UTC plus
I'll let
0.
chat
Who will be
decide.
the top 3 teams advancing to the
English
grand
और उर्दू,
finals?
मुझे
This
तो
is a
फर्क ही नहीं
showdown
पड़ता.
you don't want to miss.
They couldn't cope up with PUBG, I guess, as the play
There will be
as
8
they play
teams
game of
representing
peace.
the Americas region
Not
in
really,
the
bro, not
2024
really.
PMGC. The teams that qualified through PMGC points are Alpha 7 Esports,
Not really.
Team Kesso, and Inco Gaming.
इसलिए मैं पूछ रहा था यार, RSG का कोच को बुलाओ इंटरव्यू के लिए, तब पता चलेगा अपने को.
Loop C Sports, Furia, and The Vicious. So today, let's take a closer look at
आपका
4
ओपिनियन
teams from
बताओ.
the
स्पाइक
Americas
बाय
region.
जॉनथन अब MVP
First,
नहीं
let's
बन
talk about Alpha 7
पाता
Esports, the
क्योंकि
most
अब वो
star-studded and
बेट
impactful
नहीं
team
करता
in
टीममेट्स को.
Brazil,
अब
who claimed the top spot
इन
in the
गेम
power
खेलता है
rankings with
इसलिए MVP नहीं बनता.
939 power points.
He was very close,
Alpha 7
right?
Esports won the
DMPS में he was in top
2024
5.
PUBG Mobile World Cup, and
At
are the
one
current
point he was at
PMSL
hashtag
Americas
2.
full champions. This was an
Come
important
on यार, आज की
milestone not only
competition
for
बहुत
Alpha
तगड़ा
7,
है.
but also for
He's
the
giving his
Americas
best,
region.
that's all that matters.
The team's performance truly stands out amongst their peers in PUBG Mobile Esports, and yet they still have untapped potential. They don't rely on one-star player, but have arguably the best players in every single role.
Where is
Trevor and
Luxy?
Mafioso
Luxy is
are
on
the
a
most
break.
consistent players in the PUBG Mobile scene.
पहले
always being
Zuxy
in the
was on a
conversation
break.
when it comes to becoming
फिर अब
the
Zuxy
MVP.
आ गया, अब Luxy is on a
While
break.
is an exceptional IGL.
Not sure, bro,
Thanks to
मैं
his
उतना
rotations,
follow नहीं
he
किया
sets up
मैंने.
his team for success at every
इंडोनेशिया
level. And on top of that,
साइड
every
के
player on the team
esports
was
में उतना follow
nominated
नहीं
for the
किया,
best mobile
तो मुझे
gaming
पता नहीं
athlete
है.
in PEB, which is the best esports awards over in Brazil. We are sure
Best
that
team in
Alpha
the
7
world,
Esports will
according to
continue
you.
to write new glorious chapters in their storied history. Now,
A7,
let's move on to Team
Alpha
Kesso,
7.
33rd in power rankings with 127.27 points. Let's focus on their star player, Colgoat, a Mexican entry fragger with a long career playing in Latin American teams such as GKS.
भाई इसका नाम मेरे को पसंद है, बता.
Royals of War. Throughout his
It's
career,
not Colgate,
he has
it's
maintained his
Colgoat.
humble and passionate personality, and his father has been his most passionate supporter. He was the first America's MVP from Latam in PUBG Mobile Esports history, and before he
थोड़ा
joined,
stretching
Team
करके आता
Kesso
हूँ मैं,
got
काफी
17th
देर से
place in
बैठा
the
हूँ
league
मैं.
stage, the closest they had been to the World Finals in 2023 PMGC. This year though, as Colgoat's first time in PMGC, the sky is the limit. Although he only joined a few months prior, the team showed a huge boost in confidence to allow them to create new strategies based on aggressive plays and by holding dominant positions. In this year's PMGC, we believe that Colgoat can lead his team to a new level. Inco Gaming, currently ranked 40th in the global power rankings with 111.82 points, has long been a formidable force in the Americas region. Their breakthrough came in 2022 when they clinched the championship title in the PMPL Brazil Fall, marking their place as a rising contender. But it wasn't an easy road to the top, especially for Nenebite, the team's standout leader. His early career was marked by quiet determination, steadily working his way towards the international stage. In 2022, Nenebite earned his first PMGC qualification, leading his team to an impressive 7th place finish.
This moment ignited his journey to greater achievements, where he continued to shine in global events, guiding Inco Gaming to well-deserved recognition. Despite their regional success, Inco faced many challenges on the world stage, placing 28th in the 2024 PMWC and 19th in the 2023 PMGC. Yet, this team, under Ninibita's leadership, remains undeterred, hungry for redemption, and poised to make an even stronger mark in future competitions. The last team on our list is Team Liquid, 6th in power rankings with 560.72 points. And at the heart of this squad is Mythic, a standout player who joined Team Liquid earlier this year and has since reshaped their trajectory. Although they didn't qualify for the finals in the 2024 PMGO, Mythic quickly adjusted, leading the team to reach the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring, and their recent form continues to improve. Mythic started his professional career back in 2021.
पता नहीं देखा नहीं मैंने. I don't think नहीं है.
Until winning his first
ever
MVP title in 2023 PMPL Brazil Fall. It has been awesome to see the change Mythic has brought by joining Team Liquid, and we are excited to see what they can bring for this year's PMGC. We hope all the teams from the Americas region will showcase their skills and bring us some unforgettable moments in the 2024 PMGC. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Esports. At the 2024 PMGC, there are 9 teams representing the CSA region. Teams qualifying through PMGC points are 4 Miracle Vibes, DRS Gaming, ASI8 Esports, and Falcons Force. Teams qualifying through PMSL rankings are Stalwart Esports, Major Pride,
Does crushing enemy by car count as major kill?
And Incilio.
How do you think this skill can
Today,
be used by
let's take
Indian
a deeper
players?
look at 5 of these teams from the
playing
CSA region.
field
First,
was
let's talk
even.
about 4 Miracle Vibes, who hold 4th place in the power rankings with
Crushing enemy by
605.69 power
car
points.
count as major
They
kill.
are a powerhouse in the
course
CSA
it counts
region
as
for
a kill,
PUBG Mobile
right?
Esports. And today,
गाड़ी से
we
कुचलने से
spotlight
kill
Doc,
मिलता है
the
तुम्हें?
heart and soul of 4MV. Doc began his journey with Equinox 922
even
esports,
surface मेरे को ये समझ
leading
नहीं
his
आया,
squad
ये
to
question
victory
मेरे
in
को
the
समझ नहीं आया.
PMCO Wildcard 2022 South Asia.
Playing
His
field
exceptional
was
skills as an
even.
in-game leader and fragger
Okay,
quickly
एकदम
caught the eye
open
of the
field है
esports
उनमें से
community.
गाड़ी से कुचलने वाला भाई.
In 2023,
ग्लोबल में तो काम नहीं
Doc
करता होगा
brought
था.
his squad to 4
You can
Miracle
go back and
Vibes,
watch
leading
the
them to
Irangel
second
match
place in the
जिसमें
PMGC
नोमी ने
group
कोशिश
stage
किया वो
and
करने के
4th
लिए.
place in the grand final.
MP player के
But
against.
this was just the beginning
बहुत
of
प्यार
their
से
rise to
उतार दिया
glory.
उसको.
2024 was a landmark
इंडिया
year
में
for
players
Doc and
करते
4
हो.
Miracle Vibes.
But
Dominated the PMSL CSA, winning
अगर smoke है
back-to-back trophies.
थोड़ा बहुत
Doc's
cover है तो
outstanding
cover to cover
performance
जाके
earned him the
कुचलने की
MVP
कोशिश कर
title for
सकते हैं.
both seasons, solidifying his reputation
समझ रहे
as
हो?
a top-tier player. You could say this is the golden era of 4 Miracle Vibes. Major Pride, 20th place in power rankings with 306.36 power
bro,
points,
PMGC के
isn't
सारे
just playing the
streams
game,
की
they
live
reign
watch
in
party
it. Follow
करना
us as
मजा
we
आता
dive
है
into the story of
देखने
this
में आपको.
remarkable squad and their
जरूर
standout
कोशिश करूंगा
player,
bro. आज सुबह से
Becca.
सुबह 9
Becca
बजे से
hails
मैं
from a
busy
small
था.
town in western Kazakhstan. Despite
फैमिली के साथ बाहर गया मैं, फिर जल्दी जल्दी करके फिर लंच हुआ बाहर, फिर जल्दी जल्दी करके घर आया मैं, बेटा सीधा लाइव स्ट्रीम चालू.
Driven by a dream to become
तो
the
कभी
best.
कभी
As the
काम आ
core
जाता
player
है.
and fragger of Major Pride,
तुम लोग को मैं
Becca has
पहले
been
बता दूंगा
instrumental
इंस्टाग्राम पे
in
अगर
shaping
मैं
the
नहीं आ
team's
रहा हूँ
aggressive
तो.
playstyle.
बट प्लान तो है पूरा ये
His
PMGC
skill
पूरा
and
कवर करने का.
ability to pressure opponents have made Major Pride a formidable force, establishing him as one of Kazakhstan's
भाई
top
आज
players.
संडे
Major
एक
Pride
रेस्टोरेंट
faced
में
their
गया था
toughest
मैं खाना
times
खाने
during
के लिए.
PMSL Spring, where team chemistry issues led to their
इतना
worst
भीड़ है पता
performance.
उधर.
But every setback is just a
वेटिंग
setup
टाइम
for a
45
comeback.
मिनट्स बोल रहे. 100
Now,
बंदे
within
खड़े
the
उधर.
roster, Becca leads the team into
कितने
its
लोग बाहर
second
खाते हैं बे?
PMGC with the same unwavering goals. Major Pride is ready for a new journey. Their slogan, "We don't play the game, we reign in it,"
आप
reflects
लोग में
their
से कितने
dominance
लोग
and ambition.
फ्रीक्वेंटली बाहर खाते हैं?
Let's turn to Falcons Force, ranked 28th
And
in
घर
the
का
power
खाना कितना
rankings
लोग
with
prefer करते हैं?
146.5 power points.
आज
They
फैमिली
have
पूरा
risen
बाहर
as a
था
new dominant force
कुछ
in the
काम की
CSA
वजह से,
region of PUBG
तो
Mobile.
हम बाहर
Today,
खाना पड़ा
we
बट
trace the
मोस्टली
path
मैं
of
घर
this
पे ही प्रीफर
powerful
करता हूँ.
team and their quest for greatness. Despite their
Majority
brief
में घर पे
history,
का तो.
Falcons Force secured second place in the PMSL CSA Fall 2024. They built a young team around
Which
top
country is
earlier this
hosting
year.
this PMGC?
Despite facing challenges, Falcons
currently
Force
मलेशिया में
have
चल रहा है,
consistently
but
demonstrated
finals
resilience and the
लंदन में
commitment to
होगा.
winning. Let's focus on their core player, Top, who has emerged
Food
as a
कैसा
star
था?
player in the CSA region. His ability to
Wait,
build pressure and
जिस
maintain
रेस्टोरेंट में
rhythm
खाने के लिए
has
गया था
significantly improved
उधर
the
वेट टाइम
Falcons'
देख के
performance.
बाजू वाला रेस्टोरेंट में
He
चले
had
गया.
a dominant
भाई कुछ
performance
ना
at
कुछ खाना है,
PMGC 2023,
फिर स्ट्रीम भी तो
claiming
करना
both
है बोल
the
गया.
MVP and Gunslinger awards
तो
for
बाजू वाला
PMGC
रेस्टोरेंट का खाना
2022.
बिलो
In
एवरेज
tough
था.
moments,
ऐसे
Top
खा
draws
गया मैं
strength
और आ
from his
गया.
mother's words. The time will come. My child will become a champion. These words have brought him calm and
Where is your
renewed
hometown bro?
determination.
I'm from Hyderabad.
Top vowed to give his all, never giving up on his goals and dreams. He leads the team
Home
forward
foot
with a
best,
determination
any day,
to become
any
a
time.
champion, step by step. Could this be the year for
Do you
that
believe
final
that it's
step?
tough
DRS
to
Gaming,
known as the Ghost
Trash
of
a
the
vehicle
Mountains,
with
embodies
skin than
unity with
without
one
skin.
spirit and one dream. Today, we uncover the journey of this
Without
tenacious
skin ही
team
better लगता है
led by
मुझे.
their star player,
मतलब
Killer
if I am the
Born
one
as Shahaz Bandari
tracing
in
down
Poland,
an enemy,
Killer Whitey's passion for
तो
gaming
non
saw him play
skin
for
वाली
teams like
vehicle को
Team
easily
Crew,
trace कर सकता हूँ
5
compared to a
Esports,
vehicle's
Wise's Club,
skin.
and T2K Esports before finding his home at DRS Gaming. As the key player and fragger of
पता नहीं.
DRS Gaming, Killer
ये मेरा
White has
mindset
helped
है.
shape the team's oppressive playstyle. His skill and pressure on opponents have made DRS Gaming a formidable force.
Vinu, thank you.
Despite the team's struggles at PMGC 2023, Killer Whitey's passion and talent continue to drive the team forward. Formed just 2 weeks before PMGC
Are you veg?
spring,
No, bro,
DRS
I'm not
quickly made a
vegetarian.
name for themselves.
मैं काफी बार
However,
कोशिश किया
their
वेजिटेरियन
performance
बनने
at
के लिए,
PMGC 2023
बट मैं
fell short
बचपन
of
से इतना
expectations. But every setback
इतना
lays the
नॉनवेज खा
foundation
गया
for
कि
an
मेरे से नहीं
even
होता.
greater comeback. DRS Gaming's
The
best
longest I
period
have
during the
been a
2023
vegetarian was
PMGC,
like
where they secured
2.5
second place in
months
the
or
final.
3 months, I guess.
This success was a
फिर वो
result of hard
naturally हो ही
work,
जाता है वो
strong
गलती.
synergy, and an unwavering commitment to winning. The team's chemistry was at its peak.
I want to be
and
a
their
vegetarian,
dedication
but मेरे से
was
होता नहीं वो.
unmatched. Now, with a new team and the same unwavering goals, DRS Gaming is ready for a new journey. Hailing from the country of the mountains, they call themselves the Ghost of the Mountains. With the
Wow,
winning
this is
spirit to
beautiful.
conquer the battlegrounds and the dream to lift the trophy,
DRS.
their slogan, One Spirit,
One spirit,
One Dream.
one dream.
DRS Gaming's journey is a testament to their resilience and determination. With a new roster and renewed vigor,
भाई
they are
नेपाल का
set
उस
to
टाइम पे
conquer
हैशटैग 2 से
new
रह गया था यार DRS का.
Welcome to ASIA Esports.
अगर वो जीत जाता ना
Today,
नेपाल
we
का भी एक
explore the
ट्रॉफी.
journey of this resilient team.
A real struggle of an angle on our previous match that we watched. But Miramar coming
Spike
up
भाई
just
वेज हो
under
जाओ
a minute
नहीं
and
तो
a
नर्क
half.
में आपके
For Major Pride, still trying to get back
पकड़े
into that top 3. They
पकोड़े
dominated
बनेंगे.
those first 2 days. but
बनने दो यार, कोई
fell out
दिक्कत
of
नहीं, क्या कर
favour
सकता हूँ मैं.
with the game. And now need to
देखो
really put things
मैं
back on
बचपन
board
से
because
ही
they are so close to
मेरे
getting
पेरेंट्स
back
ने
in.
मेरे को
DRX
सिखाया गया कि
a
भाई
really
इट्स
strong
ओके टू
team.
ईट नॉन वेज.
20 points
So
on
that's
that
how I
last
grew
match.
up.
Sees them
तो वही
with
continue
ability
कर रहा हूँ
to
ना.
get
It's
South
not
Korea
like
that representative. They had to.
मैं खुद
Now
नॉन
it's just down to
वेजिटेरियन
one.
बना.
Marine Sejong, I mean, it's not out of the question.
So
that
it's
they
fine.
jump back up. But is DRX really in
It's
the
okay.
driving seat for the
I
race
understand.
now?
आप किस सेंस में बोल रहे हो? It's
Some more
fine.
chances as well in the other
There is an
groups, but
advantage.
all
Coop
eyes
with
on
skin
Group Yellow
floats
right
on
now.
water. वो सब तो मेरे को पता है. मैं ट्रेसिंग की बता रहा था बस.
The team currently in the lead for them. But Decisive, there is an outside chance for these guys, right? They are close enough to have big games.
वेज वाले भी
Come back into this
वेज
one.
वाले भी हमारे साथ ही होंगे.
A spot from one of the 3 teams currently reigning at the top, sitting with Team
So do you
Spirit
eat beef? No bro, no.
and Alpha
I
7
don't.
DRX as well now.
Some of the most amazing
Nova
games
कौन सी
I've
ग्रुप में है?
witnessed
Nova
this
है ही नहीं
season
bro.
have been on Miramar's, where
Nova
they're
did
able
not
to
qualify
control
for the
huge amount of space.
PMGC.
I think every single player is confident in one another to be holding
उनकी जगह पे
the
RSG
angle.
आया.
This is it. 5th game of the day. Before we head into our last
Veg versus
crown
non-veg,
victors
Messi versus
of
Ronaldo
Group
level
Yellow,
debate.
send a bunch of teams through to survival
छोड़ा यार.
stage and say farewell to 5.
एक ही तो जिंदगी है, जिसको जो खाना है
It's time
खाओ
to
और
go
जाओ
over
भाई.
Miramar this time around. Match 23
As long
of our
as you're-
24 game set here for
Your
Group Yellow.
family is okay with what you're having.
We are gonna
Have whatever you want.
Hold
Again, then
in
घर पे तो
this
खाना है.
plane until we find our
Majority of
drop
the time.
spots. Will we see hot drops changing things up, Blank? Are we going to see an adaptation into this one when it comes down to the final moments here?
Playing back
Raju
not too
Mistry
bad for a lot
bhai.
of teams from the
How
southeast
bhai?
up towards the northwest, fairly central
It's
on the
your
map
wish.
as well.
Is eating
Not
beef
denying a
SM.
lot of teams that position to
In
get
Hindu religion,
over
yes, it
towards
is.
where they'd like to play on the map. Team Spirit out nice and early over towards Chumasera, most likely.
छोड़ो यार.
RSG.
Let's focus on the game.
Sejong over towards
This is the
Impala,
last but one
Paradiso way.
match
DRX is out
of
early,
this group.
playing alongside their brethren. In Puerto
क्या
Paradiso.
MSJ कमबैक कर पाएगा? और कौन रह गया? Major Pride. वो
Outside,
#4 में
looking
है.
like they
MSJ
may be
#5 पे है.
uncontested on their position. Team Spirit breaking out towards
देखते
Chumasera.
ब्रो. ये सर्कल कहाँ
Doesn't
बनेगा?
look like anyone's heading out their way. MSJ as well.
Los Leones.
currently
No
alone.
Los Leones.
So
Please,
all
no
of
Los
our
Leones.
Teams
ऊपर
towards
left.
the top that we've seen drop out early, looking
चल,
fairly
चल. I'll take this
separated and
circle.
isolated.
Good, good,
RSG
good, good.
may be causing trouble for Major
Vampire
Pride on the
center
north
है
side.
circle.
Vampire as well on that chase. Xavier.
भाई
could be
ये
close
खाने वाला
by to
बंद करो यार
BTR
chat
on
में.
a
जिसको
split.
जो खाना है वो खाओ ना.
See if they're going to make
हम
that
गेम
one
के बारे
work.
में
Looks
डिस्कस
like
करते हैं. ये छोड़ो.
at least Zuxi, he's on the moped.
जिसको जो
He's
मर्जी
getting
तुम
out of
खाओ.
Yeah, back to position. Inco in Picado took control of that early. I think a lot of teams were like, this team
caster का sound 1 second
has
में
something of a
बढ़ा दिया ना
depth
मैंने
that
बढ़ा दिया
we don't
sound
really
बढ़ा
want to
दिया
be
मैंने
involved with. And it's one way to take control of a compound.
इससे ज़्यादा रखूंगा तो
I
भाई वेट हो
think in
जाएगा
PMGC you have to be a little bit bold, claim spots like that. Circle towards that northeast side.
May the
around
best
Truck
team
Stop and
get the winner
Morales.
chicken dinner.
Talk about this position having a lot of dead area. 170,
176, 179
towards, and with the
MSJ
flame path splitting a
164.
lot of our teams off towards the western side of the map, it will be hard to find those little angles.
MSJ अगर इस मैच में हगा
we saw on the map
तो
earlier
उनका
where
ग्रैंड फाइनल्स
a
का
lot of our teams have
चांसेस
spread out. This is still a large map, so
समझो
there should
खत्म
still
है
be gaps for teams to make it through. It will require some pretty dedicated scouting to make happen.
फिलहाल गैप कितना है 12 पॉइंट्स का
Shots
डिफरेंस
from
है टॉप
Loops
3 का
will hit the
तो
ground.
सिर्फ चिकन
Hopefully
ही
running.
बचा सकता है
Major
उनको
Pride. This is a team that has had
Where
their
is
ups and
BTR
downs
Ryzen?
so far today.
as far as I know
Has not been
वो रिटायर
standout, but
रिटायर
they
हो
have
चुका है
had enough of these late game
जितना मुझे
appearances
पता है
to
मैं
keep
उतना फॉलो
things
नहीं कर
ticking
रहा
over,
हूँ
to keep the
इंडोनेशिया
meter
के
running.
स्पोर्ट्स
They're
तो
still
मुझे
6
नहीं
points
पता
behind Alpha 7 though, and it is still so close at the top. The average bubble for third place you needed to beat was
कट ऑफ क्या है भाई
167
मैंने
points.
स्टार्टिंग
So
ही
if
प्रेडिक्ट
you
किया
got
था कट ऑफ मेरे हिसाब से
177
195
points. So if you're
के
able to get
आसपास
over
जाएगा
that mark, you're over the expected
and
bubble.
looks like
And right now, Alpha 7
on
1
track
point
है
shy of it.
195
Everybody
के
else
आसपास जाएगा
hovering around it as well.
स्पिरिट और एक 10 पॉइंट निकालेगी तो खत्म
There was
है
a ton of mishaps at the start of the day for our top 5 squads as well,
qualified.
going out very early into the match. And there was a point sponge going on, but that has slowly slipped away a little bit now. With now 7th place being
190
more
और
of a contender
195 के
for
बीच में
those
भी हो
top
सकता है
positions, and the
अगर
drop down
कंपटीशन
being
बहुत क्लोज है तो
from 7th to 9th at 152 to 109.
MSJ
no
win
real
this
chance
match
for anyone
क्या लगता है भाई
underneath 7th
I'm
place.
really rooting for MSJ this match to
Realistically,
be honest
find themselves that miracle run for
Because
vampires. It would basically have to be 2 insane
पूरा
games
dominate
back
करके
to
आखिरी में
back.
आके choke
Similarly for
करना is
Decisive.
समझ रहे हो it's not a good feeling
But Vampires
So I'm
are
actually
in a
rooting for
very
MSJ.
central spot right now around Minas Generales, so this might be the start that they need.
Vampire का तो
And
भाई
we have
खत्म
the
है
likes of
अब
30-point
possible नहीं है
games on Miramar. You can set yourself up well. You can get a ton of eliminations on this map because you can isolate a lot of positions early on into the mid game where you're just fighting against one team.
अगर
The
ये
third
मैच और
parties
नेक्स्ट मैच
aren't
चिकन
as
निकालेंगे तो
prevalent as
तब
they are over in
कुछ हो सकता
Narangal,
है वैम्पायर
as
का
well as
बट
Sandhawk, where
it is
the
very highly
fights are much
unlikely
tighter together.
why they are
Currently,
not using
Vampire sits
vehicle and
24
gun skins
points
in these
behind
matches
that
bro
bubble
any
position in
global
third
match
place. So
any
definitely you're right.
time
You need to have
अलग अकाउंट क्रिएट करके देते
exemplary
प्लेयर्स के लिए
performance
जस्ट
here
फॉर द टूर्नामेंट सो
to move
उस
on
उन
forwards.
अकाउंट्स में
But Team
स्किन्स
Spirit
वगैरह नहीं होते
is pretty
होते
much is the
skins
only
वगैरह,
team that I would say
बट
is looking okay to
जो
maybe
गेम
make it
प्रमोट
directly
करना
to the
चाहता है
finals
स्किन्स
blank for the first
लेटेस्ट
time in a long time.
वही स्किन्स होते
Will
हैं
Team
बाकी कुछ
Spirit
स्किन्स
be
नहीं
able
होते
to keep
so
this
that is
pace
why
up? Because as I said earlier today, when it
रिजेक्ट
comes
होता
to Team
तो
Spirit,
मजा आता
never
भाई
say it's over until
Definitely.
it is over. We
I
still
feel you,
got
bro.
2 more maps to play out, and
क्या कर
stranger
सकते
things have
हैं
happened.
नहीं हुआ वो
Gotta wait for that bell to ring, basically, for
मैं
Team
actually
Spirit.
Japan League का
186
matches
points
देख रहा
is
था
good, but with quite a few
they were
teams
at
underneath
hashtag
you,
4
look
and
at
और
Major
एक
Pride
दिन बचा था
170, Mirin
मुझे लगा
Sejong
कमबैक कर लेंगे बट
164.
नहीं कर पाए वो
There's
फिर
an
राइवल्स
opportunity for
कप में
them
भी
to definitely
कोरिया के
lose the
टीम्स
first place
लोगों को दिख ही रहा है ऑलरेडी
position.
कितना तगड़ा
Getting
खेल रहा
knocked out from the top 3
उधर
will
भी
be difficult,
नहीं कर
but there
पाया
are times where, look,
कोई
there's
बात
2
नहीं
games
करेंगे कमबैक
remaining,
करेंगे
so potential at
believe
2
in
teams
Regio
to get
supremacy
big points. So if it to happen, you would essentially need Major Pride and Mirin Sejong to fly up
इंडिया
the
चाइना
leaderboard.
एग्रीमेंट के बाद PUBG
or
मोबाइल आने का
DRX
चांसेस है
and
क्या अरे
Alpha 7
PUBG
just
मोबाइल आने का
keep on
चांसेस
doing
0 है
well,
ब्रो डोंट इवन थिंक अबाउट इट
which definitely
वो
could
नहीं आने वाला है
happen.
PUBG मोबाइल
But it does also mean that these 2
इंडिया
games
में तो
need
नहीं
to
आएगा
have
इंडिया
split
तो भाई
points, right?
BGMI
So it's a
only
case where DRX need to do well and Major Pride needs to do well at the same time. Mirin Sejong need to get 10 points. Alpha 7 need to get 10 points. It can't be, for Team Spirit, it's going to be very difficult to knock them out of the top 3 if it's just 2 teams that get the majority of the points out of these 2 matches. So we will need 2 teams to do very well both times. But there's also a case where Team Spirit just put up no
Where
points
is old
whatsoever.
Loop squad?
And Major
They
Pride
were
just
beast
off of some
once upon a
steady
time.
points earnings.
They're currently in
can
Team
climb
Liquid,
up to
right?
that spot and knock them out. With
Currently
DRX
Team
and Alpha
Liquid
7 doing well.
Missing
A lot
Boom
can
Esports.
happen.
अरे
And
Boom Esports नहीं है
realistically,
क्या?
there's so many scenarios here because it is
Is
so
Boom
close
Esports
to the end of the
not in
day
PMGC?
that it's difficult to even predict.
अरे सॉलिड टीम है भाई वो
So many moving parts in the machine that is
I have
Group
not
Yellow.
noticed next. मेरे को नहीं दिखा है बूमी स्पोर्ट जितना मैंने
Some of
देखा
these
है।
gears have been grinding, others were.
कोई देख के मेरे को बताओ ग्रुप रेड और ग्रीन में बूम है कि नहीं?
You just got to get in the groove and hope for the best here. MSJ 164. They reached some heights that I don't think anyone really expected coming into this week blank, but they have definitely made a name for themselves. And even if they don't make it, even if they fall short of that third place, that is a team to be worried about moving to survival stage, and definitely will be a team I'm considering to make it out of that last chance.
भाई लाइफ में खुश रहने का प्रो टिप है भाई, low expectations रखो.
I think most of my focus at the moment actually is over towards Moon Sejong. I think with the performance they've had, it would be a real shame for them to not head in towards that top 3. But I am really
क्या उतार दिया, बहुत प्यारा फेडरलिस्ट.
I mean,
beauty babe,
Spirit as well as Alpha 7. This fight isn't incredibly important, but it's nice to see RSG as well as Harame Bro getting.
I would love to see Federalists in a very strong team यार.
Harame Bro draw first
क्या player है वो?
though. RSG. One nade, one up, one down. Either way, she said not going to connect with that.
और चिपका दिया shotgun.
The door frame.
Finish.
2-3 rounds in, but the shotgun blasts him back, and Federalis falls. Rick
shotgun का
now
यही
up
scene
and
है
into
भाई.
the breach.
One
Harame
shot
Bro
is
to try and
all
keep
it
things
takes.
going. Who's this? It's Major Pride. They're looking at third party this. Look at this flex out coming through. Zeus as well from the other side of things, trying to crunch on in. Inco and Team Spirit
Hardship
moving in the area, but a long
Alpha 7.
distance away. Maybe
Solid.
Major Pride could extract some value here, steal some of the points that they've had taken from them in turn.
Which would be nice. I mean, it's something that they've dealt with a long, long time now.
There it is.
Major Pride does get one off the back of it, but the real difficulty is the fact that Zeus is also moving over towards this location. Right now, Major Pride is in a fairly open spot. They realize that now is the time to bounce. Let's get out of here. We found one point. We've caused that team a bit of damage. They're going to struggle to get in towards that late game. So let's just head up towards the circles. They did move quite far away.
Alpha 7 का Margolin knock.
Roundabout Minas Del Valle,
DMR versus Alpha 7.
which has this awkward crossing on the south
भाई
side.
I hate this घर यार, इस घर में मारना बहुत easy है, बहुत predictive nades करना है.
Losing
Margolin finish.
Foopspan's still looking healthy as well. Alpha 7 kind of trapped in here. They were on the northwest side. They were looking okay, but Demuerte have other ideas. The team right at the bottom of the tables. Again,
Excellent push,
Revo.
Revo.
Nice. Foopspan finally overwhelmed as Alpha 7 find their feet, find their courage.
Pure mat lena. Back up.
It's not over yet. Still more players to go. Demuerte, they're playing split, but each one of them, a deadly thorn, can trip you up if you let it.
चलो.
Alpha 7 maintain their cool. McGrellan going down, however, for Alpha 7 has got to be a blow to the morale.
Caster voice come
massively, considering that McGrellan actually is their top player throughout the entirety of Group Yellow, which I don't think a lot of people predicted happening. He has been, like I said, on day
PUBG
2,
will
such
never
a
get
great
unbanned.
addition to the
BGMI
team.
has made it
They're so happy to have him. Finally,
now,
Alpha 7
but
can
is
start
there
playing a
chance like to
consistent
merge
roster
with global
and keep
so we
finding
can
very
get
good
indoor
results.
lobby and international lobby? No, bro.
I really do hope this team just maintains
BGMI
that stable roster.
सिर्फ इंडिया के लिए रहेगा.
He is
and it's not going
fantastic.
to implement
Added
any
a new
global or
lease of
anything
life
like that.
to Alpha 7, something they desperately
अभी के लिए
needed.
तो मेरे को नहीं लगता कुछ होने वाला है ऐसा.
Because Revo did a lot of damage.
Future में होगा तो
Creo's just
पता
this
नहीं.
great backstop. Alongside with Mafioso has that clutch potential, but
अरे
Revo just
कैसे? अरे उतार दिया स्टोन को उतार
consistently
दिया.
keep being the guy
Delay है
that
भाई,
made
delay
all the
है.
plays in the front lines. They needed
और एक
someone else
knock.
in them. McGrellan fills that
MP
role
will push.
perfectly. Vampire though.
MP
It's
will
down
push,
by none other
100%
than
they'll
Major
push.
Pride.
Schweppes and Stoned both down. Major Pride, they've taken a little bit of damage, but nothing more. AZ not going to go in just yet, but they're repositioning. They're gearing up for this push. Stoned needs to crawl back. Newsy, you cannot stay out here. There's too many open angles. Evo Station up on your south side.
Stoned will
is a
get
goner.
grabbed.
No two ways
Schweppes will
about
get
it.
finished.
And Vampire looking to keep 3 of themselves alive. A nice nade over towards Elementrix. Doesn't quite go the distance, but slows him down a little bit. The res coming through now for Vampire. They need to get this healing done fast as well to be able to have a chance in this fight. No one's third partying, not for the next 10 seconds at least, and they need to use this time wisely. Schweppes still yet to get flushed away. On the south side, Major Pride look to push away more of the competition.
भाई हरामे ब्रो कहाँ से कर रहा है रोटेशन ये देखना.
Towards the west here, real difficult push. Alpha 7 though, very happy with this. themselves a position on the northern side of that road.
Schwab's Revona
But
impossible.
again, as I was saying at the start of the game, a lot of dead area
Stone knock
around
again.
this position, especially around
Vampire
water
on the back
treatment.
foot.
This is a very much third-party spot on the map for Major Pride as well as Vampires. The ridge side over towards the north there requires Major Pride to essentially play as a three-man. They can't let anyone get too far behind them, so they need a backstop there.
But ये need आएगा वो भी खाएगा bro. खत्म है Vampire.
I'm getting worried for Major Pride and the amount of time it's taking to clean up this
Kill
fight
feed
between
में आना
them
चाहिए
and
अभी.
Vampire.
Choke हुआ क्या?
Need
choke हुआ लगता है.
Blank Alpha 7 are in a great spot with
वापस
the
3-man.
well.
Excellent knock Schwabs. Instant trade.
It's nice and covered off. Vampire 1-for-1 on the trade as Major Pride leave one on the high ground. AZ lit up. A corridor spotted. And Tony K will not waste any time. Newsy is healed up. He's back in the action. Swepsh is still down across the way. He can feed a little bit of info over if the scouting's good. I think they may. Did they get him back up? Because he's still looking very healthy on that bleed out bar. Up on the top rope, it is Zeus now mounting the curb. Tony K need over towards them.
What a
Becca
fight,
falling
bro.
back. Evo Station to Elementrix as well. And with Zeus's appearance here, Vampire may have been thrown a lifeline.
Yeah, they're looking to get a reset here, at least get one player back up in their feet for Major Pride. The mistake comes with the fact that this fight just takes way too long to conclude. Newsy gets flushed out. That's by Aaron. Schweppes as well. And another shot over towards AZ, finish them off. So a lot of points stolen away from Vampires there. They fought so hard to keep themselves in contention in this fight. But for Major Pride, it's a real dastardly scenario.
Zeus once more stepping up to play with the big boys. As
Major Pride कुछ फायदा हुआ इस push में.
Cower beneath
एक kill
the
मिला ना
ire
बस
of
एक kill
Zeus.
मिला.
The thunder rumbles,
उनका भी एक
and the
बंदा मर
lightnings
गया.
to follow. Major Pride
Evo
holding
Station
its
knock.
3. Evo Station down first, and it's Aaron to draw blood. Run them through
Nice one.
as they rampage
Dal
on in,
dabba.
but Major Pride have more to say about it. A
Zeus had no
conversation
idea.
now as
उनको लगा कि
Rita
एक ही team है.
rolls in through the doorway.
अब पता चल जाएगा उनको भी ये दो टीम है.
Fight's not done quite yet for Vampire. Still two players up on the other side of the warehouses. Rita looks to go top side. Only two players right now.
Elementrix is the last man standing.
Zeus.
वो भी गया.
Takes a nasty knock on the nade.
Vampire pushed.
Darking crawling down
2v2
the
fight.
outside, and Vampires decided they want to get involved.
Nosy गया. Tony
They
के
are
last
back
man
in the fight
standing.
here, but the
1v1.
crossing is covered. Aaron is still there, losing
Seren
the player
versus
for
20K.
Zeus, but it's a 1v1 now as Tony K extracts value for Vampires. A Molotov to the backlines. Will Zeus find the res? BTR scouting this. They're moving in on the south side of the map. Could potentially third party. A south shift Team Spirit's way as we keep on going with this fight.
Team Spirit solid
Vampire
pose
want
में
to cling to this
center
one
एकदम.
desperately.
Any points they can get, as far as they can go here. 152 points. I mean, the best thing about it is that Major Pride goes out early. The worst thing is that Alpha 7 is likely to get more points out of this game, even as three players over on this northern compound. They were really thrown a lifeline here.
Tony wants pure 1v1.
As much as they can to pull themselves back into
कवर का इस्तेमाल कर दिया बहुत सही से सेरेन ने, and with that Vampire बाहर at #40. That means Vampire is out. अब तो qualify नहीं हो सकता, impossible है grand finals के लिए.
Dropping down to one player.
So it's the battle between top 5 now. Major Pride बाहर. So MSJ के पास मौका है climb करने के लिए. Top 3 teams are still surviving.
It's a really awkward area when a lot
MSJ
of
has
things
to
can
give
go
their
wrong.
best.
There's so many angles to deal with.
देखते क्या होगा.
Unless you can clear
Predictions
it up
बताओ
quickly.
comment section में.
The fact of the matter was with the
कौन निकालने
circle,
वाला है ये match.
hadn't really confirmed over towards this location. I think
Spirit
it's better off setting off
dead
towards that
center में
western
है.
side.
अभी के लिए
Because this is
circle.
one of the worst positions when it comes to third parties. As soon as the fight starts to go wrong, the call shouldn't have been
Think
to
if
drop
Hura
the
got
fourth
chicken
player off the ridge and come join
and
the
into
fight.
top
It should
11.
have been to drop back to the
Hura
anchor
का
on the
chicken-
fourth player on the ridge and leave.
Hura का chicken and BTR का choke.
It was a bad maneuver from Major Pride. It's simple as that.
अगर BTR भी अगर 7-8 पॉइंट निकाल दिया
Very unfortunate,
तो
but let's
तब
talk about the
फिर
circle
अगला
a
मैच
little
में भी
bit
कुछ
here,
करना
Glenn,
पड़ेगा.
because right now Vietnamese fans are happy. Decisive in the middle of this one, and with a chance to jump up with Vampire out the way, with Major Pride out the way, MSJ, they're out on the outskirts. Definitely a team that can make it
nice
work for
spray,
themselves.
bro.
But
Nice
there is
spray.
opportunities just presenting themselves so frequently now
Zeus
for
Esports बाहर.
Decisive to see if they can find it. Zeus will go down 8 limbs. That is a good result yet again, and once more,
क्या
I will
cover
sing
दिया
their praises.
ज़क्सी
This is
मियां.
an impressive first
RSG
showing for them.
बाहर.
BTR find the last
RSG
player
is
on
one
RSG
match away
as well.
to go back to
That
China.
will be the death of them. BTR getting some healing on. and will get on their way on the south side.
Zuxi just placing his hand on the dagger from RSG and sheathing it for him.
देखो BTR भी 2 फ्राइड्स
The
निकाल
days
दी.
of backstabs will shortly come to an
कहाँ से
end.
होंगे qualify?
Both
Bottom
Harame
teams.
Bro and RSG likely to fall out in that bottom 5 and not progress further into PMGC. Which honestly, I think some of the top teams will be quite happy with, considering the amount of games that they've been able to ruin.
Absolutely. They'll continue to have a go over towards Inco as well on the northwest side for Harame Bro anyway. They've got 2 players alive. That's enough to cause problems, especially on the west side of Alpha 7 and DRX close by. Oh, it's
Harame Bro,
always there.
last man
Inco might
standing.
be able to handle the pressure though as range goes down. Inactive as well. Looking to keep that angle under control. And yeah, a really difficult approach here. I don't think that Harame Bro can get across this one.
It's massively online. I mean, they're ticking down to the blue.
किसी ने
as well.
check किया?
Stage 4, almost stage 5. It's going to
कि
really start
Boom
to hurt
Esports है कि
soon,
नहीं इस PMGC में?
options are going to get super limited.
Come on chat, कोई
Harame
बताओ
Bro,
मुझे.
they're just doing their best to
Bottom
extract
cutoff.
points, essentially.
Bottom
from the lobby.
cutoff 100 समझो.
This next circle to pop with Team Spirit down towards
ज़्यादा
the
बोल दिया
southwest
शायद.
side.
95 के
Xavier
आसपास होगा.
looking to
देख के
control
circle आ जाएगा.
from that central high ground.
भाई होरा का अच्छा सर्कल है ये.
Circle pops.
Hora
back
could do
towards the
good
north,
in
so
this circle.
towards Horror. Bro Harame just remaining a problematic opponent for Inco.
Decisive in the middle.
MSJ का भी अच्छा सर्कल
Pieces
है
are
ये.
falling into place, but
Edge
they've got
killing
to
है.
solve the puzzle to make their way up towards the top. Inco are behind
No.
Alpha 7.
Boom no. Boom नहीं है.
Familiar with this team. They've
Boom
been
didn't
playing
qualify
against
this
in
time.
Americas.
Wow.
But it looks like that
बहुत
familiarity
strong
is
team
going to
है
lead to
Boom.
caution, and probably rightly so.
चलो उनका भी
Over
down चल रहा
south
है
of
शायद.
Alpha 7, get away from it. MSJ, they've been slowly encroaching from the northeast side, and we haven't seen too much from them today. Is Miramar where they will make their final stand, their final bid towards the top of the tables?
DRX versus MSJ.
John.
क्या अगर DRX का बंदा को नॉक करेगा MSJ वाला बंदा तो फिनिश करेगा नहीं करेगा?
Horrendous spot to be playing in. They can play down towards that high ground that sits outside.
I'm asking the real questions.
Actually,
पता?
for both Horror and Xavier, because both those positions sort of support
course
one
they'll
another.
finish.
From the high ground that Horror plays,
Of course
and
they'll finish.
Xavier essentially plays the front man for that team. So it's a position that works hand in hand.
No,
with one
no
another.
Boom, no Mad Bulls. दोनों qualify नहीं हुए. Even Reject did not qualify, bro.
Peppering shots. South Korean infighting here across the way as both teams find the position to approach Aura's compound. And this is going to make it tough. Both teams powerful in their holds. Hoxie on the forefront. Right now, MSJ are closer to it. They have a little bit better of a position in my estimation. But DRX, this is a team
Boom
that can
Esports
fight with their
got
backs to the
caught
wall. We've
in
seen it
doing
before.
wrong payment issue in Valorant, so the org got
A
dissolved.
scary team, especially when it comes down to the wire.
अच्छा.
BTR down towards that south side.
मुझे लगा सिर्फ ये सब सिर्फ इंडिया में होता है, बाहर भी होता है
Give
क्या?
opportunity to be knocked out here. I think they're fairly safe right now. Horror is actually an issue, to be honest.
22
With the
plus
two units
points
they have
difference
and the
for
incredibly
Hora to
strong
qualify.
position. This would
अरे
be-
इस मैच एक मैच में
So now
चिकन
I'm
एक
thinking
मैच
about
में
this would
टॉप
be a
3
crazy game from
चांस
Horror
है
if they're
Hora
able
को.
to continue to extract points
But
out from this spot on that
That
north
is too much
side.
to ask.
It's actually
in this
very
lobby.
much doable to get a 20-point game out of
Where
this.
where we have the
Get rid
most
of Luke,
consistent
get rid of
teams:
BTR,
Spirit,
both of them right on
DRX,
the
Alpha
edge.
7, MSJ, MP.
Definitely, you're right. I mean, this is
Deck
this is
day.
doable.
It's not impossible.
Maybe something completely unexpected, and
But it's very, very,
the
very, very
Nepalese are
hard.
pretty happy, along with the Vietnamese this time around, with Xavier in the middle and Aura on the northeast side.
A lot of people had high expectations for Aura. I think they
Your
were saying
favorite
this is a very good
Regio
team.
को top doc, Revo
Paul
doc.
usually fields very good squads that do come in quite unexpectedly into PMGC. Haven't quite performed up to task though, as I think a lot of people expected them. But yeah, this
Zone.
is a strong spot for them. You need a little bit of
Alpha 7 road
influence,
cross
but again,
करके
here we go.
खेलेगा.
So for Xavier, Horror as well as
इनको
Team
क्या
Spirit,
करेगा?
you kind of have this staging that goes down from the highest ground to the lowest ground, Team Spirit. But those three teams,
What
in my
will
mind,
Inco
are
do?
at least in the top 4 going forward.
MSJ losing a player to a knock here, trying to move forwards, but BTR from the south side get the
BTR
shot.
versus Spirit.
Hoxie to fall, a really important player on the MSJ roster. Miran Sejong will be sad to lose that one, especially at such an important
काफी
time
टीम सरवाइव
here,
कर रहे
but
हैं.
can they play on with 3? Can they make it
MSJ
work?
versus
Historically,
DRX.
their weakness has
मैं तो
been
wait
a
कर रहा हूँ
lack
इस
of
fight के
the
लिए.
ability to go for a 2-2 split. And with only 3 players, again, it's mathematically just not possible.
Almost knocked
Seiwu
out.
steps up.
Caster voice कम करो और कम करो. DRX push कर दिया होरा पे.
So they're going to roll out on this one as well.
DRX push कर दिया होरा पे.
It's unfortunate that Hoxie has to be the playmaker so many times though for them. Because not only is he scouting, he's also making these clutch plays. So if he goes down on the scout, you lose a real critical player for yourself. Team Spirit doing damage over towards BTR as they try and make their way in. They are directly opposed to them on the eastern side.
एक ही बंदा बचा है MSJ का.
So much damage over towards Miran Sejong, down to 1 player. It might be survival stage for this team, unfortunately, and DRX will have to wave that flag for
pressure ले ली क्या MSJ end में
if they don't make it.
A bit of a test here. Well, I say a bit, a massive test for Aura to hold out DRX, and a skill check for DRX in return as well. Prove to us, prove to the lobby that you can take these compounds. They negotiate, they navigate that north side and come out looking really, really good on the better end of that deal. But now they have to approach and play that CQB. They can't finagle their way through this. You've just got to punch
knock
and swing for the hills. Let's see what they can do on that north side. Meanwhile, on the south and then on the west, there's fighting breaking out. Loops under pressure, trying to defend their spot now with Aura in a decent position. You got to remember that every point matters, even at the bottom of these tables, even into the final 2 matches.
It makes me laugh that Inco put so much pressure over towards Loops and they've just left Nenebete to
push
1v3 versus
nice one, nice one. एक ही था रेव देना चाहिए.
Why did you put away the DPS?
But इनको का टीम आ रहा है. लग गई बे Alpha 7 की लग गई.
Find it, but in come the rest of Inco to roll on over. Alpha 7 in danger here. Pressure from Wancho as he steps up first. Around the side, it's inactive, and the shotgun shell's gonna ring on out. It's the Americas biting back for Inco. They're not connecting here with the DBS. There's the flush, looking for the Renock as well. Revo still healthy, but spotted, and another one seen. It's Alpha 7 to fall. DRX could move on past, and DX as well with an outside chance.
Decisive, yeah, from this position, it's
कितने points मिला Alpha 7 को 3 point.
That's
not enough, bro.
To be honest.
Loops.
Just go deal with the best Brazilian team in the world.
Spirit once again.
You'll be all right.
कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं उनको आराम से खेलते पेलते points collect करते हैं.
They do sacrifice Nenebete because he puts his DBS away thinking the job's done. It's not. And the circle locates itself directly on top of Decisive. This is their big moment.
DRX आराम से push किया.
Now is the time.
But fight लिया ही नहीं.
To mess this up.
Unfortunately, Blank, they've not got any eliminations
too
so
clever,
far,
DRX,
which means that their point scoring capability severely diminished. Sure, they might be able to find a chicken dinner from this spot. It's a powerful area. They are in a great, advantageous position. But the value of a chicken dinner, 10 points. If they can get 5-6 eliminations, that's a 16-point jump. With Alpha 7 out on 179, I believe, might be 170... What might be 180
Spirit,
given how
DRX.
many points that they've been able to earn from placements here.
Hora.
But Decisive have a massive gap to cross. They need 26, 27, 28 points to close it. However, this is a good start. Taking down a player from Team Spirit and being able to get a gap closing game will put themselves in a position to win in the final.
This is what they need desperately this moment for Team Spirit. It's likely going to have to be a wrap over towards this western side, which is why they have been trying to do so much damage towards these teams. The fact was maybe able to hit that shot up a little bit sooner. Might have been a different story. But yeah, they have to play this ridge side over towards the west. It was either that or the east, which is why they got rid of both these sides. They were doing damage over towards Loops.
Alpha 7 comeback करेगा देख लेना. अरे it all comes down to the final match. मैंने already बोल रखा है.
That is an awesome shot from Nomi.
जो last
that
match
is what you
में
want to
अच्छा
see. It's
खेलेगा
going to
वो
be the
होगा
full
qualify.
rollout from this squad now.
But कोई बात नहीं. The good thing for Alpha 7 is
give themselves an opening.
उसका competition कोई नहीं है जिंदा.
And shots from Twisted Minds over towards Decisive in their stronghold position. Effect, is that a Renock or a flush? I'm not too sure. I think, yeah, no, they've lost a player fully. However, in the meantime, Inco are losing players left and right. Team Spirit force it to just inactive. A 3-player approach from the western edge.
Yeah, it's what they needed. They need to make that full push. Sure, they're going to lose a player off the back of it. Effect was sort of late to the party, but well played to them.
Inco is about to get
It's
wiped.
just one player, and they can comfortably play this Western side. For them, it's about placements and getting a couple of eliminations. If that tags just a little bit of damage, it does. They have the location on lock. Paragin finds a knock over towards one of their players. They are so hungry for this final player in Inco, so they can move further up. Play alongside with DRX, who are currently waiting
भाई
for
स्मोक में जो
them.
बंदा है उसको नहीं दिख रहा है, रेव दे रहा है बोल के?
Struggling to even make these
नहीं, angle
picks
नहीं
at
है.
this point in time.
भाई DRX is
They're in a
getting
good
wrecked.
position, but they're not
By
really
Hora.
finding the value just yet. Aura doing well. They've been holding the south side of this
दो ही
compound
बंदे
for
बचे
a
DRX
while
का.
blank, and DRX moved out to the west, trying to play that macro game. But Aura
Nice one,
wrestled
भाई.
them back
भाई heal
into
का.
the ring, and it looks like they want this
लगा ही
scrap
था
to go
मुझे.
their way.
ये
So
pump
as they'll
होके pick
light it
करेगा.
up from the back lines. Sorry,
Entry अच्छी है, लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा casual.
उधर से नेड़ा गया, DRX बाहर.
The damage comes in, but what is that?
Hora reset हो
That's
सकता है,
8
time है
from the
उनके
back
पास.
as well. It's going all the way
हो
over the
सकता है.
top. And
Hora
Mr.
reset.
Borro for Aura
5 finishes.
will keep them going. 5
2-man
points
strong.
found, but on the north side,
Spirit का
they've
another
got a
chicken dinner, bro.
deadly march ahead of them.
Spirit का one more
These are
chicken
in
dinner.
nade range of Decisive, but lacking nades at the moment. That is the biggest difficulty for them right now. I think it would be very hard
निकालने वाली है Spirit ये.
to take this game away
No
from
doubt.
Decisive. But Team Spirit's done a great job, and exactly what they need to do is just to stay alive in this match, get a top 5 finish, which
पूरा
seems
आखिरी बंदा बचा है.
so safe towards the first place position. It's looking more and more likely that Team
Lamborghini
Spirit is going to be
इसका भी team अच्छा
undeniable
है, but
into the
still
grand finals.
ये sandwich हो
Spray
जाएंगे.
down Freak
Spirit
finds
and
one
Twisted
on
के बीच में.
Lamborghini, lands the headshot at the end.
देखो,
Team
Hora भी
Spirit
मार
might
रहा है.
find this to be go time. Peek over the
दो
top of the
बंदे
ridge,
बचे.
get these knocks,
Xavier
a
के.
flush over to Lamborghini, goes over to Twisted Lines, who are causing trouble from the south side. They've been pushing up and actually in a decent spot as well to make their way through. 2 players in the center now for Decisive, 3 players from Team Spirit bearing down upon them for the ridgeline. But a resurgence for Team Twisted Minds on that south edge as well could make
This is so
things
beautiful to watch, right?
Team
कितना
Spirit double it
proper
back. You
fights.
see that the utility is just
Kill,
lacking
kill,
on a lot
Jory,
of our squads.
nice,
Aura
hard finishes.
with 6 nades for Twisted Minds too.
सारे
One
bushes
player
check
there
कर
from
रहा है.
Horror's great news. 8
Usually
eliminations
होता है
now
पता है,
for
usually
boys
होता है
in
bush
Team
के अंदर
Spirit.
बंदा सोया पड़ा.
It's a fantastic Miramar. Honestly, if Team
Levi
Spirit
knock,
win this game,
nice molly coops.
that's it. It's done. They're in.
कर
And they
देंगे
don't even
clear
have
out.
to worry about the final
Last
match.
man standing for Xavier.
Xavier
Paragin.
losing 1, losing 2. Twisted Minds advance.
मार
Team
दिए.
Spirit, they've
मैंने
taken
बोला
a
ही था,
knocking
यही होगा.
response, but is there going to be enough time to pick themselves back up? It looks like there might be.
चलो, it all
Twisted
comes
Minds,
down to
however,
two
in
teams
control.
now.
4 players on
Twisted
the middle.
versus
Team
Spirit.
Spirit looking for the
Twisted
red.
has the
It does
upper
come
hand.
through. Matic
4 man
needs
है
to
वो.
heal. He needs to heal now. Twisted Minds have nades, however, and that's going to make it hard. Gets that first aid off at a crucial time. And
Twisted
now,
का पहला
Spirit,
chicken dinner
the
होने
3
वाला है क्या?
players have a
Kitsune
chance,
knock,
and they're being
Matic
lit
knock.
up, and it's Freak to find the first. Finds
No,
second
the
as
last man
well.
standing,
Don't
बहुत
beat the
low है.
last up on the menu. And Team Twisted
चलो
Minds
भाई,
take
कम से कम
on
जाते
Team
जाते
Spirit.
इज्जत से
What a
chicken
way to
निकाल के
close
जा रहे
down
हैं.
that Miramar.
Twisted
Oh
winner
my
winner chicken
goodness
dinner.
me, from the bottom of the table.
Nothing has changed. It's not like ये qualify हो जाएंगे इस match से. But
Because
still,
that might change
congrats
things a little
Twisted.
bit.
Moral
Really
boost
got
तो
a
होगा
huge
इससे.
amount of eliminations
Nice.
that match as well. I think they're around about that 60-70 point
काश ये
mark,
chicken Hora निकालता.
which sets
उनका फायदा तो
themselves
होता
up
but
for maybe survival. Last
it is
Miramar
what it
today.
is.
Very unlikely though with the way this team's played, but finally
The
a chicken
Spirit
dinner
तो
on the
भाई
board right at the end of the group stage.
too
And this is
consistent.
what I'm talking about. They get a second place, they're happy with it. They're
मुझे लगा
still
उनका ही match होने
clapping,
वाला है, but Twisted
they're
played better.
high-fiving because
Congrats.
that was a good result for them. That's what they need.
भाई,
And
it
this is
all
a team
comes
that can
down to the
take
final
pride in
match. I have
games
said
that
it
don't
before only.
always necessarily end
अभी
in a
आखिरी
shaken
match में
No, definitely not. They've done a lot of
देखते हैं
work
क्या
so
होगा,
far.
क्या
The
नहीं.
heavy lifting is out of the way, but it is just the consistency that needs to remain.
रोहन
Twisted
बॉट
Minds
थैंक यू
take
फॉर द
the
100 ब्रो.
chicken
ये
dinner.
क्या
All
ग्राफिक्स है
eyes
बे. बाप
are
रे
on that
बाप.
3rd place bubble.
पसंद आ गया क्या उतना?
Yeah,
मैं
Twisted
इतना regularly
Minds,
देखता हूँ
man,
कि
they
मेरे
did
को समझ
do
रहे हो
a
उतना
roster
difference नहीं
swap
लग
as
रहा.
well. If we didn't notice Dorn coming
But
out,
I
we
know.
had Freak come in, and
बहुत
maybe
अच्छा
that's
graphics है.
exactly what they needed to do. It's just unfortunately might be too late for them. But we'll get a look at our overalls in a little bit of time here.
Client,
But Team Spirit with the 10
graphics,
eliminations they got
production,
and the second place
VSPO
finish,
VSPO
that
का
should
production
be
है
them
bro.
done and dusted. They're going to be making it into the grand finals,
Obviously
which
the
is
best ही होगा ये.
insanely good for them.
Yeah.
Spirit team is
so
in every game
to the northwestern side.
always dominate.
Double-digit games, man. They've been getting a bunch of those throughout the last 2 days. So Team Spirit are looking
Carnage
so
bhai,
deadly
absolutely.
here, and they're gonna look pretty comfortable. Hot Jukes
Back-to-back chicken dinner Twisted.
They can maybe cause a
Last
bit of
match
issues
chicken
around the
dinner Twisted
battleground.
nikala kya?
Yes, sir, they can, because we just heard from Seven
Last
a little
match
bit
chicken
earlier
kisne
saying
nikala?
that Team Spirit,
It was
they
not
would
Twisted.
be willing to make life harder for some of the other squads that are going to try to get into the top
Last
3,
match mein bhi yaad nahi
especially
aa
if they're going to have a lead going into the last match. And guess what? They
Last
have a
match
lead
DRX
going into
sana,
the
bro.
last match. So
Last match
I'm
DRX
really
chicken dinner.
interested to see if Team Spirit's going to hot drop certain squads or just maybe
ये उनका पहला
maybe
chicken dinner
catch
है.
some rotations.
Twisted
Jason,
का.
who do you think they would
Hoops
be even
8
going after?
eliminations.
I don't know.
Freak char.
Who looked at him wrong? in
Lord
the day?
0.
Like,
Right?
I don't know.
Someone stole the
Maybe
last
like maybe
biscuit from
Alpha
Katrina.
7. I think would be interesting if they would have like hot drop Alpha 7 and
Lord
keep
का
them out
damage
somehow,
देखो.
because that gives major
945 damage, भाई का 0 kill है.
Xavier as well. If the points are
945
possible there.
damage,
But
0
also, I don't necessarily want to count Twisted Minds out just yet either because of that match. We'll
जैसे
see your overall
चाइना
score
में
time.
ताइवान
Let's
के
take a quick
players
sneak peek out on my
खेलते
side,
हैं.
but I don't want to
If
spoil it.
Indian
But
teams
let me just
shift
tell you,
to
there is a
play
world right
international
now where
countries,
Twisted Minds do
can they
somehow
compete
make
in
it
these
top 11.
tournaments?
And that world
Give
doesn't
me
seem to
one
be too far
reason
away
why
either with what
international
I'm seeing
players will come
overall.
to India to
They
compete.
need a win, I think, is going to be.
इधर
We'll see
के
exactly
price
what the
pools
point
तो भाई
difference is
all-time
afterwards
low
done
है.
on the leaderboards, but I mean, that
Why
was a
would they? ये
confident
price
win, I
pool
have
में
to
जीत
say.
के
I
क्या
feel like
करेंगे
we are
ये?
slowly but
डरा
surely
के.
seeing better plays from them right now. Maybe, as you said, Jason,
समझ रहे हो?
having Jordan swapped
उधर
out
का
Freak
ecosystem
was the
इतना
best
sorted है.
approach, and it worked out great with this win, but
उधर partnership
that
है.
would be a comeback and a half. And imagine they go the entire way to barely qualifying to survival to making it to finals. That would be
इधर क्या है?
wild. I don't expect it to happen,
unreal.
but
Unless
आज
you're
फायदा है तो ये आएंगे ना.
Unless you're
क्या
Jordan,
फायदा है
it's
उनके
like,
लिए?
well, I guess I need to look for a new team. You know what I
Eastern
mean?
Stars?
Like, if they put in like Freak over
उधर
him, and they
salaries भी
start
ज़्यादा
doing
है.
well, it's like
Price pool भी
crap.
ज़्यादा है.
But the fact is there was a lot
Ecosystem
of
भी
opportunities this
sorted
game
है
for a lot
बहुत
of
ज़्यादा.
teams who needed points. Thinking
क्यों
about
आएंगे?
DRX
कोई नहीं
versus
आएगा.
Tora sitting in those warehouses. I mean, they were a team on the cusp. They needed to
this
start
moment,
having like a decent game
Alpha
here.
7 knew.
They sat back. They eventually
effed
did
up.
push DRX. I think get the better of them, but not without their own casualties, which then obviously amounts to them being knocked out.
Nomi need one more
Field
kill
shoots, right, that they
to
were
break
under
order
pressure
record.
that game, and they were a
Really?
little bit stressed and second guessing themselves because they were peaking angles against DRX when they were literally 1 HP for most of them. So they were just trying to force the fight. They were so desperate, but when you're 1 HP, one bullet is going to make it count, especially at this point. Look at that. They get peeked over the ridge and there was easy knocks. Luckily enough, though, they do have that one nade to wrap it up, but they definitely are feeling the
मेरे को
pressure
पता
of
नहीं.
this game.
Nomi
Yeah,
का
I think they did
record
exactly
इतना
what you
अच्छा है.
said, Max. I think they just played a little too scared, you know, and
कहाँ
it's
देखा आपने ये
unfortunate
stats?
because they were in a good spot. I think they would have played a little bit more aggressive. They could have
I did
actually
not
made
know
something
about
happen,
these
but
stats.
it's really unfortunate. Big up on Twisted Minds though. When it comes to it, I just think that Coop said, "I'll do it myself." Because this
आज
dude,
late
I
हो
mean,
गया
he
stream
had
देखने
almost
में.
all
What's
the
the
eliminations by
status?
himself in this one.
Well,
The status
so for
is
him in particular,
अभी सिर्फ एक मैच
he's
बचा है
always been
येलो
a
ग्रुप में.
phenomenal player, like
उस
mechanically,
match के बाद
individually. But we've not ever
we'll
seen
know
him find a team.
कौन finals में जा रहा है, कौन घर जा रहा है.
Where he found a team that can truly unlock his
कौन
potential
घर जा रहा
and
है?
put his
मेरे को तो
potential
clarity
forward.
already है. Bottom
And,
5 teams
I mean, we
fixed
see
है.
right there, right? 8 eliminations himself.
Top
out of
3
the
का ये
12 they
देखना
had
पड़ेगा
total. Like,
आखिरी
that's
मैच के बाद.
insane to be able to pull off.
Yeah, I think when you look at Coops in Enigma Galaxy 2, he was one of the top fraggers of the team, if not the single top fragger of the team. So he's just still looking to try and find a spot where he's feeling comfortable. But Twisted Minds, unfortunately, with the kind of results they've gotten, it doesn't seem like it is quite gelling yet. Because it's not a lot of time, especially right after your season to prepare for PMGC. So they quite having a little bit of a rough time. But on the second page, one team we have to bring up here, Hot Jukes. Miran Sejong, unfortunately, they could have made it in top 3, but this game might just be pushing them out of top 3 for the rest of this group. So this game is a big L for Miran Sejong.
Unbelievable, man. These guys performed so well. I thought they were going to be a lock, right? I thought they were going to be a lock for these finals, but just
Missing S2G
faltering
esports.
right at the end. And now I know for a
S2G
fact they're
नहीं है
going to
ना?
have
S2G है क्या?
a big hill to
इस
climb.
बार?
Damn, look at those numbers. Those are real good.
पता नहीं, अरे वो एक
Besides talking about
championship
this,
जीतने
there's
के बाद
something I gotta
S2G तो
talk
पूरा
about.
एकदम
One team in particular,
down ही हो गया भाई.
and that's the Xavier on that
After
last
that,
Max man, right?
After winning the championship,
some people would call
I have not seen
center
S2G
position,
perform
right,
up to the
would
mark.
cover a blessing, but I think for them it was a curse this one.
कभी नहीं
It
देखा
really
मैंने
was,
उसके
because
बाद.
unfortunately, sure, you get to the late game. you
Silas,
get
after
top 3
Silas
scenario,
left,
but one thing
कभी
that
उतना
was
performance
lacking
देखने को नहीं
heavily
मिला
for Xavier
उनका.
was eliminations. And unfortunately, when you're central position like that, if you start sweeping teams on the edge, you
Spike,
lose your central
you know
position
who
to
is
maybe go
Biu
for the
Biu?
late game, and you offer teams
Yes.
an opportunity to third party on the edge. And Xavier
leader.
had to make a decision here, and they tried to play it passive, but the lack of elims alone is going to push them lower, and they're still in 6th position.
200 team spirit 200.
Oh boy.
DRX
Here
184,
we go, folks.
179 Alpha 7, Major Pride 173.
Yeah, I mean they had.
Bro, अगर इस मैच में Alpha 7 choke किया,
19 points. That is.
तो उनकी जगह कोई लेगा.
Not gonna happen.
Remember, 19 points. That's just a tie.
बाकी
They lose
DRX
the tiebreaker with chicken dinners 3-1.
पता नहीं,
So they need
safe ही
20
लग रहा है
points now
मुझे.
for 7 to get
Safe
0
ही लग रहा है
major
मुझे
pride.
DRX.
They need
11 points का difference है ना.
7 points to
Yeah.
be able to pass Alpha 7 to
Just
be
to be
able
safe,
lock it
अगर
down as
3-4
well.
point निकाल दिया
And,
DRX इस
I
मैच में
mean,
तो they are
still,
safe.
like, a lot of teams in contention. I think Vampire we can maybe put
The fight
out of
is
it. We
between
can maybe
Alpha
say
7, Major
between
Pride and
6th place
MSG.
and up.
MSG तो
Possible for
I mean,
Vampire.
Could.
I want to bring up a prospect here, which is, you know, we
recording
talked about
नहीं
Team
किया
Spirit
मैंने,
earlier,
shit
Jukes, right?
यार.
What 7 said, that they might want to try and ruin it for
Record
some
नहीं
teams
किया मैंने,
that are
shit
currently competing for
यार.
top
दो ही
3.
matches
Imagine
किया
Team
मैंने
Spirit and Xavier both hot drop Alpha 7. Like, wait, we're trying to get top 3 right now. What are you doing, Team Spirit?
Hello?
It would be a good strategy, right? Because
Hello?
I mean, Team Spirit, they don't want to
मैंने
deal
दो
with
ही-
Alpha 7 in the finals,
हाँ,
that's
बोल.
for sure. And then Xavier, I mean, they have to take out Alpha 7 if they
क्या?
even want a shot at this thing. I think if Xavier don't, you know, go to El Pozo, if it's in the playing
मैंने
path,
दो ही matches
then
record
they're
किया,
giving
वो
this game
दोनों
up.
upload कर देना है.
100%.
Last match में
I think
record
if there's
करूँगा
any
मैं.
team you want to get rid of when
मैं
it comes
भूल
to the
गया.
grand finals, it's Alpha 7. After PMWC, they are the main threat for the
हाँ.
trophy for you. That is the team you want to get rid of ASAP. Though, for teams that are trying to make it
हाँ.
to the survival stage, BTR able to jump up a little bit higher, but it's still
मैं
close.
कर
Man.
दूँ
Horror
payment.
could make it, but with how scared they were playing the last game,
कर दूंगा. कितना
bro,
time
we need
लगेगा?
to
अभी
see
stream end
elims
होने
here.
के बाद करूँ
Twisted
कि अभी
might
stream
make
है?
it. 15 points.
Oh, you're 90. You're
They
right.
win this next game, they're through. Like, they're gonna pass one of these teams for sure.
क्या
Even if
बकचोदी
they just
करता है.
like
Stream
do
कर रहा हूँ मैं
decently
इधर
well
भाई.
with a decent amount of eliminations, they could pass one of these teams.
क्या
Like, this is
बंदा है रे मेरा editor.
this is what
मुझे
we
लगा
live
कुछ
for, right? We
important
love
होगा.
these close matches. We love
क्या
when
बोल रहा है
anything
बता?
can really happen
वो
in that
बाहर
final
खाने
match.
के लिए
We
कहीं
need
गया.
to know who our
मैं
teams going
QR
through
code send
are
करूंगा.
guaranteed
Payment कर दोगे
going
ना?
to the final match of the group stage. And honestly, I would not want to be one of these teams. Like, the pressure definitely to be made.
Final
at the top
standing
this
आ
year.
गए
And you
क्या?
can just see the
आ गए bro, आ
focus
गए.
on the team of
Alpha
BTR
7
as well,
hashtag 3.
knowing what they need to do. Stay alive.
इधर
try
तक
to
आके
get some
choke नहीं करेगा
points,
Alpha 7.
and don't go out early.
Yep, that's gonna be the play.
नहीं करेगा
And the
choke.
thing is that the last game of the day of a group like this is always gonna be so unpredictable. But let's hear from 7 first.
Welcome back to the last quick report with the 7WG of Group Yellow.
Final
I got a
match,
chance
bro.
to talk with
Dagdag ho raha hai.
Twisted Minds, and the reason why they decided to sit out Dorian is because they wanted to let Robs play. The person that was IGL in that last match was none other than Coops, the person that was able to get 8 eliminations. Can they actually catch up to 11th place? Because they're currently 15 points
Major
away.
Pride क्या करेगा इस मैच में? बस वो देखना है मुझे.
Did we just find Coops' new
3
role
दिन
in his
टॉप
team?
3 में बैठ
We
गए.
talk about
End
England,
में
they need to be able to
hashtag
frag
4 में
out.
बैठ गए.
And
अभी
Coops can
आखिरी
frag
मैच
out,
में
and
क्या
because
करेगा?
I saw he can in-game lead. I don't know, man. I'm starting to believe. I don't know about you two.
You got the IGL trifecta. You got Coops now. You got Doc on that side also, and you're going to be having yeah. Also,
Imagine
and-
Twisted Minds get 2 back-to-back chicken
IGL
dinner and qualify.
Fragment
और
becoming
बाप रे.
IGL
Korea?
It would be one of the
Korea?
greatest
Okay,
comebacks.
it's not trifecta anymore.
Definitely. पूरा
The quadfecta.
पूरा लीग बॉटम पे बैठ के
Now,
hashtag
if I'm
16.
wrong.
बहुत
Well,
मुश्किल
you know
है
what,
ये
guys?
बहुत
Like the
मुश्किल
big
है.
thing, the
ये
reason why I
मैच
think
बहुत
it's
टाइट रहेगा
possible is
देखना.
because, you know, there's always the last game shenanigans, right? You got teams at the bottom that know that they're not going to make it.
Missing
I'm talking
old
about
day
the
of
one there,
domination
I'm
of
talking about
Noah.
RSG, right? So sometimes these squads, either 2 things happen. They go crazy because they got nothing to lose,
भाई Revo
right?
और Regio के
Or they
ऊपर
just kind of
analysis
push willy-nilly and
करते
get
करते
taken out. So, like, it's possible for Twisted Minds to get some points, but I think they need to get active very, very early because we've seen so many times, Max, right? In the last game of a group like this, like half the lobby's gone.
Last match है क्या? Yes, brother. Last
You're
match.
going to have hot drops happening, possibly. You're going to have teams playing hyper passive. They're just going to get bullied around the map. I'm not sure. We have so many teams that we really have to be paying attention to going into this last game. This is why I'm happy Jukes were on the desk, because John and Blank, they're going to have so much to look towards in this game. And I'm telling you, one team gets eliminated, it could change the whole really landscape of the leaderboards, how things are going to be looking to qualify into
Champion team prediction.
Qualify into the grand
Hashtag
final.
1 पे तो यही
It's
रहेगा.
gonna be the last game
Team
here
spirit
of
ही
Group
रहेगा
Yellow,
hashtag 1 पे.
and it's down to
No
the wire
doubt.
for a lot of these teams.
2-3
Yeah, I cannot wait
Alpha
to see
7
what's gonna
DRX
happen
ही
here.
रहेंगे.
We see about
मेरे को
20
लग रहा है.
seconds out.
Unless
Hot drops,
MP
they're
कुछ
possible.
extraordinary
Upsets,
करेगा इस
very
match में.
possible. It's just about to see
तो
who can rise
Alpha 7
up
बाहर हो
and
सकता है.
flare up at the right time. Gentlemen, yes or no? Are we going to see Twisted Minds qualifier right here in this last game.
I'm feeling really bad for MSG right now.
Oh, come on. I'm trying to build it up and you guys are shutting it down. But you know what? I got my boy Coops. He's going to shut both of you down as we head into the last match.
The final match of Group Yellow is here, boys.
This lobby has
We have Team Spirit at #1.
No, so many teams.
DRX at
#2
#2.
and right.
Alpha 7 at #3.
Time and
Major
time
Pride
again.
at #4.
And we have one more
And MSZ
map
at
to play
#5.
to decide
Only
who our
3
top
teams can
3
go
are.
to the grand
Will
finals.
Alpha 7 feel
Let's see
the
what
ire
happens.
of a hot drop potentially coming
ये
through
poll
from
end
Team
कर दूं मैं?
Spirit. That seems to be maybe something
क्यों
they were
लगाया मैंने ये
talking
poll?
about. Do Alpha 7 adapt in the face of that
English
as well?
76.
Everything
Wow.
to play for, and nothing can be wasted here.
There is potential for Team Spirit to go for that. I think that they are just going to secure what they've got here. Down
भाई
towards
Alpha
that
7 के
south
साथ
side,
साथ जा रहा है
into
पूरा.
Sarah. For Alpha
क्या
7 on
gunfight
the
हो
other
गया?
hand, they're just going to look to keep those points consistent. Some of these games have felt a little bit lackluster from them. Twisted Minds, 15 points away. We all know what a good bit of momentum can do for a team. And honestly, for them, coming off the back of that win, straight back onto the same map, we know this is a strong squad. Maybe it was confidence they were lacking. They kept getting knocked down.
PMGC
and suddenly there's an
2024
opening
champion
for
prediction.
them.
My
When you see a
prediction
light at the
DRX.
end of the tunnel, you start running
मेरे को
towards
लग रहा है ये
it.
कोरियन टीम ही उठाएगा. मेरे को लग रहा है पता नहीं
Major
क्यों.
Pride on the south side, they are currently 6 points behind Alpha 7. They're close
Decent
by
circle.
to Team Spirit. This could be dangerous for them. Team Spirit opt to try and run them down. The question for me is, who does Team Spirit want to face least?
ना कोरियन टीम नहीं
Guaranteed
उठाएगा.
in those finals,
अभी
right?
लीग
Do
स्टेज
you
में ऐसा
try and
खेलेंगे ये,
stop
बट
Alpha
फाइनल्स में
7 in their
अलग
tracks?
रहता है
Do you
bro.
try and stop Major Pride in their tracks? Force them to go into a
एंट्री
much
अच्छी है
tougher
लेकिन
scenario?
Last
बैठने का
to be
तरीका
that
अभी बड़ा
भाई
कैजुअल
Alpha 7 का
Give
players का
themselves that
brightness
chance, but we
80%
are
है
going to
क्या?
see a hot drop. Unfortunately, it's not from one of the
वो
teams
100 में
in
खेलते
a lot of
होंगे.
context.
It's
Hang on a minute.
important.
No, it's for
It's
loops.
important.
It's
80
for
वाले
loops.
सिर्फ समझ रहे हो.
This is
80
the
वाले सिर्फ
11th
इंडिया में
place
मिलता है.
team.
ओए
They get taken down
RSG.
early. All of a sudden, that bubble becomes so much easier to find.
RSG should write a book, you know,
Unfortunately, for the
99
teams
ways to die in
underneath,
PMGC.
Loop seems to be dominating already in this fight. 2 eliminations above, making
They are
that
literally
gap
donating
even
their frags,
harder
bro.
to close for Horror.
At least donate
for
to the right
Twisted
team,
Minds.
right?
Rafinha's got the bag on his head there. But he needs to keep his eyes peeled as RSG. I mean, we've seen what a bother
Yeah.
this team can be. Them and Harame Bro have been the ones to spoil so much, but Loop's not letting it happen to them today. Hacienda will be there.
can't
for the
believe मैंने
taking.
RSG को मेरा
More
top 3 में
points
रखा.
and a crucial pickup for Loops.
Horrible calculation.
Cheers all around for the
Disappointment
team. So happy about that
is
one. I
real.
would be as well. I mean, that might have just ruined your tournament life right there.
अलग
But
disappointment
they
है
see
भाई.
themselves now ahead
इस league
of
का.
BTR on 106. So the lifeline now for those teams in 12th and 13th.
Twisted Mind भी
is
समझ रहे हो.
BTR
End में
going
आके
out
थोड़ा
early.
एक chicken निकाल के
That is the
थोड़ा
only
good
way
feeling
they
दिया.
can make that jump up. It's still quite a few points required.
भाई हो रहा है esports Twisted Minds अगर इस मैच में चिकन निकाली और BTR हगा
on top of
तो
them.
इनमें
I
से
think
एक
they
टीम
do
क्वालिफाई
win
हो
the
सकता है
tiebreaker.
अभी भी
I'm thinking back. I don't think we have had a BTR
एकदम
win
dramatic
just
ending
yet.
रहेगा but still
Let's have a little look.
there is a chance.
through. One win for BTR. Okay, so they wouldn't win the tiebreaker on that one. It'd be down to the placement points and elim, so we'd have to find out at the end of the day. And we check out the leaderboards. If it did
भाई
happen
जो
in
भी
the first
चाइना
place,
को
still
चाइना
gotta get
टीम्स
there.
को सपोर्ट करते हैं ना
they've
तुम लोग
had
के
a
लिए
chicken
ग्रुप
dinner
रेड
as
रेडी
well,
रखो
I think back
ग्रुप
back
रेड
in
में
day
चाइना
2,
मचाएगा
and Twisted Minds now have also had that one chicken dinner, so it is it would be
बस
down
ग्रुप
to
रेड में
placement
फैल्कन्स का
points
बीटी ना हो
next
जाए
on that tiebreaker. It would be so down to the wire though if they can make that jump up. Very much all to play for, and it's still so tense towards the top 3 as well, with Alpha 7 teetering on the edge here. Right now they are 6 points in the lead, but that is not a safe feeling.
Not at all. 173 to 179. And again, Major Pride is not a bad team whatsoever. They just made a bit of a mistake that last match. And I think it was more terrain understanding based more than anything. They make the right choice at the start to leave the player up on the
क्या
on the
combo
rig
यूज
side,
कर
but
रहा है
the
DBS
follow-up,
mini
which was to go all in on that fight, was not the right decision, especially when they had information on the team down towards their self. So yeah, for Major Pride, I think just getting caught up in the pressure here, desperately trying to earn those points to clamber up over Alpha 7 into 3rd place.
कोरियन प्लेयर्स
7 on the
80% brightness पर क्योंकि
normal
उनकी
day on Miramar,
IC
you'd think, but
80%.
there's
अरे
so much
भाई साहब
riding on
GR
this
action
ride
bro.
out.
She.
For Alpha 7 to defend a spot, a direct
Come on bro, come on
qualification.
yaar.
It's a team that we absolutely expected to be in this top 3 flank, but it's still yet to be convincing. The PMWC champions right now under threat.
I'm disappointed.
In
आपका comment
danger
पढ़ के.
of having to play through
छोड़ो,
those survival
let's move on.
stages.
So everyone knows you really don't want to have to go there, because as much as you can be one of the greatest teams in the world, and Alpha 7 certainly meets that metric, a lot can go wrong, and quickly. We look here, Coops is already down for Twisted Minds, and Rob's going with the savior play. As Seven was saying, Coops was IGLing that match and also
RSG का flight time आ गया लगता है, इतनी इसलिए जल्दी में मार के चले गए.
Individual.
अभी on the way to airport है RSG.
And perform that role adequately. So for Coops,
according to you, who is
big accolade for him on his shoulders, but they don't want to lose him early. He's
who is
so
Soul Gordel TX of Global? भाई ये क्या question है?
So doom and gloom.
समझ नहीं आया.
Pretty miserable, to be honest with you.
ये क्या question है भाई? Who is Soul TX Godlike of Global?
For them to open it, Rob's
समझ नहीं
going
आया.
down. To BTR nonetheless.
Exactly.
भाई Falcons कब खेलेंगे?
So close by
Next
to
group
them
में bro,
now.
next group में
The
दिखेंगे
team that's
आपको.
looking to
I
defend
am too
against
excited
it.
for
If they
next
can
group to be
get
honest.
rid of Twisted Minds, that would be huge.
मेरे
for
पसंदीदा
them.
teams
A massive relief.
ज़्यादा है
Maybe
next
they're
group में.
looking for it, but the res came through. Twisted Minds stay as 4.
RSG को क्यों तोड़ रहे हो? क्योंकि RSG ने मेरे को तोड़ा इसलिए.
Now we have both
अरे तोड़ नहीं रहो
BTR and
यार.
Twisted Minds.
काफी disappointment है उनसे.
This is a
कोई
real
बात
case
नहीं.
for
कि फ्यूचर में वो
Twisted Minds
जब
take
अच्छा
destiny
करेंगे
into their own
RSG,
hands, right?
तो I'll be double happy.
Try and fend off that squad and create a gap
Forget
that they can
international. There
squeeze
is no
through.
client in official
Doing safe
events
job.
like BMBS,
Fight off against
BGIS. BGIS में था ना
Army
client.
Bro
BGIS
here.
में था.
Been a
And even
consistent
after
problem.
winning, you have to start from zero again.
Just constantly pestering.
वो
These
वाला
teams
point,
all looking
last
for
वाला
those
point.
points, but just
बहुत सही
denies.
point
One
है वो.
player goes down to a snake.
There is no
all of a
recognition
sudden,
for
completely changed.
teams
MSJ,
who have-
their last chance to demonstrate strength that we've seen from them in the past. Ascension. That the South Korean fans
Bro, I
love
play
to see.
Scarfall
We've got one
2.0.
hope
It
for
is
DRX,
BGMI
and it's
copy.
looking
एंट्री
fairly
अच्छी है
secure
लेकिन
for
बैठने का
DRX.
तरीका अभी बड़ा
But in
कैजुअल है.
alpha stage, it is
pushed
very
out.
good. I have
But
average mod
they are
range
there
phone, but
nonetheless,
its game so
happy to
good
be so.
graphics. What's your views? पहली बार सुन रहा हूँ नाम, मुझे नहीं पता उसके बारे
crazy
में.
in these games, essentially.
बर्डी
And
RSG का
Mrspikeinquiry does not strike me
उबर
as a
बुक
team
हो
that
गया होगा
really
एयरपोर्ट
wilds
तक का.
out in terms of
अरे वो
eliminations.
ऑन द
They're a
वे है
team
ब्रो,
that,
वो ऑन द वे है.
keeps you on the back
थोड़ा
foot
जल्दी
by
में थे
just
इसलिए लूप्स को किल
maintaining
दे दिया.
presence in the lobby the entire
इमेजिन वो
time.
4 किल
Elementary
एमपी को
going for
देता.
a wide rotate
Alpha
alongside
7
the
वाले
rest of the
गाली
squad. This is
देते.
over towards
उधर
the
ही फोन
eastern
छोड़ के
side.
गाली
They're
देते RSG वाले
overly
को.
cautious about this. You can understand why, being in 4th place, 6 points behind Alpha 7. Not willing
अगर
to take
एमपी
any
मर
shots
जाएगा ना
potentially
अल्फा
in
7
Impala.
एक लंबा सांस लेके फिर खेलेंगे वो आराम से.
Into stage 2, 10 seconds away.
Vampire with their surround hold. They're a long
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
TMR
big south
SMG.
move.
इधर का
Gives
मेटा है
MSJ
ब्रो,
a
इधर
good slice of
इधर का
it to Spirit
माइंडसेट
on
है
that
वो.
south. Vampire in the
Everyone
middle,
are
in danger
more
here.
confident with
I don't know
shotguns
how
and
long they can
M4s.
hold this position convincingly.
Yeah, Vampires in a spot where it is playable, right? Inco just roll up on the west side of them. Twisted Minds are likely going to go try and play the ridge side off towards their east. They are allowing a lot of teams to flow in past them, and this is not a game where they can play slow. They have to get those elims early on.
Falcon downfall after leave
To push this through
STV. Not
into
really
a
bro, क्या
big
बात कर रहे
game.
हो? Not really.
Because
DRX.
it's 15
It's not a
points,
downfall
right?
if you are playing
Third
PMGC.
place, give you 5, so you need 10 elims on top of that.
If you are playing PMGC,
struggle.
it's not a downfall bro.
DRX looking to
It's
get
a
out of
downfall
there
if you're not
against
in
the
PMGC.
Muerte to defend their spot in the top 3.
तुम काबिल हो इसलिए the biggest tournament में तुम
Twisted
खेल रहे हो.
Minds still over in San Martin, not being able to leave under the pressure from BTR. Out on the west side, Zeus as well, a little bit further up to Hacienda, out on the north
RSG से बढ़िया TX को slot दे देते हैं. TX को नहीं, LGD और
Or another one
or even Rogue Warriors.
Arguably in a better position than Twisted Minds with their 2 extra points they have on side.
Or even Envy. पता नहीं यार. वो हक से आए इधर. वो जीत के आए उधर.
And the Paul fans would be super
I'm pretty sure
something like that happen.
हमसे बुरा फील कर रहे हैं वो players. कोई बात नहीं, अगली बार कर लेंगे वो.
You've got to
see how pleased they were.
Definitely. I
mean,
4 points is life changing.
अगर RSG को इंडियन टीम होता अभी.
Major pride.
ऐसा हेट नहीं देते लोग. Next level. I'm pretty sure चाइना में भी वो करेंगे अभी. RSG को करेंगे.
Showdown, something awful.
It's part of the
shots. They're looking to try and open up
sport.
The
It's part
now.
of the sport. ये सब तो होता ही है.
MSJ hold, move into
अच्छा करे तो support.
Love to take.
बुरा करे तो double hit.
Chase are currently just holding on the outside. Not really any positions at the moment for them to split along. They're not in a position where they control a lot of the circles, so likely they'll keep playing as 4 for the time being. But yeah, versus Major Pride,
Paraguay किसमें qualify नहीं
a big problem. Alpha 7
अरे वो BL में भी नहीं हुआ, इसमें भी नहीं हुआ.
Does the res come through? The res is
देखते
the
हैं
real
JD
important
क्या
factor
करेगा
here.
next PL की तैयारी
Sure,
कर
he
रहे
goes
हो.
down, but as long as they can maintain that 4, it's not so bad. We're already into stage 3. It feels like this game is going at a lightning pace.
Zeus is striking down members of Alpha 7. Fortunately, they do
4MB
get
group
that
green में
res.
सब कुछ तोड़ेगा. उनको form
that allowed this knock
तबाही
to
है.
happen in the
उनका
first
form
place
तबाही
for
है.
Zeus.
Okay.
You can see the high ground that they have. This is quite sequestered to the northwest side of this circle, though, and back over towards Graveyard, where this game may go to die. It's the Vampires thematically positioned atop it.
Spirit Vampire.
Yeah,
Solid.
Awesome position for the
भाई मैं तो बस
Vampires
MP
right
को
now.
देख रहा हूँ. मैं तो
Slightly
Major Pride को देख
exposed,
रहा हूँ इस मैच में.
Towards that south side in terms of a crash
What will
being
they
able to
do?
come
बस
on
मेरे को
through.
देखना है.
Good play of it. Twisted Minds is stepping on eggshells right now. You can see it with
My
the way
last
they're playing. They
PMGC
have been
is
so
Tika,
unwilling to make any
half
rotates.
the Alpha 7
And you
तक.
know why, because there must be so
Last
many
PMGC
thoughts
तो भाई
battling
ST
in
के
their minds right now of what's the
end
correct
decider
direction
match
to
था.
go
End
next.
decider
The
match था.
Coups,
उस
there is
decider
an
match में
unbelievable amount of
IHC ने
pressure on
ST
him
को
to
मार
make
के
the right
ट्रॉफी उठाया.
decision.
Crash in the mid. Vampire open up for 2
Crazy
onto
था वो.
Harame, bro,
Crazy
who
था
make
last
the
PMGC.
approach. Stowed with that massive high ground there. And Tony K launching a nade. The Vampire nades today have been pretty spicy, and they will continue to do so. A flush and a knock as well, leaving just the one player going, and Tony K's got another one. Oh, beautiful! Not quite making the distance. It looked like it was there, but it was just blocked at the last second. Newsy's got one to unleash and Schweppes towards the back line. Will look to find Yappy as Range launches one back in response. A little short nade there from Schweppes is going to slow things down, but the bouncer from Newsy around the edge is great. No, wait a minute. That was Yappy. A self-nade for Harame Bro, and another one towards the back line. Vampire want to put pressure on. They can't waste too much time here, but they're not going to spend any longer in this. Can they re-establish their control over their position?
But still. Good.
So for Harame Bro and RSG, that is their last game of the day, and they will not be joining us for the remainder of PMGC. BTR holding off versus Inco. Good amount of points for them, 3, setting themselves at 109.
भाई बूमबा में खेलेंगे सारे के सारे.
Further and further
आखिरी मैच है. चलो यार, let's get it over
with.
with.
Those 3 extra points, they may be able to
The real
seal
comeback
this
kings
one
in the
away.
whole world
Vampire
is
continues to
IHC.
take
Will you
shots
agree,
out
Spike
towards
Boy?
Zeus this time, but Aaron's there.
Comeback
Vicious
kings.
fight back towards
Like in
Tony
what
K.
way?
And this guy has been such a powerhouse for Zeus over the season, over the course of this PMGC as well. The nade will fell him, however, and BTR looking to re-establish.
Unfortunate bounce on the pillar there for him. Rita in the back lines getting tagged up. Zeus has the potential to get their players back up on their feet because BTR is being pretty slow on this one. It's a nice nade. Now BTR will finish up. This is what I wanted to see from him, is to get a little bit more aggressive.
6 finishes 3 man strong.
And that's 5 elims for BTR.
Bhai BTR please Zaxi को रखो.
10th and 11th place.
उसको मत करना bench. With Zaxi सही लग रहा है.
Twisted Minds, massive game required. I think with BTR and Loops both starting the game off with 6 and 4, it is a horrendous situation to be in, and they might have just locked out those teams underneath them.
If Alpha 7 win PMGC, what was your reaction?
BTR,
अगर Alpha 7 जीत गया तो PMGC, तब देख लेना. मैं लाइव ही रहूंगा उस टाइम पे. तब देख लेना.
But on the north side, it's going
Spirit,
to
bro.
Spirit.
Why, bro? Why always middle of the circle, bro?
A strong finish from them. I mean, setting themselves up in first place.
MP का है मैंने देखा नहीं.
So pleased with Team Spirit. And again, at this point in time, it is very unlikely. We'll put it that way. It's very unlikely for them to drop out of top 3.
भाई twisted chicken निकालेंगे तो अच्छा खासा फ्रैक्स के साथ ये वापस बन सकता है बे क्वालीफाई हो सकता है
which makes sense during PMGC.
क्या होगा
Looking to finish out strong. But this will be the first time in a long time any of these players have not only got themselves a win from their respective PMSL or region, but then flown straight through in towards the top 3. This is a revitalized squad.
The story for Team Spirit for so long has been, are they going to keep making mistakes? Are they just about going to survive? But now the question is, how far can they go?
Vampire mood mein lag raha hai is match
is looking strong for them. Vampire, they're looking pretty good today as well. As Push is the first to fall to them on the approach. The northern side, they've already had to hold off against one push. Now the second is up to the back. Unfortunate pickup there.
Nice one,
Tony on the swivel.
Last man standing at
finally taken down, but from the top rope, is there any more to do? Presley has to go for the reload, but he's not going to be able to finishes away quick enough.
Twisted का आखिरी बंदा बचा है. Alpha 7 it is.
I'm going to send on in. The Muerte are eliminated. They're out of the tournament as well. Twisted Minds getting curtailed by Alpha 7, and it's all popping off here. Into stage 4. Alpha 7 looking to defend their third place position.
अबे अलग टीम मिल गया उसको तो.
Decisive themselves.
वो तो निकला था लॉर्ड के लिए. उसको लैम्बोर्गिनी मिल गया.
London tickets today. Alpha 7 want that for themselves.
Alpha 7
गलत भाई. वही लूप्स थर्ड पार्टी कर दिया वैम्पायर को. वैम्पायर किल लग गई.
They had a fantastic match.
No fear, knock finish.
It is most likely game
गया
over here.
वैम्पायर बाहर.
You go up
at
against the
12
Kings of Miramar.
Twisted भी बाहर. Alpha 7 4 finishes.
They are looking for revenge. And that is
Major Pride को भी एक kill मिला.
What a wonderful game they had on game 5, but it's not what they needed to take this on to the next level. Again,
मैं बता रहा हूँ ना guys, इधर तक आके Alpha 7 choke नहीं करेगा.
And it makes sense. It's suddenly they're in a position where maybe there's a chance, and it really can affect your own gameplay. Loops finding one from Miran Sejong and also eliminating Seiwu, putting Miran Sejong in a very difficult situation to climb above Alpha 7, who just picked up 4 eliminations.
Loops and BTR both adding
Why
a
do you think
lot
Alpha
of
7
points
has
to
been
tally.
passive
Nenebete
so far
likely
in this
next to
tournament?
go
I
on
mean,
to
they
that
are
point
known for their
score
aggression.
total for BTR.
They are not
And
passive, but
is having
they have
their
not shown their
slip further and further into the distance.
They have
It's all
not
done
shown
and
their
dusted
full
basically
potential
at this
in
point
this
for them.
league,
And the
is what I feel
conversation
like.
has to turn to the top 3.
They are holding back.
Losing another player for Aura, that could
in
be
a few
curtains
aspects
for them.
is what I
Sitar
felt.
moves up to the top of the tower, but it's not going to be needed because Lapart is
Mafioso
down
knock.
underneath, and Nenebete falls. 7 elims for BTR.
And they're celebrating as well, and as they should. Very good early game from BTR. They knew what they needed to do. Of course, they were in a slightly more comfortable situation where they were already on that bubble.
चलो bottom 5
but
teams
Loops and
fixed है.
BTR have done exactly
BTR
what teams
7
need
finishes
to do
निकाल
when
दी.
you are 10th and 11th. It's you just need to
Bottom 5 teams,
basically
bye-bye.
go into this
हो
game
गया.
and just run with it as far as you can and
सिर्फ
take it to
top
the
3
next
का है.
level. Team Spirit get the circle once again, but BTR and Loops have cemented their position in towards survival stage.
If Alpha 7 chokes and Major Pride gets the dinner,
the conversation.
तब Alpha 7 बाहर होगा. If not,
Cements Team Spirit into this one as well. They found 1 point, but how much further can they go? DX Xavier, they've lost Lamborghini.
why
Alpha
Hora
7
played so
were able to
horrible?
extract that
Is
point
their
from
team
them.
planning is not
But
up
they
to the
still have
mark?
3 players.
मैंने उतना
and they
study
can
नहीं किया
shimmy
Hora
in,
का.
not too much
जितना
contest
मैंने
on this
देखा है,
side of the circle. In fact, the
passive
entirety of the
approach
south
ही है
is
उनका play style.
completely unoccupied right now.
End में convert
That
जब
could
passive
be
approach होता है
a
ना,
big
end
opportunity
zone
to
में
take control of some
convert
of these
करना
red
पड़ेगा
sides.
उनको.
Alpha
वो
7
नहीं
are
कर
going to
पा रहे
contest
थे.
for it. They're sending forwards. They're taking the fight to DX Xavier, looking to defend their spot in the top 3 with an open engagement towards Levi.
उनका
The
throw
2
भी
players
हुआ
for
2-3
DX Xavier
matches.
still left at the back
Chicken.
as Levi's regroups. They're pulled
So,
back
yeah.
behind the headland and use terrain cover.
Yeah, they know they can't play his position anymore. They're terrified when Alpha 7 starts going. It's very difficult to keep
But they
them
have done
down,
fantastic
and they know
before
better than
PMGC.
anyone
They've
that they
done
want to remain
fantastic.
in that top 3.
मैंने stats
They
देखा,
know
बहुत
that
प्यारा
survival
खेले वो.
stage is not an easy battleground to
But
play
things
on.
did not work out here in this league stage.
It's so important getting into that top 3 more than anything. It's unbelievable because this really does.
क्या हलवा है क्या? You are
for the rest of
competing against the
tournament,
best
you
in
can
the
now
world,
just
bro.
study, do your
होता
homework,
है.
hit up
It's
the
fine.
scrims, and not worry about what's coming in your future, which can drastically change your performance going forward. So now we look to Major Pride and Alpha 7.
कितने टीम बाहर होंगे? Bottom 5
Outside chance
बाहर.
here, actually in the foothills underneath Major Pride.
पूरा का आखिरी बंदा बचा है क्या?
Start to gain
या आखिरी
momentum.
बंदा बचा है.
That could be it. With Aura taking another knock, we're getting so much closer to locking in our top 11. As much as it might seem done and dusted, you can never say never. It's never over until it's over. And that will ring true right until the final moments of this game, because the top
बहुत silent है बे.
is so
बिल्कुल noise नहीं कर रहा है.
Decisive,
They are just waiting for Alpha 7's elimination.
With a big game. Alpha 7, though, they have stretched their lead up into 183 right now. They're only 1 point
Sky
behind
Hura,
DRX.
last man standing.
Which is unbelievable.
Bro, just one question. Do you miss your old days dominating competitive lobbies? Please
I think a lot of people thought
I
that
don't,
the
bro, I
one
don't.
South Korean representative that would be definitely going
Trust
through,
me,
at
I
least from
don't.
yesterday and the day before, was Murin Sejong.
It's a
but
good
DRX
memory,
has
but I don't
put a
miss
stop
them.
to that plans. No,
I enjoy the
pretty
present.
confident
I
Murin
live in the
Sejong
present.
should be able to do quite well during the survival stage. Off the back of some good rotates. Where was this BTR earlier, though? This is what I want to know.
Zaxi.
That mental
ये
reset.
क्या लगा है? Zaxi gas?
You can't mental reset on a nade.
Zaxi gas?
Lapar in a really important position for them, as Lapar needs to find this res. A Molotov, that will slow things down in the Loops camp.
क्या मारा बे? क्या push करके मारा? मजा आ गया
He's going to
देख के.
take down the backlines of BTR.
Last man
but
standing
what
for
can Satar
BTR.
do about it? It's
1v1 क्या 1v1
now across the way for the two teams on the bubble.
Oh, stun कर दी
And an
उसने.
opening maybe, but it's so unlikely. The stunner goes out wide. Finds
BTR
the
मारेगा.
blind here,
BTR
but
मारेगा.
pushes BTR yet again for more. The action
बोला
in
मैंने.
this Loops to
भाई,
fall
the
under
high ground
shotgun
advantage is
of
always there,
Satar
bro.
on the north side. He sights
High ground
through
advantage
them,
is
and
always
Loops
there.
close their tournament on the bubble.
Really, really well done to BTR.
Nine
Honestly,
finishes.
9 elims. A
आखिरी
piece for
बंदा
both
बचा है.
Loops and BTR.
चलेगा.
Keeping themselves in the limelight of the survival stage. I want to
You say some org should hire you as an analyst.
More aggression. They're
Why
still
though? You
struggling
don't
when it
feel
comes to the
like
team
playing
fights,
in this
but they
company?
look way, way better than
When
they
did I
did
say that?
a couple of
I
days
never
ago.
said that.
Major Pride on the outside. Maroon Sage
Gas means fire, maybe.
coming through, but Major Pride.
अरे कुछ तो meaning होगा उसका.
They opt not to
Indonesia
go.
में.
It's not worth it.
Indonesian
There's a compound
language
down towards
में.
the south. It's been spotted out by AZ. They'll happily pick up
Your
that
views on
position.
AKOP, by the way, OJ
This is way
का
better
podcast
for the long run.
देखते हो क्या?
is that
देखा
Major
मैंने
Pride
थोड़ा
have
बहुत.
only found
पूरा
one
नहीं देखा
elim
मैंने.
in this game, and
AKOP
23
very
players
promising assault
remaining.
dash.
There's not a lot of points left to siphon from this lobby.
It's really
Gas
starting to
means
get
fire.
desperate now. I think
Okay, असली में उसका नाम उसका meaning fire है क्या?
Out. They're 24 points behind, 23 when you consider that point that
भाई
they've got
MSJ
so far.
एक
I think
अलग रूप में दिखा
with
वो
a
आज.
chicken dinner,
आज
maybe
पूरा
DXavier
5
could
मैचेस
move
में
up and
कितने
require everyone to go
कितने
down
पॉइंट्स
now,
मिला MSJ को?
and to go down
कोई
to DXavier as well.
कोई मैच
This
1
is
और
their
ये मैच
chance,
देख के
though,
मेरे को
to
बताओ.
find Alpha 7.
Horai
Let's close
Sports
out Aura's
is
game
out
now.
of this
We have
PMGC.
locked in our
Sad.
top 11. The last player from Aura falls, and now there is no chance.
Now it
that
all
that
the
changes.
final battle is
But the
between
question,
Major Pride
as it
and
always
Alpha
has
7 now.
been, is which of these teams will make it to the top
इन दोनों में
three.
से कौन
Like, our top
जाएगा
five are all
ग्रैंड
still
फाइनल्स
in
में?
it, and all
देखते हैं.
with a decent chance.
Yeah, fighting for that position. It's incredible that it comes down to this. The top 5 teams that have dominated throughout the entirety of Group Yellow, all battling out to remain
What
in
happened to
that top
RSG?
3,
Yeah,
and it is close.
they had a rough 4 days, bro.
173,
They had a rough 4
179,
days.
184. Team Spirit, realistically, the only team that is going to be very hard to move out of the way.
They've already got 3 limbs as well. 4
BTR is
now
out.
as well, so they're up to 206. It's not possible that they fall out of the top 3, I'd wager. At
अलग
this point.
लीग में भाई टॉप
Given the number of points
टॉप
left in the
6-7
lobby,
टीम्स
it
अलग
would
लीग
take
में
2
हैं.
teams to go past them. I think mathematically it's
हमेशा वही
impossible at this
consistent.
point for them to drop out the top 3. Maybe
MSG
to get
सिर्फ
taken
10
over
पॉइंट
in the
निकाला
top
आज
spot,
पूरा
but
दिन में.
even then, that's so unlikely. It would require DRX to blast out of their minds, Alpha 7 maybe to sweep through the
10
rest
points
of it as
सिर्फ.
well.
And they're still at #5.
DRX, 3 players left alive. Craig say a little bit further in. Soez.
Nice nade.
Soez lucky to live that first one. Unfortunately, it's Major Pride from behind to pick up that shot. And there's hits from the high ground again here. Now for 7's sort of trapped a little bit as DXavier took that opportunity from earlier on to take control of that high ground.
Every point
भाई
that
मेजर प्राइड को पता है ना इस मैच में बूम बम करना पड़ेगा तभी क्वालीफाई होंगे ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए. Why are they so silent?
On your overall situation in the standings. Major Pride at distance, if they can ping off Zoas, That would be huge for them, but they have to shift forwards. DRX now looking to fend off everybody. Our second place team with their first place big bros on the north side as
DRX
well.
is about to get wiped
will look to stop
by Alpha 7.
encroaching hordes. McGrellin leads the charge for Alpha 7 in their last hurrah. Can they take that second place spot away from DRX with this?
Revo goes down to
Paragin
Team Spirit.
knock.
Paragin also knocked on the high ground. The Major Pride is not having a whole lot of influence.
How did
over this.
Margolin not
They
spot
need
this
those
guy yet?
points. They need those eliminations.
How did he
Burn
not
steps
spot him
out.
yet?
There's Hyunbin, misses the first
इसके मुंह
shot,
के
but
सामने था भाई
immediately
वो.
will recover.
Major Pride picking up huge points over towards MSJ. That's a 4th elim found. One last player from MSJ there as well.
But kill
This is
चोरी
what
है
they've
क्या
been
Alpha
waiting
7
to
का?
clear out on their northern side. 4 points moving in, leading that gap now back at 6. And with Alpha 7
Bro.
starting to wane on the western side.
Imagine
this
Alpha
could
7
be their
getting wiped right
opportunity.
now.
But Alpha 7 finds
MP के पास पूरा मौका रहेगा.
Major Pride rollout. Hoxie looking for the spray down. The biggest player on the roster by far. But he's not able to connect.
Kill
Finally, it's going to go
Chori.
down, and
Nice.
Becca will fall
Hoxie.
and sprayed away. Kitsune gets the knock, but Hoxie gets the point.
Ooh, Kaise, so
DRX
close to
का आखिरी बंदा
Xavier. One big nade here could
has
result
become
in
a
2
bush.
knocks and maybe some elims off the back of it. But they reposition, and Kaise has to put away the nade. Right in front of him, they have no idea of his location.
MP3 man है.
Alpha 7 still being in this game.
Alpha 7
causes
2 man.
big problems for Major Pride. Down to just 3 players now.
Kaixei can bide his time. Every moment saved here for DRX is another potential
MSG
point
बाहर.
they can earn from placements
Hard luck,
to
boys.
ladder on up.
Rough day.
Sejong fall. In
Rough
5th
day for
place, they
MSG.
will languish. If DX Xavier can overtake them, that would be great for Vietnam, but they will not have an easy time to make it further than that. Alpha 7 suffering
Alpha 7
still
3 man है बे, मुझे लगा
out
2
on
man
this
है.
western
My
side,
bad.
but they survive for another moment longer.
Circle has to shift over towards them on the western side. It's the only way they stay in this game.
Xavier को तो
Great
हर
nation
जगह
team
से
spirit.
मार रहे.
Oh,
We'll
हर
take
जगह
down
से.
a ton of players there from DX Xavier. I think
That's
Elance
why
have
you
done
should never
enough.
be in the center.
but this is
In
huge.
these
The
lobbies.
fact that Team Spirit are getting these points. Paragin goes down, and they're not going to Major Pride. They are not going to Alpha 7. It's still
Alpha 7
undecided.
को frags नहीं मिल रहे हैं. That could
Major
cost
Pride at
them.
this point kind of need the chicken dinner.
Top 5 में आ गया ना, placement points से मिल जाएंगे. They are on the safer side
Somewhat
only.
Doubtful.
Major Pride को
whether
4
they'll be
kill
able to
मिला.
Pick it up or not. Good shot from
कितना
Korea
gap
over
है?
towards Team Spirit.
6 point
That
का gap
gives
cover
them
करना है
potentially the
उनको.
opportunity to move out. They head on forward. They know the res is coming through. This is their go time.
They're going to make that maneuver. Revel charges forwards here.
ओए माफियोसा ने देख
Mafioso
लिया.
and Carrillo
DRX
bringing him up,
बाहर.
and Kaixei goes down.
चलो, 5
DRX
किलो
are
गया,
out.
Alpha
Alpha 7 could push past them and make DRX the team in danger. Major Pride and Alpha 7 together could take South Korea
Spirit
out
ही
of this
निकालेगा ये
game
match
with these
again.
final circles.
The way I see it.
Team Spirit moving up. Looking over towards the teams in the distance. Major Pride,
Xavier
Team
Esports बाहर.
Spirit, DX
चलो, MP को भी
Xavier,
एक kill मिल
and
गया.
Alpha 7.
Bro,
But
6
DX
point का
going
difference
down
cover
to
करना है. It's
Major
not
Pride.
possible.
That's one elim that they desperately needed. Elementary
Unless-
has been so phenomenal.
Unless
This
MP
will
अगर
open up onto
Alpha
Rio,
7 को बाहर कर दी ना,
elim too.
तब possible है.
A massive pickup for Major Pride.
उनका frags भी मिल
With
जाएगा,
the right
फिर
concoction here,
Spirit को भी
Blank,
मार देगा,
all
तब
three
उनका भी
of these
frags मिल
teams
जाएगा, तब हो
could be
सकता है.
our 3 survivors from Group Yellow to move through directly to London. All it's going to take is the right
all
numbers to
comes
go
down
in
to
at the
this
right
final
time. Team Spirit need to
moment.
go down first, going over probably towards
2v,
Major Pride, and
3v,
then Alpha
4
7 need
situation.
to wipe across and get some of those back as well. It would be crazy to think that this last game could come down to our 3 champions, but DRX now with a tie-breaking winner position. They have 4 chicken dinners, Blank, which is currently more than both Alpha
What if
7
DRX
and Major
comes
Pride.
down from
but
top 3?
that could
No,
change
no, no.
if one of these 2
They
teams
have
could
they
take
have
this
healthy
one home.
points, bro.
Zone 9, final moments
I don't think
of
they're coming
group
down.
stage yellow. Carrillo drops up this minor ditch that they've
Oi,
got going
oi,
on,
oi.
being the only thing keeping
Nice
them alive.
nade.
Easy
Magic.
gets hit by a fat nade. And that's Major Pride down to 2. Team Spirit looking over towards a team that is
ये
so
Revo impossible है.
wanting.
भाई Alpha
for
7
this
को क्यों
third
ignore कर
place.
रहे हैं? Spirit.
Team Spirit decide who they face in those finals directly. Do they want Major Pride to qualify here? Do they want Alpha 7 to find their way through as well? And the fact that Alpha 7's on the line, the defending PMWC champions, in this final game have to prove themselves
This could
once
cost
more.
the dinner for
Team
Spirit.
with 4 players alive,
अभी MP से engage हो गया fight में और उन लोग ने damage ले लिया तो Alpha 7 आके third party का chicken निकाल सकता है.
Into his position, backing up the rest of the team. Has 4, they will move forward.
Nice
and Alpha 7 only have the 2 to play with, but Mafioso,
Alpha 7 qualified for the grand finals.
A big nade over towards
Let's
Team
go.
Spirit,
MP
doesn't
bahar.
connect, looks for another as well over towards Nomi, but
It doesn't
Elemental
matter what
fall,
happens
Evo
now. It
Station
just does
out.
not matter
They
at all.
divide down. Have they done enough? Will they overtake DRX? We'll have to wait and see.
A chicken would be
Alpha
nice.
7
Nice
now,
Mafioso.
The last
Last man
stand in
standing.
the way of Team Spirit. Mafioso gives it a good
With
goal.
that, it's a
but
dinner for
rolls
Spirit
on
and
forward.
Spirit.
They roll out
Alpha
the red
7
carpet. And
and DRX, right? I just want to confirm before I say it.
The final chicken dinner.
DRX has made it, right?
Spirit.
अरे 180 कुछ points है भाई DRX के पास. They are
They
qualified.
evade the survival stage.
So it's Spirit, Alpha 7 and DRX जो grand finals में जाने वाला है PMGC का. अरे एक बार देखने दो, देखने के बाद बोलेंगे. अगर कुछ हो गया तो अच्छा लगेगा. देख लेंगे, थोड़ा back करके देख लेंगे. कितने points है DRX के पास? DRX had 187. They are on the safer side then. DRX 187 means they have qualified. यार लोड हो जा. 184 था उनके पास, 3 मिल गया 187. MP के पास no bro, no. DRX Alpha 7 Team Spirit.
On those overall tables, if you've been crunching the numbers, you
DRX,
may be ahead of us
Alpha
on this
7
one,
Team Spirit.
But over to the desk.
But क्या
to
खेला
see
बे
who's
Team
made
Spirit?
it. Our top 3
This
awaits.
very team. Just 4 months ago, when they played EWC, they choked like anything. But after Matic's edition, this team is performing crazy.
What a way to start off PMGC.
Super happy for Nomi, Matic, Kitsune and Effect. Trophy potential है भाई इस team के अंदर. Trophy उठाने वाले potential है इस team के अंदर, definitely.
Oh man,
one of the most intense finishes, Hotrix. It has to be one of the most crazy.
Alpha 7 को टक्कर दी है इस league में.
You had Alpha 7, you had Major Pride, you had Team
Same goes
Spirit,
with MP also. MP is also very
different
strong.
going into this tournament. But Alpha 7, they were really trying to
भाई MSJ के लिए खराब लग रहा है
points
मुझे.
at the end as they possibly could to secure their spot.
MP के लिए भी खराब लग रहा है.
I think it would have been enough, but Major Pride
पूरा league वो top में बैठे थे दोनों teams. End में आके बाहर हो गए.
The thing is though, I think Major Pride just played this like a regular match, you know, like they were just kind of going.
This time PMGC Grand Finals is going to be very fun to watch.
It frustrates me
for me
quite a bit because I mean, they should know exactly how many eliminations
13 finishes,
you know, and if they're looking at
the most aggressive
team
of this league,
Alpha 7 is still in this, you know,
Group Yellow.
It would have paid dividends for them to be a little bit more active, you know, and
second most aggressive.
They, like I said, they just played it
I think
regular.
Major Pride, right?
7 made it happen.
ज़्यादा frags उनके पास ही है compared to Alpha 7.
3 limbs, 4 limbs. Jason, it feels so good because we
देखते
talked
हैं
about it a bit
overall
earlier,
stats.
right? We used to see Team Spirit back in HVVP or even G Gladiators play an edge when
यार
they're
ये
this
MP
insanely
so
talented team when it comes
close.
to frag
Lucky
power.
खराब चल रहा.
And this team now, of course,
it all comes down to that final
the
match.
Center has worked out tremendously well for them. If this playstyle, I'm not even joking, could be so successful.
दिखा दो यार, अब दिखा दो overall standings.
This is the best they've ever looked, in my opinion, and I really hope this is going to keep going this way in the future because damn, they impressed me.
भाई Team Spirit का gap.
I mean,
most consistent team है bro. Obviously रहेगा वो
make
gap.
it to the main event? No. They failed in the last chance and they failed horribly.
क्या comeback कर ली बे Matic Kitsune
in the very first day of play, but for them to bounce back like this now, regroup
ये नहीं
mentally
दिखाएंगे अभी.
and have such a
Highlights दिखाएंगे
dominant
उसके
performance
बाद
as well
दिखाएंगे.
here in this group has been fantastic to see, but I'm also still really curious to see what
It's
other
too
teams
intense.
have been able to make it through as well.
It's
Also
too
looking
intense,
back
भैया.
down towards, you know, the
I
top
was
11.
sweating.
I think that was more solidified as we went on through
Rajveer
that
bhai,
game of who we
me
knew
too
would
kind
make
of.
it and unfortunately not
I was
make
waiting
it.
for Alpha 7.
This has been a very
सोचा
interesting
था
group,
what if
and if this
Alpha
is
7
any
बाहर हो
indicator of
जाता.
how the other groups are going to
तो
go,
कैलकुलेशन चल रहा है
you know,
दिमाग
forget
में.
these 2
MP
days
इतने
off,
किल
let's
मार
jump straight
देती,
into group
चिकन
red.
मार देती तो बाहर हो जाती.
Right. I
ये सब
can't
चल रहा था
wait,
मेरे
that's for
दिमाग में.
sure. Man, I'll tell you, the MWC at the end of that day, I saw Kitsune, even though it was like the worst.
MSJ
performance
Unreal
we could have
downfall like
expected. They didn't make it to the
TNY and
finals.
VL
The man was just
Bro, when the
walking around
competition is
whistling.
this close, यही होता है.
Like we had
End में
no
आके.
worry in the world. I think he knew. Like he was like, hey, you know what?
आज
Today wasn't
MSJ
my day,
अब उनका
but come
natural
end of the
game नहीं
year,
खेला.
We're gonna bring it. And dang, did they do?
वैसे ही
They
दिखा
did
मुझे तो.
exactly that.
बाकी तुम लोगों को क्या लगा?
It's really such
What
a good
went wrong
change
with
of pace
MSJ
for
today?
this team, and yeah, again going into the finals. Hopefully we don't have a PMWC.
कल कैसे खेल रही थी
happening for
MSJ?
them, but they're going to be
Danger.
definitely a lot more confident. And Matic, I feel like they just had a meeting at some
Nomi
point.
52 kills.
Just saying,
Danger बंदा है भाई वो बता रहा हूँ मैं.
Dramatic classic right about now.
मैं पहले भी बोला लास्ट DWC में मैंने बोला
into PMGC.
सही टीम में घुस जाएगा ना उसको बस एक जगह दे दो मारने के लिए वो पेलते रहता है वो.
Saw in some of the replays. RSG hot dropping and Hacienda del Patron the side of
देखो
Roots,
MJ
and
का
Roots
हाल
then
ही है.
were at some point the cutoff with BTR already increasing that top 11 point barrier realistically, making it so harder for your Twisted Mind or your Horror to really catch up.
Where do you
So,
think Destros
from the
lineup will
get-go,
go?
Donnell was
Will they
somewhat
join
in the
Gladiator
coffin
Esports?
for
पता
those
नहीं.
quality
Let's Grow कुछ डाला था ना.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it.
Homecoming
right?
ऐसा
Just
कुछ.
the last game shenanigans are always there.
I have no
mean,
idea.
you
मुझे तो
have
कुछ leaks
to-
पता नहीं है.
That's
अगर
why
पता
I
होगा
stress
तो भी
so
मैं नहीं
much.
बोलूंगा.
You gotta perform before the last game
और
and put
unprofessional
yourself
हो
in a
जाएगा.
better spot. Because if you need those points towards the end,
But I'm surprised
it's just
Mogo
not
छोड़
the
दिए
same
वो.
game as you played the entire tournament. And we saw RSG just like say, hey, you know what? We're already out of
23
this.
pointers.
Let's just go and just full send it. Why not? And that just makes the lobby
Nice
that
try
much
बे
more
Major
difficult, right?
Pride.
Yeah, 100%.
End
As
तक
you
वो
can
लोग
see here,
अपना
23
best
points
दिए.
for Team Spirit to end things off with. Alpha 7, Major Pride both get 11. DRX getting 6. Is it possible that DRX got knocked out? We're not sure quite yet as we'll head to our overalls in just a bit of time. But BTR, I mean, considering they were a team on the bubble with 10 points, they secured their spot into
Nomi
the
MVP list
survival
top
stage
पर
at a minimum.
top
But yeah, just a
कर
shame
दिया
here for
होगा.
Vampire as well, as we
Now
did
Doc
see
will
the fight
have
in the
to
warehouse,
frag a lot, man.
losing out on one. They couldn't really pick up enough of limbs later on to
Damage
transition
भी top पे
anything
रहेगा
much
Nomi.
off of that. Same with D Xavier. It's been an interesting couple of days here, but I'm more curious about what our overalls are going to be at. Is there any way we can speed this up?
बहुत strong fragger से Nomi.
I really
effect
want to
दोनों.
see it for sure. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, I'm still a little frustrated with, you know,
Brains, Matic and
MSJ,
Gitsune.
D Xavier, and honestly Vampire too, because we
balanced
didn't see
team
that
लग रहा है,
hot
बहुत
drop. And
balanced
let's
team
be
है
real,
Spirit.
like
But
they
यार
had to, man.
मैं
Like,
बता
they
रहा
had
हूँ
the hot
हमेशा यही
drop
होता
if they
है
wanted to
जो भी
advance.
लीग
They
स्टेज में
didn't do it, so
डोमिनेट
I guess
करते
in my eyes,
ग्रैंड फाइनल में है ना बहुत मार
they're
खाते
just like, hey, you know what?
I hope that
Let's
does
just
not
get ready
happen
for
with
the
Team
survival
Spirit.
Yeah, because if you do nothing, you go into survival stage. If you hot drop and you lose, you still go to survival stage. Might as well just
MSG
send it
out
and
of
give
the
it a
league.
try,
No,
right?
they'll be
They'll be on the bottom
playing
of the rankings, Twisted Minds,
survival
0
stage.
points. They were technically in
Hora
reach of making
eliminated,
it
I
to
think.
top
Yeah, Hora
11,
is
but it's
out
good
of
to see
PMGC.
Coopside yelling. I kind of want to see more of that for whichever team or like what's his next event going to be, right? Like that was some good rotates happening on the first Miramar, but here they encountered some teams. I think it was
Kitsune
especially
याद
Alpha
है
7 that just
2019
did not
में
care
Unique
if they wanted to make
से
it to London
जीता
or
था
not.
PUBG
No, we
Mobile
see you.
Star
We're gonna
Challenge.
shoot
Yeah,
at
bro.
you. We're gonna take
Unique.
you out. We don't care
Navi
who
से
you are.
पहले
It
उसमें
worked
था.
out for Alpha
As long as you
7.
say please,
Not
Max.
quite for them. Oh yeah, and they were asking
चलो,
also
it's
for
time for
less
the
of that,
overall
but
standings.
Alpha 7 didn't want to give less. of
MVP तो भाई Nomi ही
Nico.
बनेगा. तो
They
expected
didn't get
ही
top
था.
3 hot chicks.
Ugh. Like a dagger in the heart.
We need to make sure to get that wax ready for Hotchkiss' beard when we get. What do you mean? What? We've been talking about this every single day, son.
Hey, you know what, dude? I want that. I'll take some wax, dude. My beard needs some moisturizing. You know what I'm saying?
Team Spirit country.
Okay, well,
Serbia.
you can moisturize it with your tears once we rip the
And
hair
players
out of
सारे
your
Russia
face,
से.
at the finals. But Nomi going to be the MVP, and why wouldn't it be Nomi, man? This guy has really stepped up under the leadership of Kitsune as well. He's really kind of come into his own. Not to say Nomi's not doing it all himself, but the support of his team.
Now it's
definitely
time for
makes
the
this
overall
possible.
standings.
He's easily become one of the best.
Bro,
the best player in EMEA.
186 sorry 184 6 points से रह गया.
Second and third
DRX and Alpha 7 दोनों 190.
points short.
DRX के साथ चिकन है इसलिए वो
man,
hashtag
it
2
was
पे है.
so close. A few more they could have made.
Team
it.
Spirit
Alpha 7, but
dominating
Alpha 7
lead
started
by
just
225
sweeping at the end
35
there,
points का
getting
lead.
eliminations on Twisted Mind too, and it was enough to maintain a spot in the top 3.
Crazy,
But tied with
crazy comeback.
X-Man. So really,
From
we said
Nomi,
it this
Matic,
year, it was
Kitsune
Japan at
and
the start of the
Effect.
year, but now South Korea
आज
and
अच्छा swing है.
Brazil. Very clearly, we have to say
Grand
that
finals
it's
तक
all
अच्छा
looking
swing है Team
great.
Spirit.
With an EMEA team up there with Team Spirit that
Alpha 7 dodged a bullet.
so impressed. The second half of this
MP,
league stage, what
MSJ,
the hell happened? This
nice
team
try.
just leveled up and just said,
Xavier
"Yeah, we're the best
ऊपर
team in the
नीचे
lot now."
ऊपर नीचे ऊपर
like,
नीचे
oh,
एंड
you're
में
gonna try
hashtag
and push
6.
us, our building?
Vampire
We're
nice
gonna
try.
take out
4
our
chicken
spot.
dinner लेके भी
No
hashtag
deal.
7 पे
Like,
बैठा है
it's just so
Vampire.
wild to see Team Spirit clutch it up.
So the most
towards the
aggressive
end.
team
Honestly,
of this lobby
I'm gonna
is
say this,
Team
Jason,
Spirit.
I wanna know both
Second
y'all's
most
opinions.
aggressive is Major
Biggest
Pride.
disappointment,
उसके
right,
बाद
looking at these leaderboards.
balanced team से
For me,
Alpha
it's
7
gotta
and
be
DRX.
MSJ, man. I mean,
MSJ
I thought these guys
आज सिर्फ
were
आज
a lot
today
with
costed
how
them.
well they were playing.
only got
No
10 points today.
hesitation pushes. I mean, super
बाकी अभी
risky
next page
rotates,
देखते हैं.
but they were working
Zeus
for
hashtag 8.
them. And then just towards the end, just couldn't cut it.
Right, you mean biggest disappointment on the top of the
Indian
leaderboard?
और
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
उठानी चाहिए.
That'd be the one, but top of the
उनका
leaderboard,
कम
I
से
feel
कम
like the lobby
इंटरनेशनल में नाम तो
started playing a
होगा.
lot more
What do you
center.
think?
So unfortunately,
Actually, recently I was talking to an org owner
make work in their favor, but here we go.
who is actually planning
is
that.
still going to be loops. 114 points. And
He's very
that
well
hold
known.
of RSG was really
Chala
a godsend
बोल
for
रहा हूँ
them.
मैं.
Those early
बहुत बड़ा
eliminations
org
they
है वो
got
actually.
was just able
India
to
का
keep
one
them
of the
nice
biggest
and
orgs है
comfortable
वो.
in top
मैं
11.
कुछ reveal नहीं कर सकता,
Even
but
without, they would have still been
you might
fine.
expect
Got
in
Aura,
future.
Twisted Minds,
So the
not
bottom
quite
5
the
teams
game
जो बाहर
they
हो
hoped
गए,
for if they wanted
Hora,
to make it to the
Twisted
survival
Minds,
stage.
Harame bro,
Unfortunate for those 5 teams to
RSG
get the bottom
and
of the
DMR.
table, they unfortunately will be
20
going
points का lead है
home. However,
Loops
all
के
the other
पास,
teams
तो यहाँ
minus
they're on the
top
safer
3 will
side
be
only.
going towards survival stage. Will be
So yeah,
kicking off
4th
towards
से
the
लेकर
end
11th
of
तक ये सारे
November.
teams survival
But also a
stage
little bit
खेलते
of
हुए
a
दिखेंगे
caveat
तुम्हें.
here. Team Spirit breaking the record
Now it's
of most
time
points in
for
a
Group
in
Red.
PMGC
Next हमें
at
देखने को मिलेगा Group
245,
Red.
where they broke
वो
Loops
7
last
से है क्या
year, I believe
matches?
it
मुझे
was,
पता नहीं.
at 220. So well done by them to really
7
put
से
their
है शायद वो
stamp
matches.
on Group Yellow.
I'm not
So you
sure.
can see here our survival stage teams, our
भाई
grand final
तुम लोग
teams,
गेस
and
करो और का
I mean,
नाम
the
मैं तो
survival
कुछ नहीं
stage
बता
teams
रहा
are
हूँ,
already
but
pretty damn
मेरा
deadly
बात
here.
हुआ
I mean,
है
MSJ, Decisive,
and
Vampire,
I came to know, so
Major Pride. Like,
बस
I don't
इतना ही
want to count
बताऊंगा
really
मैं.
any of the teams. I'm scared to go to the survival stage, man. It is going to be tough.
So yeah,
Yeah, absolutely.
that
I mean, at
is
the
a
start,
wrap.
even like before this tournament, I mean, like
Group
I would've been
Yellow
like, oh, Vampire
PMGC
here,
has come to an end.
but
Hope you guys enjoyed this stream. अगर तुम लोग को थोड़ा भी मजा आया ना भाई, लाइक करना मत भूलना, सब्सक्राइब करना मत भूलना. जो भी पूरा स्ट्रीम नहीं देख पाया, तुम लोग के लिए वीडियो आएगा मेन चैनल पे, तो वो भी चेकआउट करना. मजा आया भाई. Lots of ups and downs, but in the end, the best 3 teams have qualified for the grand finals. बाकी टीम्स सर्वाइवल स्टेज खेलेंगे. देखते उधर से कौन क्वालिफाई होगा. बाकी हार्ड लक टू द टीम्स जो क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाए आगे राउंड्स के लिए. मिलते हैं नेक्स्ट राउंड में ग्रुप रेड. अंटिल देन बाय बाय, टेक केयर एंड पीस. टेक केयर, लव यू ऑल.